Welcome to the Reality Revolution. Today we're going to do a deep dive on the Wingmakers and the Wingmakers project. What is the Wingmakers, you say? It's very fascinating and we'll definitely get into that. This podcast is dedicated to the Reality Revolution. I believe that we're going through a moment right now where we are awakening, our energies are changing, the world is changing, and you have to question where it's coming from. There's lots of different systems out there and books and authors that are theorizing about what's going on in this unique and powerful shift that many people are experiencing and that can document themselves in their hearts and minds. People are seeing realities created faster. People are raising their consciousness faster. Something is happening on this planet. That is the key behind the Reality Revolution. So one of the things about the Reality Revolution is I want to explore anything that I can find that discusses a coming change in consciousness or in reality. And there are a bunch of different places that talk about this, and hopefully we will discuss and explore all of them. For instance, on a recent episode, I explored the Law of One, a channeled work from the 80s that discusses levels of consciousness and densities that we are moving towards, and that our planet is moving into a higher density. You can believe that it's true or not. And by me going over this material, I want to make it clear I'm not advocating for this material. I think that as a neutral observer, as I've taught, that's the best way to deal with reality and understand it. So neutrally, I also want to obtain as much information as I can so that I can evaluate it in a neutral manner. There are aspects to what I'm about to discuss that seem unrealistic, and it's incredibly possible that this is no different than somebody just creating something out of thin air. There are indications that that is exactly what happened on this. The material presented is powerful, and there are elements to it that resonate with similar things that I've talked about on this podcast, like reality transurfing and the idea of the mirror and the idea of linking the heart and mind. These are fundamental concepts to the Wingmakers. And so the question is, what is the Wingmakers? If you're like me, when I was first given information, I kind of blew it off a little bit, and I watched an interview that was so dense and deep by one of the people involved in the project that it took me aback, because it was coming from an incredibly intelligent person that was discussing what the Wingmakers is. And so I found myself looking and researching, and it's a whole entire Pandora's box was opened, similar in many ways to the Law of One. I wanted to give you an explanation of what it is and how it works, so we can use this episode to get a better understanding of Wingmakers and what it is. So we'll try to cover all sides of it, whether or not it's legitimate or not, and what works, and some of the teachings from it, which are powerful in any case, even if it's not real. The conception of a world driven by a celestial mechanics, not altogether fathomable by humans, is distinctly a classical Greek idea. Plato called God the divine geometrician and invoked the challenge of Prometheus, the challenge directed to humankind to unlock these secrets. Milton's golden compasses described a world of order and reason, a place where the possibilities open to humankind are great. But it also describes the limits of this world, beyond which lies maddening and incomprehensible chaos. This notion was present even in the Homeric vision, in which gods regularly appeared equipped with instruments capable of bringing devastation or favor to humankind at their whim. So the story of the Wingmakers project is as follows. We are told that two students who in 1996 were hiking in the desert in the northern New Mexico, near an ancient archaeological site called Chaco Canyon, found a mystical metallic artifact from space. A classified UFO department in the American Security Service, NSA, was assigned to investigate the discovery. This department is called the Advanced Contact Intelligence Organization. The place for the discovery was called the Ancient Arrow Site. And the assignment for the ACIO, or the Advanced Contact Intelligence Organization, was called the Ancient Arrow Project. The artifact, which becomes known among ACIO operatives as the Compass, led them to target a large spiral cave system of 23 plus 1 chambers, which was created in the year 826 by beings from a distant galaxy. These beings call themselves Wingmakers. Wingmakers are time travelers from 750 years in the future and have therefore traveled back in time to the year 826 in order to place time capsules there. They are shortly said future models of ourselves who travel in time in order to correct genetic and historical flaws. We see here that the Wingmaker story is based on the theory of time travel, which claims that history is flexible and is subject to change. Plastic time. In each chamber, in the mythology that they give, there was a wall painting. And you can see on the website, I'll put a link in this, and a technological artifact from space. In the last chamber, the artifact was an optical disc, presumably holding the information about the site's creators and their purpose. After considerable effort to access the optical disc, the ACIO team led by Jameson Neruda, an expert in linguistics and cryptology, finally succeeds and determines the creators of the site as the Wingmakers. Over 8,000 pages of philosophy, poetry, music, genetics, subdimensional equations, and cosmology are contained within the disk. This cave system is the first of 7 so-called time capsules spread around the world. The last of 6 are yet to be discovered. The optical disc, according to this mythology, was leaked 1 year after the discovery, and a part of its contents as therefore ended up on wingmakers.com. The webmaster, Mark Hempel, says that he was just passing on and that he was told by a contact person who he says is Sarah Desrosnay. In 2001, though, Hempel was contacted by a new person, James, who claims that it is him who is the mastermind behind it all. Sarah Desrosnay is only his assistant. So James is the creator of the Wingmakers material. He is claimed to be a specialist from Wingmakers and an expert in transposing tributary zones to three-dimensional space-time worlds in the form of encoded sensory data streams. So I'll say that again. He is an expert in transposing tributary zones to three-dimensional space-time worlds in the form of encoded sensory data streams. In other words, he's a kind of what Hindu religion calls an avatar. In Western terminology, he would be known as a messiah. James also suddenly began to answer the email inquiries of interested individuals through the site's webmaster, Mark Hempel, who acts as a liaison. So James, it is told, was born as a human with very human parents. If you examined his DNA at birth, you would find very little difference from your own. He is said to be a multidimensional being who lives simultaneously in a spectrum of realities. He says himself, my dominant reality is different than yours. Because of this difference, I'm able to process this human reality at a different frequency rate, which enables me to perceive behind and beyond the three-dimensional surface of this reality, he says. James furthermore states, as a result of this ability, I'm able to translate art, music, poetry, philosophy, and scientific insights that are from my dominant reality into yours. In so doing, I have translated sensory data that will catalyze future discoveries that will redefine the human soul. I am a teacher of encoded sensory data streams, and was trained at my request to embody as the human translator of the galactic tributary zones, making them intelligent to the human race of the 21st century. At that time, the website contained this fascinating introduction, a half book, the Ancient Arrow Project novel about how the chambers were discovered, and Sarah de Rosnay's 5 long interviews with the person who leaked the optical disc, Dr. Jameson Neruda. Wherefore, it was necessary for him to flee from the ACIO. Within the ACIO is namely the even more secretive Labyrinth group. Both organizations are directed by a genius who is simply known as 15. And this name refers to the level of security clearance. Although 15 is the official leader of the ACIO, he created the Labyrinth group without the knowledge or consent of the NSA. I know this sounds confusing. Stick with me. I'm trying to educate you on it. So you're seeing references and you don't know what it is. And this is one of those things. There's no Wikipedia page for it. So from my research, this is what I'm trying to gather so you don't have to read a bunch of books about it. So following the decoding of the optical disc and the discovery of the 24th chamber, Dr. Neruda becomes convinced that the Wingmaker's material needs to be shared with the broader scientific community and the public. This objective is squarely at odds with 15, the leader of the group that is monitoring extraterrestrials, and the Labyrinth group. So Dr. Neruda decides he has no alternative but to defect and publish the information in the public domain and go on a quest to find the other 6 sites. Now, this sounds like a movie script. The idea behind it sounds like a movie script. And remember that when I come back to this in a little bit. The Ancient Arrow site is dedicated to genetics. The other sites are hidden on the other continents. Each site contains information specific to a particular subject. This information will apparently lead to humanity's discovery of its origin, nature, and destiny as a species. However, the true purpose of the sites eludes the most astute agency of the government, the ACIO. The sites are representations of 7 tributary zones, which are catalysts for awakening the wholeness navigator, the soul, within the human instrument for the purpose of helping humanity discover the grand portal. They are separated into 3 distinct categories. 1, super universe-based tributary zones. 2, galactic-based tributary zones. And 3, planetary-based tributary zones. One of the things that you notice when I go over this material is the language. You find it with reality transurfing, you find it with Scientology, you find it with neurolinguistic programming. Everybody wants to create their new language. So this has the grand portal, and this has the wholeness navigator, and some other language. Some of it is interesting, but you can see what's starting to happen here. The implicated purpose is to replace humans' natural philosophical navigator with a sophist navigator. This is the interpretation that's given. The sophist aspect is related to what the wing makers call Olin technology, which basically is a propaganda tool for manipulation. The wing makers' philosophy says intelligent networks are able to operate from a single language with translation interfaces that enable global intercourse. This means language is no longer a barrier to communication. Intelligent networks will introduce a meta-language that translates both real-time written and spoken applications. It will revolutionize the genetic mind's global construct and facilitate the digitalization of your global economy. There will be many within the hierarchy who will object vehemently to the notion of global digital economy, but we will tell you it will happen regardless of the complaints and registered concerns. Your most powerful banks, computer manufacturers, and software companies will merge to create this momentous technology in the one language intelligent network, or OLIN. Will become the standard operating system of all the world's computer-based systems. The time capsules that the wing makers have left behind will act as a template to those who operate outside of the limiting force of the genetic mind and desire to create content for the OLIN technology even before it exists. The timed capsules will show how to do this and demonstrate how to create multidimensional content that carries its viewer participant into new corridors of understanding and illumination. That's end quote. Deceivingly enough, the sophist navigator is called the wholeness navigator, and the claim is that the learning of this navigator will be a job for science, not religion or philosophy. Therefore, it would be better to call it the reductionist navigator. The discovery of this navigator is namely called the grand portal, meaning irrefutable scientific discovery. If you read the Wingmaker's material, and there's about 5 books attached to it, you can easily see that what we have to do with a megalomaniacal totalitarian ideology that not only wants to control the universe, but also eventually all alternate universes in the multi-universe. The Neruda interviews can be read in extension of the book. They tell the fantastic story of how ACIO for a long time had been in contact with beings from other planets, and they exchange knowledge and cooperate about the development of new technology, which makes possible clairvoyance, materializations, time travel, and much more. Examples are light-encoded reality matrix, learn, memory restructure program, remote viewing technology, personal mole tracking devices, at least according to them. So the interesting thing, I've been watching Cosmic Disclosure with Corey Goode and David Wilcock on Gaia, and they talk about a secret space program, and that, you never know. It's interesting stuff. And I was told about Corey Goode and this particular program by Aaron Abke at the end of my interview after I talked to him. And they're talking about the law of one, different things like that. So maybe there's more going on. You never know. So there are also hostile beings they call the Animus, who want to take over Earth because of its great biological variation. They namely want to reproduce themselves by means of our genes. But the Wingmakers are the most sophisticated race, it is said, in this mythology. They are the central race in the universe, and the first race, which was created by God. They have genetically created us humans, and they guard us. They also help us to develop ourselves. And around the year 2080, a great deal of mankind will have realized the soul or the self. But if you read the 5 Neruda interviews, and they're long, you will find the concept of God as well as the history of the human soul are entirely revisioned and redefined. God becomes first source. The universe becomes the multiverse, and human beings become the human instrument. The soul becomes the wholeness navigator, and enlightenment becomes the sovereign integral. It is upside down. The Matrix sophists see it the other way around. They despise the past and love the future, and they're progressivists and supporters of some kind of spiritual evolutionism. The Wingmakers also have a spiritual teaching which consists of 4 philosophical texts and James' response to questions. Moreover, the website contains 24 wall paintings, 48 poems, an extract of pieces of music, and it is all divided in relation to the 24 chambers in this time capsule. And the meaning is that they shall have transcendent effect, and in this way be a portal to other dimensions of reality. The 7 time capsules are also called DNA triggers. Altogether, genetics is a central concept on the website. As we saw, the Wingmakers are here to correct genetic and historical flaws, and the Olin propaganda, the idea that there's one language, is successful. If you do a Google search on DNA activation today, you'll get around 122,000 or 122 million results on variations of the Wingmakers philosophy. We are simply talking about ideological eugenics that aims at improving the genetic quality of the human population so that it performs correctly according to the Wingmakers philosophy. The website is incredibly extensive, worked through, and beautifully done. It is a mythology which wants something, a fantastic synthesis in many ways of science fiction, ufology, parapsychology, theosophy, and conspiracy theory. The introduction says, although the Wingmakers material is presented as a mythological story designed to stir our imaginations, Stories of this genre are not necessarily pure fantasy, but often contain elements of truth, and this is also the case with Wingmakers. Recall George Lucas' many hours of conversation with Joseph Campbell, probably the greatest student and scholar of mythology in the past 100 years, as he conceived the Star Wars epic. In his tale, Lucas brings the forces of good and evil into clear focus, but underlying these two exterior forces is the power of the Force. The power of the Force is the bedrock of the mythological world of Star Wars, it being the essential underlying foundation connecting all life. The Wingmaker's mythos takes the Force concept one step further, making it more specific by placing the presence of the Force within us as the force of something they call the sovereign integral. So the success of mythical tales, both ancient and modern, lies in their ability to touch our hearts and our feelings and our deep intuitive sense of connection to one another and to the universe. It's all about how they make us feel through the information they provide. So the Wingmakers materials follow this tradition, according to the website. Hence, the entire Wingmakers presentation with its array of artistic expression is designed to trigger the primal memories of our spiritual origin and nature, long lost and forgotten as we have journeyed through the worlds of space and time. The material challenges us to feel and think deeply about who we are as a species, where we came from, where we're going, and why we are here. And that is what the challenge of this podcast is to challenge us to feel and think deeply about who we are and where we came from and where we're going and why we're here. So in many ways, it's interesting. But what they're saying on the introduction of the site is it's mythology, but deeply within the mythology, you will find spiritual insights. So since the original Wingmakers.com in 1998, so 20 years old, affiliated websites have been developed at lyricus.org, eventtemples.com, sovereigntintegral.org, and a number of books, all of which are copyrighted by Mark Hempel of Wingmakers LLC. If you are, as a newcomer, are visiting the website today, it would probably just have passed unnoticed. It is extremely difficult to find heads or tails in it. On the first page of it, for example, it doesn't explain who the Wingmakers actually are. This makes the introduction, such as the written works of the Wingmakers, the philosophy of the Wingmakers, etc., obscure. Because instead it says that it is a multidimensional storyteller, James Mahu, who has created the whole of the content. In other words, James is now the dungeon master of the Wingmakers role-playing game. So anyway, if you do some research, you'll find that the story still is exactly the same, because in the recommended navigation, it is advised to begin with the first novel. So the first book is The Ancient Arrow Project and the interviews of Dr. Jameson Neruda, which are extension of the Ancient Arrow Project. It's also uploaded with some philosophy. And the interesting thing is there's some interviews that are on there and you should check out these websites to read these interviews. There's really no way I could give you all this information. I've been reading it over the weekend, completely fascinated with my jaw dropping. And I'll try to give you some summaries of it so you don't have to go read it. But concerning the Matrix, the Wingmakers project preaches the simulation theory. In the introduction to the fifth interview of Dr. Jameson Neruda exposes a fundamental deception that affects humanity across every dimension of life. This deception is that our three-dimensional reality and the human consciousness have been programmed to be perceived as real when they're not. This is clearly a very bold assertion and is not made lightly. In this fifth interview, Dr. Neruda explains the forces behind this deception, what their agenda is, how humanity has been enslaved from its inception to today, and what we can do about it. It is understandably an unsettling narrative. After all, it exposes a reality where the humans are biological hosts of infinite beings, suppressed by deceptive programs designed by entities from a different dimension. Humanity is unaware that we live in a designed reality, and that designed reality includes everything. So over the past 15 years, there have been individuals who have written and spoken about certain aspects of this deception. From the scientific community, individuals like Herman Verlinde, Dr. Robert Lanza, Leonard Susskind, Gerard de Hooft, and James Gates. From the technical field, NASA engineer Thomas Campbell. From a more philosophical perspective, authors like Nick Bostrom and Anthony Peake. Scientific papers, too, have been released in this emerging field of reality definition, like Constraints on the Universe as a Numerical Simulation by Bean, Davudi, and Savage. These individuals and others like them are hypothesizing that our universe was designed through mathematics or computer code. This topic is relatively off limits, reserved for theoretical and heretical thinkers, and it shocks people significantly more than the discussion of UFOs or government conspiracies, because it is so fundamental. It is our reality. And the only logical conclusion we can draw is that we are prisoners in a deceptive reality. It makes reality feel like a lab, and we are the unsuspecting lab rats. From the spiritual side, many of our mystics and religious founders have reported that both our perception of the universe and the universe itself is an illusion. This theme is consistent in religious and spiritual writings throughout the ages. And while the mystics lacked the scientific vocabulary to define the scope of this illusion, they nevertheless understood that we as individuals walk our lives through an illusory world that scientists are increasingly describing as a programmed reality. The question that rises to the top is, who or what is programming our reality and why? And it is to this question that the fifth interview of Dr. Jameson Neruda seeks to answer and explain in layperson terms. It is understandable that those with a scientific or religious training will find this disclosure difficult, if not impossible, to believe. If Dr. Neruda is not trying to convince anyone, he merely presents a narrative for how this happened, why it happened, where it is trying to lead humanity, and most importantly, how we can break out of the programming. This interview is not concentrated on the scientific realm, it says. The science behind the hologram of deception is not based on the mathematics or physics of our space-time. Its complexity and sophistication is well beyond our current understanding, so the attempt to define it in scientific terms would be an impossible undertaking. Even if it were possible, it would only muddle the real impact of this information in arcane vocabulary and mathematics. The true focus of the fifth interview isn't the scientific definition of the hologram of deception, but rather how we can free ourselves from its pervasive and illusory presence. The sovereign integral process is defined in this interview in detail, but you may have to read carefully to hear and understand it. This process is truly the centerpiece of the fifth interview. Whatever philosophical perspective you wish to attach to this information that is shared in the spirit of oneness and equality, and the sovereign integral process is a decidedly experiential practice. As thought-provoking as the backstory and the chessboard of reality as depicted in this may appear, it is the behavioral adjustments that are the real purpose of this disclosure. The Wingmaker's materials are not focused on the knowledge or spiritual experiences. They are dedicated to the new behaviors that support the ongoing unfoldment of the sovereign integral process on Earth within the human species. The word behavioral intelligence is used a lot in this. It is this process that you're really reading about and experiencing in this podcast, whether you believe in the existence of a matrix, a hologram of deception, or the sovereign integral process, remains available as a tool to use in your daily life. Now, all of this is, of course, extremely confusing. Since you need to understand the whole thing upside down. The Wingmakers Project wants you to believe in a false conspiracy, the simulation theory, where they can lure you into their own teaching. Maybe it's false, but I don't know about the simulation theory. I think that there's been some research that proves that certain elements could not be simulated. There's always an easy answer to that, but all ideologies have an enemy image, an anti-ideology, which they have created themselves. And in this case, the hologram of deception. What if I told you that conspiracy theories are also a conspiracy? In the simulation theory, there's no body, no matter, no heart, no existence, no nature, and eventually no life, only death or one big burning eye. A brave new world completely ruled by psychology and biology, a purely computerized technological and scientific world without the enchantment of the brave old world, without the memory of a childhood's summer morning or the thrill of a storyteller's night in front of the fireplace in an ancient inn. So I don't know exactly what to make of this so far. So I continue to read about this. There's a couple books I begin to read. I find it interesting. And the next thing that I wanted to discuss was I eventually find a very interesting discussion by Carrie Lynn Cassidy. And Carrie Lynn Cassidy is a screenwriter that had worked for in Hollywood. And so Carrie Lynn Cassidy goes, they had something called Project Camelot. And at one point spoke with the people in Wingmakers and tried to make this information into a movie. They even pitched this to Steven Spielberg. So the question is, was this a storyline that's created for the movie? When you start reading the story that they are creating in this, it's something to consider. And it's interesting, maybe completely false, but I wanted to go over some of the stuff that is discussed from it. They ask in the interview, there's an interview that they do with James, and this is the dude that is supposedly multidimensional. And that's the one I find super interesting. So they ask him in this interview about the sovereign integral. How much of the Wingmaker story is true or based on fact? Now, this is his answer. He says the terrestrial storyline is based on a technique called sensory bilocation, or SBL, which is similar to remote viewing in concept. This storyline is based on my investigations using this technique as it pertains to the ACIO, Incunabula, Illuminati, ET cover-ups, etc. These elements were then modified in name, identity, and locations in order to integrate with the mythological storyline of the Wingmakers and retain the cloak that surrounds these organizations. It was not my purpose to expose these organizations or their dubious agendas. However, I was aware that many of the conspiratorial-minded were among those who cared the most about truth and uncovering it. The cosmological scope of the story is mythological, while the more terrestrial elements contained in the Neruda interviews are based on my experiences with sensory bilocation. So you have to take from what he just said that this is not all true, and some of it is mythology. So the question of how do we synthesize this material? And, they're making this assertion that on some level that we are being brainwashed. I don't know. They're making this assertion based on what? So that really undermines a lot of what's going on. But at the same time, there's some honesty to it. They're saying, hey, some of this is mythology, and we're creating the mythology to hide some other organizations. We don't want to create greater problems. So in this interview, he goes on and explains, and the best way he goes on to explain our history. So I wanted to read a little bit more of this interview so to give you an idea. He says, before I tell you any of this, that this information is sobering and direct analysis of the suppression framework, I would advise anyone who listens or reads to this material to remain neutral as they examine these answers. If you find find the information feeling too heavy or evoking fear, set it aside and gives this information as a warning. So of course you want to hear. The secret framework for the suppression of the sovereign integral human mind system is the idea. So he explains that the human mind system is separated into three primary functional mechanisms: the unconscious or genetic mind, the subconscious, and the conscious. The three components intermingle to form what most people term consciousness. The human mind system is the most opaque and distorted veil that has stood between humanity and its true self, perverting its self-expression within the domains we call reality. The unconscious genetic mind is the repository of all humanity. The subconscious is the repository of the family bloodlines. And the conscious mind is the repository of the individual. However, and this is important to understand, the foundational patterns of thought are primarily from the subconscious and genetic mind structures of consciousness. Thus, while the individual believes themselves to be individual, unique, separate, and one of a kind, in reality they're not. Not in the context of the human mind system. You can conceptualize yourself as a copy of the human family folded inside a copy of your parents and bloodlines, placed into an individualized expression. You. The you is a human mind system particularized into one expression, but its roots are entirely planted in the soul of humanity and the parental lineage, all of which is downloaded into the developing fetus before birth. This is precisely why, after 10,000 generations, we continue to operate in the same patterns of greed, separation, and self-destruction. The image in the mirror is upgraded with better clothing and more sophisticated masks, but underneath the image remains the same feelings, the same thoughts, and the same behaviors. Social and cultural engineering via the entertainment and educational systems conspire to entrain the individual during the developmental years, activating the programs and subsystems of the human mind system to ensure that the individual is properly prepared to conform to the reality matrix of their time and place. Even those who are nonconformists, who fancy themselves outside the box, are well within the parameters of the human mind system. He goes on to mention a concept called the money power grid. The reason for the human mind system to exist is for the elite to exercise control over the money power grid. Money is the prime objective of the elite because it imbues power to those who possess it. Money takes many forms, including assets of precious metals and petroleum, land or real estate, minerals and products and services. Money is the god of the elite and their banks of the religious institutions in which they can worship their god. The corporate elite, government elite, underground elite, and banking elite constitute the money power grid controllers, those in positions of power, especially within the banking sector. So this starts to sound kind of conspiratorial in many ways. And so then he goes on to mention something called the interdimensional universe structure. This is the structure of reality domains and how they interface with one another. IUS is a very complex subject to disclose in formats such as this. Human beings are both dimensional and interdimensional, he's explaining. First source is all of us. It is the collective us. It is not a God living in some distant pocket of the universe. First source is the human collective unencumbered with the human mind system. First source divided itself into individualized expressions, us. In the beginning, we inhabited dimensions that were not material, but existed at quantum levels of space. So it's interesting because he hasn't really started to explain this, but then they start to explain what happened. So this is where it gets a little bit weird, like Scientology weird, like aliens coming out of the volcano type of weird, but hey, why not? I'll read it to you. So however, as the dimensions grew in density through the expansion of creation, our creation, we as individualized interdimensional beings were seduced to enter the human body. This seduction was a co-conspiracy of forces led by Anu, the king of the Anunnaki, who required enslaved workers to mine the physical gold that was present on Earth in abundance. Those beings we now consider the Atlanteans were interdimensional living upon Earth. And Anu, with great cunning, convinced them to embody in human instruments. So there's this storyline in another interview where the people of Atlantis were interdimensional beings, infinite interdimensional beings living on the earth. And the Anunnaki came and tricked them to inhabit what is essentially a robot, the human body, with a system that was designed to make them subservient so that they could basically have robot slaves. And that's how the human body was created. So the embodiment was a grand experiment in human engineering, and the human mind system was at the core of this project. Anu realized that the only way to enslave the Atlanteans was to sheath them in a mind system that would reduce their capacity to express their true nature, and instead express the programs embedded within the human mind system. These programs were the creation of Anu and his scientists. The God-Spirit-Soul complex. This is the central element of the human mind system that anchors separation. The individualized human being free of the human mind system is called the sovereign integral. This is the true identity of each and every human being, the sovereign integral. And in this model of the sovereign integral, we are gods of our local multiverse, and collectively we are first source in the multiverse. Why is the God-Spirit-Soul complex the anchor of separation? James explains that we have two paths, religion and spirituality, each being different sides of the same coin. And this coin is the God-Spirit-Soul complex. Now, Anu being the intelligent, clever entity that he is, knew that humans would evolve. And in this evolution, they begin to remember that they are the sovereign integrals. Bear in mind that the Atlanteans were highly evolved beings before they donned the human instrument of Anu's creation. Also remember that the human instrument is not simply the physical body, but includes the emotions and the human mind system, and that this human instrument is componentized so that while the physical body dies, a higher dimensional body or sheath that is based on the physical body carries on. Some refer to this as the soul, others refer to this as the astral body, but it is simply a sheath for the sovereign integral to operate within, and it remains subject to this human mind system and its programming. So even when you leave your body, you're still being controlled by this old technology. Thus, even upon death, the sovereign integral is not released from the influences of the human instruments programs. So when we go back and look at all these different religions that have talked about enlightenment, and for instance, in Buddhism and Hinduism, they talk about overcoming our incarnations. They may in fact have found ways to go back and become the sovereign integral that we were before we were enslaved in our human bodies, at least based on this mythology. The Anunnaki created the human mind system in order to consign the sovereign integral, the true self that is infinite and eternal, into a prison of conjured illusions and deceptions. So the human instrument was fitted with the human mind system, and the sovereign integral was placed within it as the life force, that which powered the human instrument. An aspect of the God-soul complex was the program we call the fear of death, the fear of separation, the fear of non-existence. It was this fear, so powerfully felt by humans, that gave rise to the construct of a separate God, from which a spirit-filled universe, and from which we were all created in separation. Whether one arrives to God through religion or spirituality does not matter. It is the same effect of appeasing the fear of death within the individual, just as the program specified. In effect, Anu, the king of Anunnaki, positioned himself to be God of the human world. The pathway to God, independent of the religion or spiritual path one walked, had the same program underlying it. You are human with a soul. This soul must be redeemed or activated, upon which you will be saved. In this process of being saved, You are relinquished of self-responsibility to the world's condition. You are rewarded with a life eternal in the kingdom of God, where you can live in bliss and serve as a teacher of the light. The Savior-Master construct is an integral part of this God system soul complex and encourages human beings to yearn for a master to teach them how to ascend, how to be saved, how to achieve nirvana, how to live a moral life, and how to ensure eternal happiness. There are masters of great wisdom and light who remain within the domain of human mind system without knowing their involvement. The subtlety is so powerful that even when you feel you've achieved self-realization, you remain trapped in this system. It is that vast, especially when compared to the material world. Saviors can take on the form of many things, including second comings of Christ, a wrathful God, the earth, nature spirits, angelic hosts, prophecy, and extraterrestrial forces who will intercede on humanity's behalf. Each of us is our own and only Savior and only Master who can truly cause us to stand up within ourselves and shut down the suppression systems and awaken to their sovereign integral consciousness. This is the liberation path, and this is what they're talking about in this particular chunk or section narrative of the Wingmakers mythology. In essence, the God is an aspect of humanity that perpetuates separation. Just as different languages separate, different religious and spiritual pathways separate the human family and make possible a race that is more easily controlled and pacified through this idea of the God complex. And then they love to create abbreviations. So there's the DSIND, which is the Death Stress Implant Network Detour. As its long title suggests, descend is the descent into humanness and the tether of custody to the material world. Within the solar plexus region of the human instrument is the Death Stress Implant Network Detour module of the human mind system. This gets a little complicated because you have to look at the human mind system as the master network, and there are nodes or implants that plug into the HMS. One of those is this particular detour. While it is anchored in the solar plexus, it is an intricate network that develops exponentially upward into the heart, neck, and head regions. This is an etheric structure that collects, absorbs, and distributes fear, anxiety, stress, and restlessness. While the fear of the future dominates this module from a programming perspective, Anu was careful to connect it to the primal fear of death and non-existence. So descend creates much of the dysfunction in the human family in terms of its behavioral deficiencies. It also activates humans for service in religion and spirituality paths. Then they talk about the polarity system. This is a sub-node of the descend designed to create polarities in the human mind system and thus create friction between polarities, and from this friction manifests discord and disharmony. If you exist as a human, then you exist in polarity. If it is truly that simple, polarity is what activates and feeds this system that was created long ago. Then they have something called the genetic manipulation system, or GMS they refer to it, and this system was an outgrowth of various interdimensional races working to create a suitable instrument for accessing the physical world. It was Anu who was specifically wanted to not only access the physical world in order to exploit its resources, but to do so by suppressing infinite beings that would power the human instruments. Yes, infinite beings can be suppressed into finite beings when they are subjected to this system. In the course of engineering the human instrument, it was decided to create the genetic manipulation system as a means to modify the human instrument over time as it evolved to ensure it would never achieve self-realization or the sovereign integral state of awareness. The state of Satori, nirvana, cosmic consciousness, enlightenment, and rapture were all different names for heightened states within the God-Soul complex, which was still within the domain. So those things are not, they're all programs. But these became checkpoints that triggered interventions when they would come in and intervene genetically. The true state of the sovereign integral, even after death of the human instrument, was never realized by a member of the human family until recently, according to James. Now, they use the wholeness navigator. We talked about that before, which is the soul. This is the element of the HMS that activates the individual's authentic search for God in the context of wholeness, oneness, unity, and equality. Some people undertake this search because they feel an obligation to do this as a means to appease the expectations of their parents, spouse, or their own sense of guilt. The authentic search, as decreed by the Wholeness Navigator, is a recent bypass that has been brought into the human instrument through the genetics, which is an open system. While it's still an artifact of the human mind, it is a backdoor into the liberation path. And then he talks about that later. They even have a post-death system set up to capture your soul, according to this mythology. This is the system where the individual, upon death of their physical body, is greeted by guides on the other side, in quotation marks, and review their life experience, confronting those areas of deficiency and returning to right the wrongs of their previous life. In other words, karma and reincarnation. The post-death system, according to their mythology, is the means by which the sovereign integral remains in the grip of illusion, even though the illusion is a heightened reality when compared to physical existence on the earth plane. It enables the recycling of the sovereign integral into physical dimensions over and over again. The process was initially conceived of as the principal means through which the world would be prepared for Anu to be born into the earth plane and reign upon the earth as the undisputed world leader. However, that eventually has been removed as a scenario. The 9 components that constitute the prison complex that every human being is subjected to when they are born, live, and die, no matter how many cycles of birth and death they may undergo, are the polarity system, the genetic system, the God-soul complex, the money power grid, all that stuff. With the suppression of the sovereign integral, we are all living in a matrix-like world of illusion and deception. While human beings are no longer in service to the Anunnaki for the production of gold, the genetic carryover of the human mind system and the other components of the suppression framework are nonetheless still in operation, and the reins of these suppression systems have been turned over to and greedily grabbed by the elite. Okay, so this is where we start to get this conspiracy theory that I don't agree with, I don't think. But prove me wrong, I don't know. Put it in the comments. The idea is that this advanced race created human beings and locked our souls as a trick, and that even the post-death is a trick, and that our original version is a sovereign integral, which is a version of God, a pure version, and only recently we started coming to this. Now, the interesting thing, as compared to some of these other works, was that we are moving into this sovereign integral, and they are discussing this change that we're going through. It is well past the hour that humans wake up to what they are participating in and learn how they can stop it, according to James, one individual at a time. We are the key to our dilemma, and we must learn how to deactivate the suppression matrix so we can awaken to the sovereign integral consciousness, live within its behavioral intelligence, and release ourselves from the grip of the mind and the human instrument. Those who extol hope and light, I can only say that you will be disappointed if your hope is contingent on anyone save yourself to facilitate change in this world. It is truly as Gandhi explained, we must become the change we want to see in the world. But the key is to define what change. Have you ever considered the definition of yourself? What is it that defines you? If you look in the mirror and peel away the masks, the pretensions, the deceptions, the fears, the thoughts, the feelings, what remains? For most, they would answer their soul or spirit. And if I told you that the soul, as most define it, does not truly exist apart from the mind, what would you say? The change I want to see in the world is that people begin to see themselves as multidimensional beings whose core is the sovereign integral, that is the distillation of first source in a singular human expression. If people were only in tune with this frequency, they would understand that all is united in oneness, equality, and truth. This is the definition of the grand portal as it has been disclosed by the Wingmakers mythology for the past 10 years. Each individual is a portal unto themselves, and this portal is the access point to the interdimensional worlds of the sovereign integral, where the human instrument, like a space suit, is finally removed, and the individual realizes their true, infinite nature. And in this realization, understands that everyone is equal in this state. And in this equality, we are one. The grand portal is when humanity stands up as one being to this all-encompassing realization, and then we transcend the suppression framework and express as sovereigns. 2012 is a single page in the book era called the Era of Transparency and Expansion. The life of deception, the era of veils over veils over veils, is dissipated, provided enough people rise up within themselves and honor the sovereign integral within by expressing its truth. But to do this, people must become attuned to its consciousness apart from the human mind system. This is the course of action that people must engage in. The seeking of information is over. The seeking of the master guru, religion, spiritual path, or way shower is over. The seeking of objects of blame is over. The seeking of hidden information behind the dark forces is over. It is the expression of the sovereign integral consciousness and the deactivation of the suppression framework that becomes the focus of each individual in this new era. So what we're getting is similar to a lot of other New Age philosophies, the idea that what we think is going on, even what we think spiritually is going on, even people that believe that we're reincarnating, it's still a system that's locking us in. In many ways, this sounds like a technical way of explaining Buddhism, where they are escaping incarnations. And perhaps through different means, systems of enlightenment have found to find our sovereign integral. Maybe that's what's going on. And so maybe the enlightenment that we realize goes beyond all of that and outside of that from where we came before. So the next question I found that is very interesting, and I wanted to share it because if you go back, I had an episode on the Law of One, which was a channeled work by a being called Ra, who explains the way the universe was created and the earth and a bunch of cool things. Check out my episode that is a brief synopsis on the Law of One. The reason you can still judge that, I'm not telling you that it's truth, as I'm saying that I'm not telling you that this is truth. The purpose of this is to explore these materials and give the information to you, and you decide or explore further. And through this process, maybe I'll find some relevant information that is it's fun to think about. It's interesting to think about. And if it's true, there are some exercises that help you to find the sovereign integral. And it's kind of like, why not? We can try some of these exercises and I can discuss some of this stuff. But they ask a question that's related to the Law of One. And they say, my own view is that our planet is a conscious being, and that the planet and humanity is moving from third density into fourth to fifth in the coming years. My understanding is that we have entered the fourth density at the present time. According to the raw material, not all of humanity will move into the fifth density, but we will remain in a third density Earth out of choice and due to their emphasis on service to self versus service to others. How do you view this? So they asked James, the dude that's supposed to be the multi-dimensional dude, and he says, Earth has a consciousness, is indefinable. The moment you bring in a description of Earth's consciousness, you define it. And the moment you define it, you frame it in separation. And the moment you separate it into elements, you deceive its true essence. Earth is a host consciousness, and this is its essence, even that creates separation and therefore a degree of deception. Yes, the densities are shifting, but these are artifacts of the human mind system. Even the belief that the near infinite dimensions of the astral and mental planes are real is a comparison to the physical plane. I would suggest to you that what is in the purview of the human instrument, which includes the physical, emotional, astral, and mental densities or dimensions, are all caught up in the human mind system and suppression framework. It is not of the sovereign integral, and it is therefore impermanent, existing in polarity, separation, and deception. In other words, it is a creation designed to conceal what you truly are. The earth is not shifting to a new dimension, according to James, in order to raise its consciousness and ascend to a higher state, nor are the fortunate few going to be swept along because they did something better than others, and therefore they are the chosen. We as a human family are being prepared to live as sovereign integrals upon the earth. Will this happen in 2012? No. This was written before 2012 when there was a lot of discussion about that. 2012 will feel like any other year for most people. There's no year or specific time that will define the era of transparency and expansion. The rise of the sovereign integral is happening quietly in the most unexpected places. People are beginning to see that what has been encoded within their human instrument is a system of control, deception, and manipulation, and at some deeper level, they glimpse a new clarity. As fleeting as it might be, they perceive themselves to be more than a system of feelings and thoughts packaged inside a body. This is what is to come. People awakening from a virtual reality inside a virtual reality. Earth is part of this new transparency. Nature has already donned this new apparel and wears it proudly. But humans have not noticed, for our programs lack the perception. It will be in part through nature that human family will be awakened, and Earth is preparing for this eventuality. When it occurs, it is not because Earth is vengeful or God working through Earth is delivering his wrath. It is Earth nature expressing its new transparency and expansion in its own way. Considering the following story, advanced humans living on an interdimensional level were cleverly induced to embody human instruments designed by a foreign intelligence, the Anunnaki. As this workforce was developed, the physically embodied humans became utterly accepting of their limitation because it was a systematic in suppressing the sovereign integral consciousness, the infinite and eternal life force that powered their human vessels. Early on, human bloodlines intermixed with their designers, and the human evolutionary pathway into diversity was accelerated. Part of this diversity was contained within the elite societies that helped to formulate the separation of human family in the money power grid. The designer gods, the Anunnaki, were ultimately satisfied with their mining operations and left Earth and the human creation behind. The human genome was adaptive within the matrix of the human mind system and evolved into the present day human family we have in the early 21st century. So now we have a race of beings that are trapped inside a suppression framework, unknowing of their condition, worshiping gods that do not exist, believing in heavens and hells that are part of the human mind landscape, praying to masters and saviors to absolve their sins and moral apathy, and continuing to fear death and non-existence as if they were absolutely unaware of their true nature. Let's say that you are the true God, first source. What would you do to awaken people to their true nature? What process would you use to shift the human family to a perspective of realization that what they had believed in was deception and the suppression of their true natures, knowing that the components of the suppression framework would not be removed overnight, or the individual would likely go crazy, worse yet perish? What would you do? First Source has limited moves on the chessboard because humanity is sealed inside a prison where the guards and warden of the prison control the money system and hold and distribute the power among themselves. See, these references to the money system is where I start to lose some respect for the methodology. It's interesting to me that we may be trapped in some kind of system, and it may not have had ultimate perfect intent and purposes at some point in time. We all assume that we were made perfect and everything's working perfectly, but maybe there's more to it, and we are overcoming some limitations that were given to us. The interdimensional beings like ascended masters and angels are also imprisoned through their freedoms seem near infinite when compared to human inmates. There are a handful of humans who have removed the human mind system and its assorted systems of separation and broken out of the prison, but these are an infinitesimally small percentage. And generally their writings, stories, and techniques are received as crazy talk by their fellow inmates. And even if a handful of humans escape the prison sends its guards to recapture them or discredit them in such a way as to render their deeds as supernatural or worse yet, demonic. The real problem in this story is that humans within the prison do not see the prison as a prison or the guards as guards. They are oblivious to the imprisonment. Thus, they are not trying to escape from the prison. Rather, if they are seeking to escape from anything, it is from boredom, anxiety, poverty, pain, bad relationships, illness, depression, and hopelessness. The suppression of their identity as sovereign integral that lives in eternal unconditional oneness, equality, and truthfulness is not even a consideration in their search. Earth, consisting of the animal, plant, and mineral kingdoms, as well as elements of air, water, and fire, combined with nature as defined by the cosmos, is the queen on the chessboard that First Source can use. These are the strategic instruments through which specific walls the prison will be destroyed, and individuals who are properly prepared can reclaim their identities as sovereign integrals and establish a new transparency and expansion within their wholeness. So, of course, what I've done is gone and looked at how do we become the sovereign integral? And the reclamation of the sovereign integral, according to him, is anything less than unconditional oneness, equality, and truthfulness in the expression of every moment that you will hit many walls within the prison, and each time you do, you will be required to start over. Thus, the initial point of self-realization must be aligned to the realization itself. This is due to the mathematical equations that guide the process, which, what does that mean? I'm not sure. So it's an interesting description of what's happening. And so they also ask, please address how people can best prepare for the coming changes, regardless of where they are on the spectrum of awareness. And our view is that although there are preparations that can be made in the physical reality, a safe place is only a reflection of the consciousness of those who've gathered there. And no one location may be necessarily be better than anywhere else. James says this is a complex question to answer because it truly depends on the individual. It is the breath that connects us to our point of origin. And when I use that term, I don't mean birth. In the physical life, this life or any other, I am referring to the sovereign integral state of consciousness that is our pure state of being. Breath is the way in which the human instrument connects to this origin point anywhere in space-time. Breath is the portal between the physical dimension and the quantum or interdimensional domains. But it is not the normal autonomic breathing. Rather, it is the very specific breathing pattern that we call the quantum pause. The quantum pause is a simple 4-stage process beginning with an in-breath of anywhere between 3 to 6 counts. Depending on your lung capacity, posture, and degree of privacy, after you've gathered in your breath, breathing through your nose, you hold it for an equal count and then exhale through your mouth again for the same count. So that's similar to what we do with the heart coherence meditation as advised by Dr. Dawson Church, the breathing in at 6, breathing out at 6 for an equal count with a pause. The breath pattern is described below using an example of a 4 count. The key is to maintain symmetry in each of the 4 segments of the process. Breathe in, hold, breathe out, hold, and keep that symmetrical. So that is a very similar explanation to meditation. 1 cycle is described above. Is recommended to do 3 to 4 cycles in a row. This normal breathing period is called the consolidation period. Keep your eyes closed throughout the process and sit with your back straight in a comfortable position, both feet on the ground. When you begin your consolidation period, it is time for you to bring focus and all of your attention to those things that bubble to the surface of your consciousness, knowing that these arise for a reason. This is an excellent time to apply the 6 heart virtues: appreciation, compassion, forgiveness, humility, valor, and understanding. One of the things they talk about is the way that because of the matrix nature of the universe, they discuss that everything is reflected back to us. So the whole mirror idea of the mirror universe as discussed in reality transurfing applies here. And the other thing they talk about is awakening the energetic heart and aligning the heart and mind, which is discussed in transurfing. So there is some interesting discussion, that there's some interesting synchronicities. They ask him about ascension. Please address the subject of ascension from your point of view. What exactly is ascension? And he says, to understand ascension, it is necessary to understand its origins. The concept of ascension arose out of division and disconnection. Religion conceived the source of, or God was outside the self, living in some remote dimension of space, fully separated from the human condition. Human beings were not worthy of God, but religion, in its self-enlightened state, gave humans the concept of faith. By having faith, God will come down and save you from the human condition, provided, of course, that you have faith and apply his commandments. Ascension came along not so much from religion, but rather spiritual mystic sources, and posited that humans did not need to be passive in the application of faith. Rather, they could ascend to the source. In other words, instead of waiting for God to come to you, you could go to God. Humans, under the proper tutelage of masters, could learn how to ascend and attain godhood and become the master of their own, serving God in his universe as an emissary of light. Thus, ascension is not an aspect of the sovereign integral state, as written in, as we've discussed before. It's a manipulation. If you're ascending to the sovereign integral, realization of the sovereign integral is realization of one's true self as present in everyone else. You see, the condition, we've already ascended, is what he's saying. We've already ascended. We're just realizing our ascension. There's so much more that I could go on, but that's a pretty good place for us to stop. I wanted to give you this information to summarize it, because there's nowhere on the internet where like you can go, oh, there's a Wikipedia page, or when you go to the website, it doesn't explain it. And when you go to these long interviews that are on YouTube, they don't explain it. So I wanted to give you like a quick summary from a couple of the interviews, but there are some just lots more information that you can get by exploring this stuff. And if this interests you, I recommend that. The book Living from the Heart talks about the 6 heart virtues, which I just mentioned. It has a pretty cool practice called when, which, how practice. And it's a way of applying the heart virtues if you read the book. And pretty good book. This book doesn't even mention some of the mythology, and you might actually find something from this book if you're interested in lining up your heart and mind, which is something I talk about a lot. And so I really found that book to be the best of the ones that I read. And Living from the Heart, you can get a free PDF, I believe, on eventtemples.com. They have a free download for it. And it has a section on the heart, mind, intention that is pretty good. And I wanted to read a little bit from that section. Part of this practice intersects with what some might refer to as the law of attraction, power of thought, or the imprint of intention. These concepts relate to how the focused thoughts of the mind, coupled with the expectation of belief, can influence our reality, our experience of reality. There is some truth in these concepts, but they are not the drivers of reality. Reality is a much more complex thing than being a result of intentional focus or mental visualization or prayer. So that what they're explaining is a little bit similar to reality transurfing as we get further. Part of reality is a result of your individual blueprint. Part of your experience relates to your higher self setting up experiences for you. Part is a consequence of your past actions. Part of it is a reflection of your thoughts and emotions and their energetic attraction. And part is the desire of your higher self to experience new energy fields. Only one of these elements is influenced by the intention or the law of attraction. And certainly the fundamental blueprint of the designing force, as co-created by your higher self and first source, is not subject to the intentions or prayerful petitions of your ego personality, no matter how eloquently or heartfelt. So your ego and your mind are not going to attract anything. It is a fallacy to believe that the entire matrix of reality conforms to the law of attraction, or that the mind can direct matter with precision and consistency. Nonetheless, there are pockets of reality where your intentions or power of thought belief can be influential, and reality will accommodate your thought belief, sometimes with remarkable precision. The when, which, how practice, which is one such place or pocket that you can carve out from reality's matrix and influence with your heart, mind, intention. Indeed, this is the part of the broader practice. So the idea with when, which, how is using those 6 heart principles, and maybe I'll create a meditation around this. We'll see where I can go with it, and I'll explore and experiment with it. But the concept is when heart, mind align, that you can begin to influence reality. The heart, mind, intention imprints subtle energies within the environment which filter through the personality's inner layers or quantum levels and imprint at the speed of light upon the higher self. This imprinting is strongest when in the individual, however, it is also seeps into the greater environment and even those with whom the environment is shared. The environment in this definition is not the physical space, but rather the emotional ecology at the quantum level that connects people independent of time-space considerations. This specific type of emotional ecology is generated from the heart-mind operating in synchrony and alignment, focused on a very specific attention to operate within the when, which, how practice. It can extend to unimaginable distances and times because it operates in non-time and non-space. The heart's domain encompasses this ecology and can emit subtle impressions to anyone connected to this ecology. In this case, distance is a trivial factor. The heart, mind, intention operates similar to how it's depicted in reality transurfing, the way that they discuss it there. And the idea that there are imprints that can be created is what they're adding a little bit to. So you could quite literally say that you are creating reality at your most efficient rate when your heart and mind are aligned. We're still co-creating reality. There's pendulums and outside forces and other people are creating reality. Even though we're all tied together through First Source as one of the keys to manifesting and creating, according to this mythology or model, as we can call it, is the heart and mind. Now, it says some of you will find impediments to manifestation, independent of your presumed actions, thoughts, and words. And to some extent, this is true. The higher blueprints of First Source and your higher self overshadow the manifestations of your ego personality. There's also the burn-off of centuries-old energetics, which have accumulated and act as buffers to manifestation. Just know that if you find resistance to your dreams, hopes, and prayers, it is not always a result of your behaviors or the law of attraction being unresponsive to your skills. There is a tremendous accumulation of the third dimensional energetics, and these constrain the higher energetics born in your higher practices. But these are the very conditions or catalysts that transform or burn off the old energetics and create the shift into higher dimensions of being. This is all part of the reason for your incarnation, to transform the accumulation of third dimensional grids of energy into higher dimensional grids that can shift these energetics and move the planet and its visitors to its next incarnation within the higher octave of new energies, discoveries, and supernal destiny that supports the grand portal. That is a little taste of the flavor of some of the stuff that's discussed with wing makers. I hope that maybe this strikes a chord. Maybe you found this information interesting. At a minimum, if somebody comes upon this video, it'll be a summary of the information with wing makers. My belief is a lot of this stuff is false. Some of it was created as a mythology by screenwriters, but whoever it created it was a pretty damn good writer, and they did have some spiritual insights that were integrated into this that were pretty powerful and strong. There may be, and there is this feeling, there is that we are in a prison of some kind in this human body and in our system of death. Is it true or not? It's been reflected in many different writings, particularly in Hindu and Buddhist writings about reincarnation. But all we can do is continue to explore this, and our exploration of this will move us closer to what they call the sovereign integer, whatever that means. But I hope that gave you some bit of understanding. I don't think I'm going to do too many more episodes. I might maybe flower some meditations with some of this information. But if you guys want me to explore this further, there are several more books and there's many more interviews, and I can happily do that if people find this information appealing. But I primarily was inspired by Claire, and I want to thank her when I on the Facebook group, when I asked for people to give me topics to talk about, she had mentioned this, and I'm always interested in new stuff. So if you want me to discuss or to analyze or go into detail about a particular subject, maybe you should join the Facebook group, The Reality Revolution, where we discuss all kinds of topics. There's very few rules, and I want to get information from you, and I can get feedback. And if you participate with me, the more information you bring in, the more I can share, and it's all a group project in many ways. We are a part of a reality revolution, and we need information, and you are a part of this just as much as I am. If you want to see any episodes of The Reality Revolution, all episodes are available at therealityrevolution.com for coaching on meditation or anything else like that. You can find me at advancedsuccessinstitute.com. It is always a pleasure to share really interesting and fascinating concepts such as these. And welcome to the Reality Revolution.
Greetings, all of you beautiful souls. This is Umi, and today I am covering a video on the introduction to gematria. I will be specifically looking at three numbers. If you are not familiar with gematria, it is the application of numbers to letters. It's actually quite simple. This is an introduction, so if you are far advanced in the study of gematria and vortexes and the Fibonacci sequences, and that won't be covered here, so you won't be wowed in this video. But I will say, if you're new to this, you're not familiar with gematria, you're not familiar with particularly English gematria and how words have this very synchronistic and mystical element that, you know, to the average person or the unawakened soul, you really wouldn't pay attention to it. But if you are waking up, you may have been experiencing a lot of synchronicities and different synchronicities associated with numbers in particular, as they're dubbed angel numbers. So I wanted to look at three numbers today and share a few words in gematria just so you can kind of see how it works. I did have a YouTube channel about maybe 6 or 7 years ago where I talked a lot about gematria and a little numerology. And I took my channel down for a little while and just gave things a rest because we do live in the information age and you can easily get inundated with just information. So this isn't merely information. When we get into metaphysics and gematria and synchronicities and things like that, esoteric studies, it's something that you kind of have to let sink in a little bit. So I say that because it's easy to just take some knowledge and then, run away with it and kind of miss exactly the practical application of it. And you can miss the true value in your spiritual development and how it's supposed to further your enlightenment. So the three numbers that we are going to look at today are 3, 6, and 9. Before we get into the numbers, I'm just going to, oops, no, my battery's low. Sorry about the glare on the board. Three, 6, and 9. But in the alphabet, the English alphabet, each letter has a number value. So A would be 1, B would be 2, C would be 3, D would be 4, and so on. So if you have pen and paper, I would strongly suggest you write it down. I'm not sure if my board or camera is flipped. It looks backwards from what I'm looking at. So if you have a piece of paper, you can write it down yourself so it doesn't look weird. And write out the full alphabet. So if we were to take a word, let's just say a 3-letter word to keep things simple, such as cat. C would be 3, A would be 1, and T would be 20. It's the 20th letter of the alphabet. But we can simplify it and just say 2. 2 plus 0 is 2. So cat would equal 3, 4, 5, 6. Cat, the word cat, there's nothing significant about it the reason I used it, but simply to show you how the gematria works with the English language. The word cat equals 6. We could have also said, if we left T at 20, that cat equals 20 plus 3 plus 1 equals 24. Sorry. Oh, there goes my marker. We could have simply said that cat equals 24, and then it reduces. 2 plus 4 equals 6. So the 24 becomes 6, if this makes sense. 20 plus 3 plus 1 was 24. 2 plus 4 equals 6. So in gematria, numbers will reduce, so you get one single number, unless it's a master number, 11, 22, 33. I consider any double-digit number a master number. I know everyone does not. Numerology enthusiasts will say it's just 11, 22, 33. Some will say it's 11, 22, 33, 44. Any double-digit number, in my opinion, up to 99 is considered a master number because you have words like ascension and rapture, which equal 99. So ascension and the Christian or biblical reference of the rapture, these two words are similar in their meaning. Both have the same numeric value. So in essence, 99 is a master number where we wouldn't reduce that. Certainly you could, but we're looking at the significance of a number when it's doubled and calling it a master number, meaning the original value of the number is now magnified or amplified in some way. So 3, 6, and 9. 3 is associated with a coil. And I'm actually talking about a coil in the sense of a spiral or a coil. So you could see the number 3 here. And the number 3 in its association with the coil, if you think of currency or energy or electricity, it flows. So 3 in its representation of creativity, manifestation, feminine energy. 3 is associated with the coil in the sense that energy can flow up or down. When we're talking about the value of the number 3, we're not looking at it in terms of mathematics. It's not just as simple as mathematics. We're now looking at the symbolism of the number. So 3 is associated with a coil. It could be associated with a cycle or a spiral or continuum. So if you look at numerology, the study of numbers, just simply try to avoid your fixation on numerology as being, like a worship. It's a study. It's not something that you should worship in the sense, the way some people can place astrology as being so valuable to their daily lives. That forecast, that horoscope, they have to depend on it to just navigate through their day, through their month, through the year, that you lose sight of the need to transcend what the symbolism and the esoteric representation of these things mean. So with numerology, it's just a study, but it's intended to give you certain insights about the unseen, the spiritual journey, the soul journey. This isn't talked about in religious organizations because it was hidden. It was hidden knowledge, and people began to sink into a state of darkness as they lost sight of who and what they are. So numerology is a study. It allows you to peer more into the self, more into your essence, more into who you are as a being. So if 3 is associated with the spiral, and people go through life in cycles, they repeat the same patterns of behavior, the same relationships, the same eating patterns and habits until they die. They fail to realize the significance of this spiral, that you can either spiral up or you can spiral down, or you can simply stay in a stagnant state or a cycle where you're just continuing the same patterns of behavior, and you can even continue it generation after generation after generation of the same ideologies, the same dogmas, the same belief about who you are and what you are. So you can certainly take any race of people and see where that pattern of behavior has been a continuous cycle for these people. And there are people incarnating, children incarnating on the planet, who are intended to shift that cycle, to break free from that cycle. And this is where we get into the 6 and the 9. So remember that these numbers are symbolic. This is an introduction to gematria, and we'll talk more about words, but we first have to look at the symbolism of these numbers. So 6 is associated with the spiral down.
Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is.
So fast.
Spiral down. Very simple. It's a symbol. If you associate this vortex with your consciousness, with your soul, if you will, I know this could be a bit complex of a idea or philosophy, but if you look at it, people can go in a state of decline in terms of their spiritual development, where they can become spiritually empty, depleted, ignorant. So that enlightenment that is talked about by the prophets, Jesus himself in scripture would go on to say, these things I do, you can do also. But people's level of consciousness and understanding of these things was so low that we as a collective didn't believe or don't believe we have the power to do certain things. 6 is also associated with manifestation, which is to bring something into existence. So if 9 is associated with the elevation, enlightenment, ascension, rapture, or higher plane of existence and plane of reality, an elevated awareness of reality, the 9, then what goes on in this plane, the elevated plane, we associate it with an ascendant state of thought, an ascended state of existence. And our idea plane, the mental plane, the unseen, because remember, 6 being associated with to manifest means to bring something into physicality, into tangible, real existence where we can see it, touch it, know it, experience it. And that is what many people's life is centered in, is what can I manifest? What can I have? What can I gain? I want to live my best life. I want to manifest this, and this, and this. We just want things in this reality because we live in the 3rd dimension, which is associated with the cycle. Only thing we know in this cycle is what we can manifest and how we can establish ourselves in this reality based on what we manifest. So manifestation in and of itself is not a negative thing. However, our fixation has been on what we can manifest. So our consciousness has gone from an enlightened state of insight and higher spiritual wisdom to a fallen state of simply desires, low magic. What can I manifest? What can I have? So we've developed a fixation on money and different material things. That is not a bad thing to want money, to want security. I'm a Taurus. I have a Capricorn rising sign. Security is very important to me, just so I can feel sane. I can feel safe. I can feel okay. So part of my nature has been to transcend or to balance that desire to manifest things. Like, I don't feel safe unless I have this or I have that, and I have to transcend that belief that I need to simply have the physical manifestations to feel valuable, even as a person, a human, a woman. So this is and notice that yin yang, notice this balance here. Notice that your consciousness is going to be in a constant state of this manifestation versus elevation in consciousness. And you're going to almost be torn between that. And I just stumbled on a gentleman's channel where I'm listening to his frustration about money and, how we don't really need money. We don't really need these certain things. And people shouldn't be charging for certain knowledge, which I do agree with. I think in this time right now, we need to be freely dispensing knowledge and insights from spirit if that's something you're gifted with. However, I do feel there has to be a balance in the material world and our spiritual existence, our spiritual nature, essence. So the 9 being to elevate is intended to shift our reality from this low level of this is all there is to a much grander and more expansive sense of self and our relationship with the God within. Everyone claims in their religious practices to believe in God, but it's always some ethereal, out of body, distant entity that people crave a relationship with and pray to, but don't realize that is within the self, within the being, within the spirit of a person. So in order to elevate to that relationship, kingdom, spiritual union with the God within, we have to elevate in consciousness. So this awakening that's been going on since 2011, 2012, around this time where people are starting to have these experiences and starting to see beyond the veil, and they're searching and seeking and on a quest for knowledge, is very much associated with this elevation in consciousness. It's a slow climb, as you can imagine. We'll talk in future videos about that ladder, that climb from our lower plane of existence to our higher self, higher state of being. So there's certain terminology that you may or may not resonate with or be familiar with, such as higher self. This is just you risen from the dead, risen from a level of just the 3rd dimensional earthly existence where you pray, eat, sleep, and you die. This is taking your consciousness beyond that veil of the 3rd dimensional reality into a more expansive, all-encompassing, very much a loving state of being where you're free from the things that plague the unawakened soul. You're free from that fear. You're free from financial uncertainty. You're free from the fear of death. You don't see death as being even a limitation. You don't even see it necessarily as an enemy. It's something you've already defeated once you've reached a certain level of higher awareness. So the 3, if it represents the spiral, the coil, the cycle, where are you in your elevation? Where are you in this current where you're flowing around and you're going up, and then some days you're spiraling down, and then other days you're flowing up? Where are you in this? And how do you consciously maneuver that energy? So if you take, for example, the Christ or Yeshua or Jesus, however you refer to the prophet, this man, this being, ascended master, his incarnation or coming down to earth, manifesting from the spirit into the physical flesh, into a living soul. His manifestation onto the planet is associated with the 6. This is when energy can come down. So that's why I said 6 is not always a negative thing, and something we need to fear in terms of the fall or bringing something down into the material plane. But it's all about intention. It's all about why we're manifesting, what we're manifesting, what is our motive behind the things that we manifest. Is it simply selfish-based desires, or does it have a greater purpose? So if there's an wisdom or insight I have, it serves no purpose if I keep it in the mental plane and I just think about it all the time, and I leave it in this space where others cannot appreciate it or gain any sort of value from it. So I'm withholding something that spirit has given me when I keep it in my mental and I don't share it. So when I manifest it into a video, into a spoken word, into writing, into an article, into a whatever, this is me utilizing the 6 energy. This is me also utilizing the power of 3 in its association with energy, creativity, currency. The same as when I'm able to lift up others or to carry things from the physical into the spiritual. How can we take something as simple as a conversation between 2 people, which is a actual act that we can witness and listen to and hear? How can we take this conversation to a higher level spiritually, where you can lift a person's spirit? You've all heard that expression too. I'm sorry if I'm looking, I don't know where the camera is. If you are talking to someone and you're able to lift their spirit through your conversation, through your energy, through your vibes, through your love, you're able to lift that person up. This is associated with this 9 energy, 9 ether, expansion. You're sharing something. Your light is expanding. So remember, if you are listening to this video, if you're taking an interest in metaphysics, if you're taking an interest in your awakening, then you're going to be challenged by expanding what you know and what feels true to you. And that challenge is all about getting outside of your comfort zone. And we'll talk more about that in future videos of how you're obligated to a certain extent to spread your light, because that is the basis of light. So if 9 is associated with light and wisdom and elevation, 6 would be associated with knowledge. This is bringing something down, because knowledge is not needed in the higher planes. There's already a knowing. There's already a being. You don't need to, we don't have any knowledge that we can give to the higher planes. There's nothing I can add to the higher planes in terms of knowledge. So knowledge is the 6. It's what is brought down. And this is why you have to be careful about what knowledge you invite in and what you choose to listen to, because not all knowledge is good, useful. Not all knowledge represents light, which is to allow a person to see or experience outside of that limited realm of ignorance. I'll put it that way. I'm trying to be so tactful with my words. So knowledge. Light, wisdom, elevation, and wisdom cannot be negative just by the nature of what wisdom is and what it is to do and give to a person. It can't bring you down. No one can give you wisdom that's going to bring you down. Someone can give you some knowledge that can lead you in the wrong direction, that can lead you down a dark path, because knowledge is just, it could be anything. You understand? Knowledge can be very dark. Knowledge can be empowering. Knowledge can be anything. It can be brought down, such as, let's say, for example, weaponry. You know, I can give someone knowledge about how to make weapons and what tactics to use to execute and to use these weapons in this way and that way. And not everyone has this. You know, this is something that's exclusive. So that knowledge can definitely be detrimental if it's coming from a spirit or an energy or an entity, if you will, that has negative intentions. And I didn't mean to veer off with that, but it's just the truth. So wisdom it's a safeguard. It allows you to see beyond the veil of your everyday experience. That's why everyone doesn't have the knowledge that many of our elders have. If you have an elder, senior parent, elder, grandparent, auntie, teacher, whoever that you have had the opportunity to sit and talk with, they can give you some very valuable nuggets that you appreciate. And you're like, oh yeah, Mr. So-and-so told me this, that person told me that, because they can see the bigger picture in certain aspects of life that you haven't quite sprouted yet. You haven't come from underneath the soil and into the light of day as a young person or as a young adult in certain areas of your life. So I'm going to stop the video there. This again was just an introduction, and we were looking at these three numbers. It gets very, very, very in depth, obviously. But I hope that you guys found this information useful. If there is anything you'd like to share, add to that, please comment. If you have insights regarding gematria, this is English gematria. So if you know Arabic and Hebrew and more complex levels of gematria in other languages, I won't be covering that for quite a while, because for most of us, this is the language we speak. So we have to keep, I'm keeping the information simplified for that purpose. So yeah, thank you guys. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. And until next time, peace.
Our planet has come under a period of ignorance, dumbness, and lowered vibration, and that time is now to move. It is past. There is no reason for ignorance, dumbness, or lowered vibration if you want, and if you happen to be of the sons of the God and you don't respond to it, you will soon be dead. Now, isn't that a big threat? I'm not making the threat. I'm interpreting new and future knowledge. As a metaphysician is supposed to, you have to find out whether you can agree with it or not. There is no truth until you decide what truth is, and each person should find that truth out for his or herself. Human, by which if you look in the encyclopedias and dictionary, it says we're all human beings. That's a lie. We are not all human beings. Human is animal man. Hu was a god Hu, which ruled the lower plains, again, under the old teaching of the ancient Sudanese and Nubian people, and later on the so-called Egyptian people, which was a mixed race. You're going to find out just how mixed in a minute. Human did not come from God, or what we call the Creator, but from lords, or which we now call the Lord God, and animals. They were a creation by scientists who we now refer to as Lord gods. And they made human by engrafting and changing the animal life at different times as they found it on this planet and from other planets, and dropped them off here. God-man, this is the key, and the ones that had the key to the Sphinx and the pyramid, were from the sons of gods, or which we now refer to as the angels. And they were a cross between mankind and the sons of gods, or the angels. Understand this, in fundamentalist teachings, angels are those spirits who represent the Most High and who fly around with wings and live, whether it's in Herod or some of the lower heavens, and do the biddings of God himself. That is a fundamentalist interpretation. I do not decry a religion. I do not argue religion. I say that is only one interpretation of an angel. The other is those who mastered the angles, those who could bend light rays, those who understood the 4 pillars of the sacred sign of the swastika, which was not called the swastika, but a whole different name. It mastered those who understood the 4 rays of consciousness necessary to exist on the 4th dimension, which Earth was supposed to have been into millions of years ago, but got held back by humans. Now, as humans who are going to begin to die out, and the sons of God must come to the fore, so the angels can return, that awakened person is the one that will now go through changes like you have not seen, as he attempts to throw off the dross, the animal, and come into his own consciousness. Mankind came from the lords of different planets and was soulless and could not reproduce. I repeat the 3. Human, animal man, made from animal species both on this planet and other planets. God-man, the sons of God, and also sometimes interpreting with mankind, a made person again by Lord gods on other planets. And mankind again by strictly the lords of other planets in this one. Obviously, you can begin to see what I'm inferring. This has nothing to do with the creator, the prime causation, the cosmic universal logoi. This has to do with people who evolve up the ladder, and because of their knowledge of genetics, their knowledge of geography, their knowledge of astrology, their knowledge of astrophysics, when they come to a planet, you treat them like gods. All of the series that you see now, Babylon 5, Deep Space Nine, and all the rest of it, are trying to show you what really may exist in this system and in other systems to let you come into what is now called the planetary brotherhood. To awaken from the idea that you are a lone important species, you are not. But now the Earth is becoming an important place, as we will find out for numbers of reasons over this weekend. As we get deeper even tomorrow than we're going to go tonight. This is to awaken those who are not soulless, but have deep spiritual souls. One of the things that black people have found consistently is that in the face of adversity, they sing. In the face of adversity, they can laugh. In the face of adversity, they come together as a unit. And one thing seems to bother them. They know that they're supposed to worship something. They know that they're supposed to be spiritual entities, but they're not finding the results sometimes strong enough. They have found that in following religions fervently enough, really getting on fire with it, miracles do happen. But down deep, they're not satisfied because they still feel there ought to be a shortcut, and they know that something's there, but it's just not quite right, and daggone it, it frustrates me no end. How many of you actually felt like that? Don't lie, if you haven't, you haven't. Most of you do. That's why the churches now, the people are going to the strongest word, the best choir, and the best place where they can also make money and meet good mates, and they're falling away from the little churches that just can't make it anymore. Fundamentalism is separating from the advanced spiritual person. Again, I say this, and don't say I came here and talked about the churches and put them down. I'm not. Let each person go to any church they choose. It is their choosing. They will be responsible for their own souls if they have one. I'm saying that there's a difference between a spiritual person and a religious person. A spiritual person does not need a church, for the home and temple of God that they find their souls in is the church, and how they keep it clean and how they keep it out of ignorance and what they do with it shows their manifestation of the God light. For the other, they need a religious fervor and constantly reminded, because they do not have quite the soul that is risen to the point where they can again manifest the Creator within them. So they constantly have to remind themselves as the herd come together to give themselves the strength to carry on. That is changing. That's why you're going to find the church being attacked like never before, and leaders in false churches falling like never before, and that's why the Falwells and all the rest of it, and you find them like little animals attacking each other, each one pulling each other down, and the congregation suffering from it. Because man must learn he does not have to go to a church, he is the church. The temple of the living God is not just a folklore or a little thing that is said. The skull that you have, when properly understood, is a temple. It is so full of potential power and glandular interest there that the best way that the ancients could show it was to build a pyramid and say that that is the skull of man, and then show him the difference between the Sphinx and the others that walk the life. Why is it you think that when Napoleon and the Grenadiers came out onto the Giza Plateau and they saw the Sphinx looking negroid in all of its glory, they went crazy and blew the nose off by sending 19 shot rounds into the nose, and then coming back and climbing it and pickaxing at the nose, and now they act like they don't know what the Sphinx used to look like. Why they don't, I don't know. They drew pictures of it, and they saw what it looked like. It was a negroid-looking person looking outward, eastward. And it showed again that in front of this big pyramid, they put this skull and this animal. 3 of the secrets of this pyramid, and there's 7 secrets of the pyramid. 3 of them is that the head of the man on the Sphinx and the body of the animal simply shows that, if you notice, there's wings on the Sphinx, there's scales on the Sphinx, there was a tail on the Sphinx, there were claws and hooves. It showed that everything that moved, crawled, or flew on earth was subjugated or was dominated by the chief creature of earth, the Son of God, the man's head. But everything on that man's body of the Sphinx needs those other things to survive, until which time its consciousness rises enough and can outgrow them. It can eat fish. It can eat anything that moves and crawls, snails and everything else. It can breathe in air and live very well on that air if you would. I appreciate that very much. And live on that air if you would. It can do more things by adapting under different vibrations. It can consume everything on earth and live on it, even to the herbs and the berries, if it goes up that far.
And respected Saturday as the Sabbath. The Judeo-Christians differed from traditional Jews only on one belief, that Jesus was the Messiah. His job as Messiah was to liberate Jerusalem from the Romans and bring world peace. I traveled from Jerusalem to where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found in Qumran, a dry plateau about a mile inland from the shore of the Dead Sea. I met with Professor Robert Eisen, who told me that Qumran supported various communities starting some 2,100 years ago. But scholars are loath to identify Judeo-Christians with the Dead Sea Scrolls found in the caves here around Qumran.
And then what do the scholars do? They come along and tell us, oh, people like Eisenman don't know what they're talking about. Oh, there's nothing there, nothing interesting, nothing to do with Christianity. This is a much earlier group. You can go to sleep, folks, and forget about it. Then we came along and said, no, folks, wake up. This is not just an earlier group. This is a contemporary group. In fact, this is an Aboriginal Christian group here.
Eisenman says that James, the brother of Jesus, ran things for the Judeo-Christians here at Qumran. His theory is one that many scholars can't swallow. Nonetheless, he says he can uncover an early Christianity that has been hiding in plain sight. How can he do it? It's complex, but it goes something like this. 1. Re-examine the ancient texts. 2. Compare in detail the texts with the Christian Bible. And 3. Identify an archaeological landmark. By building a detailed comparison of ancient texts with the Christian Bible, Eisenman says he can draw a treasure map and identify a landmark that physically places James at Qumran 2,000 years ago. And that may change the way we look at Christianity. His method starts with a new examination of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
We're looking across into the most important cave found, Cave 4. That is the library cave. There were literally tens of thousands of fragments found in that cave, just piled up in a huge, unruly manner.
The famous Dead Sea Scroll.
Absolutely. We live in miraculous times. Out of nowhere comes this beautiful material that tells us all about this movement.
In the Dead Sea Scrolls, Eisenman says he's found references to James, the brother of Jesus, also known as James the Just.
And we know that every time in the Qumran materials that you see the word just one or righteous one, the interpretation is the righteous teacher. So there is a leader in the Dead Sea Scrolls called the just one or the righteous one.
Do you believe the teacher of righteousness is James?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because everything in his doctrine, everything that we identify with him, everything that we know about him makes it clear that his thinking is parallel or part of the kind of group we have here. We have one basic messianic movement out here, and this is the center of it.
If Eisenman can place James at the center of it all, he can unveil a form of Christianity that has been lost for 2,000 years. It would mean that the Dead Sea Scrolls contain some of the earliest writings of the Jesus movement.
And we can see them as they were.
Yes, it's all in their literature. They're righteous, they're very imaginative, they're messianic, they don't believe in turning the other cheek, they don't love their enemy. They wish a final apocalyptic judgment on all the people who are destroying Palestine, the Israelites, and all the people around them.
But most scholars call the group that lived at Qumran the Essenes, and the group that followed James the Ebionites. These scholars believe that the Essenes wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls, not James's Ebionites. But Eisenman tells me to look a little closer at the evidence. He believes that many of the Essenes and the Ebionites were one and the same. And that means they were Judeo-Christians.
I don't even know if there's someone else who would say, hey gang, you read about the teacher of righteousness? That's James, the brother of Jesus. That's the Ebionites. You're reading there the original Jesus movement before it's been tampered with.
Before it's been, yes, overwritten.
That's what you believe.
Oh, absolutely.
Eisenman points out that there is a letter in the Dead Sea Scrolls that scholars call MMT. It's a letter that just may be greased by the fingerprints of James. That makes Eisenman pretty excited.
It's a letter, I like to call it a letter on works righteousness.
Was found here?
It's found in Cave 4. And what it is, a letter to a foreign king of some kind that needs tuition in the law of Moses.
They're telling a king how to
keep the law of Moses. There are converts in northern Syria who do need tuition. MMT, to my mind, is a Jamesian letter to one of these rulers, laying out things that are required of them.
Eisenman has compared the MMT letter found at Qumran with a letter attributed to James in Acts 15 of the Christian Bible. And what he's discovered is extraordinary. The letters seem to match.
We know that James's followers in Acts took a letter down to Antioch, which banned fornication, blood, strangled things, meaning carrion, and things sacrificed to idols. It reflects Qumran doctrine almost all the way through it. It's totally consistent with everything you find here in Qumran.
So if you're right, the letter found there called MMT is actually maybe penned by James.
That's the key. That letter actually contained all the things we know that James's letter contained in the book of Acts.
But this is huge. You're telling me that some of the writings that we find here are really the writings of what we would call today, or the world generally, the early church.
The early church in Palestine, not the Pauline one.
No, the actual followers of Jesus.
Yes.
Eisenman is quick to make the distinction between the followers of Jesus and another developing movement that scholars call Pauline Christianity. That's because for the Ebionites, the continuing Jesus movement led by James, the real troubles begin with a man named Paul.
Paul was the enemy of his. Paul persecuted early Christians. He didn't even know who he was. What? Paul's telling us he knows Christ better than James, better than Peter, better than people who have spent their whole life with him, who followed him, who succeeded him, like the Kennedy brothers, would know more about who their brother was than people who were their enemies, who admit to having persecuted Christians in their lifetime.
Eisenman also points out that the writings uncovered here describe a spouter of lies, an enemy of the Dead Sea Scrolls community.
I've planned all this too carefully to have it all blow up my face now.
According to Eisenman, the mysterious spouter of lies is none other than the Apostle Paul. After all, unlike the 12 apostles, Paul never met Jesus.
And I didn't even know him. I never saw him before in my life.
According to Acts, Paul admits that he was a brutal persecutor of the Ebionite Jesus movement until his miraculous conversion to Christianity.
So Paul is the first guy to try to drive a nail into the Ebionites, the James party, the Judeo-Christian.
He pacifies the Messianic movement, whether he did it on purpose, whether he has
an axe to grind,
a super ego.
You don't like him.
How can you like someone like that?
Eisenman's dislike of Paul stems in part from comparing the Christian Bible to an ancient document and believes he has identified strong evidence that Qumran was HQ for the early Jesus movement. By comparing the Clementine recognitions to the Christian Bible, he says he can identify a landmark that physically places James, the brother of Jesus, at Qumran. The recognitions were supposedly penned by the third pope, aptly named Clement. Clement describes a scene in which James flees from Jerusalem, seemingly to Qumran.
You have Clement going to Jerusalem, witnessing this debate on the temple steps, interrupted by this ferocious man who comes in and leads a riot of blood and beating, in which he throws James down the temple steps and leaves him for dead. James is not dead. That night, his followers, and this is recorded, pick him up, take him to a house in Jerusalem. The next day, 5,000 of them flee down to Jericho with James. The enemy, he's not named as such, he's just called the hostile, the enemy man. But in any case, he goes and gets letters from the high priests to pursue these early Christians, as they're called, all the way to Damascus.
Although the Clementine text does not name the hostile enemy, his actions exactly match those of the Apostle Paul, as described in the New Testament. In Acts 9, Paul chases the early Christians down the road to Damascus, but before he can catch them, he has a vision of the resurrected Jesus. It's an experience so powerful that Paul stops his chase and enlists with Christ. The story in Acts exactly matches the tale in the Clementine writings, and so Eisenman says that the unnamed enemy must be Paul.
Paul is chasing the James community.
Right, after the riot in the temple. Paul pursues James on his way to Damascus, comes through Jericho, but he misses them.
Where did they go? Where did they go?
I'm going to tell you where they went.
By matching the recognitions to the Christian Bible, Eisenman has uncovered the story. While James and his followers were on the run from Paul, they made a detour to visit a monumental tomb very close to Jericho. The tomb housed the remains of two brothers, and it had a special characteristic that made it visible for miles around.
The Pseudo-Clementine recognitions say the James community were out of Jericho visiting the tomb or mausoleum of two of the brothers that was considered to miraculously whiten of itself every year.
But this is very white. Look at it.
Yeah, well, I know. But the point was,
Robert Eisenman has uncovered what must have been a magnificent and obvious place of veneration. A massive cemetery oriented towards a promontory of brilliant white earth.
This is spectacular. Look at these graves are undisturbed for 2,000 years. Grave after grave
Yes.
after grave after grave. Look at this.
Now,
And it's all leading up, you're saying, to that.
right, this is an absolutely spectacular promontory here. Most people just thought it was a lookout or something, a natural formation of some kind. Nobody realized that there was something there.
This is incredible.
Now we're getting to the most beautiful motherlode of all. Come here, Simcha, and look back at this incredible presentation in front of you of the whole graveyard, all centered on this point here. Look at this. Here we have the remnants of the burial enclosure or mausoleum. There's your view going south, and up to the north here, you have the way to Jericho.
Jericho's right there, right?
No, it's up there about 10 kilometers. And a structure here would have been seen by what? Everybody from miles around, right?
Heisman's students excavated this mausoleum and uncovered a male skeleton that he believes may be the remains of one of the two brothers that James and his followers were venerating while on the run from Paul. The archaeology substantiates the Clementine writings, and that means a Qumran detour saved James and his JC bunch from certain death and bought them enough time for Paul to find Christ.
This is that burial monument sepulcher that we're standing on it, that it's such a magnificent, clearly monumental place, that's where they were, and that's where they went when Paul missed them, right here.
This is mind-boggling. This is a piece of detective work that I think is incredible.
That's the best I can do.
But this remarkable archaeology points to Qumran as an early Judeo-Christian headquarters, and some of the Dead Sea Scrolls as the earliest church writings ever found. But the community here was not to last. James was stoned to death in 62, an execution ordered by the high priest in Jerusalem, worried about the growing power of his movement. Heisman argues that the death of James may have triggered the first Jewish-Roman war that led to the destruction of Qumran in 68. The JC bunch were in trouble. They'd lost their HQ at Qumran, and Jerusalem was besieged by the Romans. To make matters worse, Paul took their guidebook and cut a few rules that would change the religion forever. It was the launch of Christianity. How did Paul do it? It was a game of nerves between the Sea of Galilee and the ancient town of Migdal, Mary Magdalene's hometown, to talk with Professor Charlesworth about the Apostle Paul and his effects on the early Jesus movement.
I think most historians, as they read the New Testament, realize there's a tremendous tension somehow between Paul's version of what Jesus is all about and James, his brother.
And injected it into Gentile popular culture. And when it came time to assemble the first standard Christian Bible, the Gentiles ignored the Judeo-Christian Gospels.
Not many people today, and even not many scholars, know that the Jewish Christians, the Judeo-Christians, had Gospels, the Gospel of the Ebionites, the Gospel of the Hebrews, Gospel of the Nazarenes, and other Gospels. These are what we call Jewish Christian Gospels. These are lost. Why are they lost? Perhaps the powerful community that became the church did not want them. They didn't put them in the New Testament, and probably they destroyed them.
As the Pauline followers of Christianity were establishing the church, they were writing the Judeo-Christians out of their Bible. They emphasized the supernatural divinity of Jesus and did not accept the Judeo-Christian belief that Jesus was a mortal man, a Messiah, but not a God. And there were pressures coming from the Jewish side as well. Even though the Judeo-Christians honored the complete Torah, including the 613 rules Paul had chucked out.
The female body on a worldwide
All right, now we're in Wikipedia. All right, as you see, it says Tituba was an enslaved woman owned by Samuel Parris of Danvers, Massachusetts. Although her origins are debated, they're debated, right? Research has suggested that she was a South American native. If you actually do research, you'll see that she was actually a South American native and sailed from Barbados to New England with Samuel Parris. Tituba was the first to be accused of practicing witchcraft during the 1692 Salem witch trials. Little is known regarding Tituba's life prior to her enslavement. However, she became a pivotal figure in the witch trials when she confessed to witchcraft, while also making claims that both Sarah Good and Sarah Osborne participated in said witchcraft. She was imprisoned and later released by Samuel Conkling, but little to nothing is known about Tituba's life following her subsequent release. All right, so this is the image that Wikipedia has of Tituba, and it's actually a historical image drawn from some famous sketch they did, I guess, back in those times. I just want you to notice the two feathers on her head, right? The two feathers. She's an American Indian. See how they try to make her look like a witch, right? Says here, early life and accusations against her. Tituba's husband was John Indian. All right, that's we're gonna read. That's false. All right, it might have been her nephew or actually a family member or somebody from her tribe. A Native American man whose origins are unknown, but he may have been from Central America. Tituba as well may have been originally from Central America before Barbados. There are arguments made that Tituba was African American, but this has been contradicted by historians. All right, it's contradicted because there's another truth, including Elaine Bresla, who partially blames Charles Upham, who got false information from Samuel Drake for the confusion. Possibly she was born in Barbados, but regardless, she was a descendant of captives on the island. Her husband went on to become one of the accusers in the witch trial. They appeared documented together in Samuel Parris Church record book. All right, we're in this website, fandom. It says here Salem Wiki. All right, talking about Tituba. This is a depiction right from the show. All right, and just go down here real quick. It says early life. It says originally from the Arawak tribe. Tituba was born and raised in a South American village before she was abducted from her homeland and sold into slavery. All right, so who was being sold into slavery? An American India. Tituba explained how the Europeans invaded her village and murdered most of the men who lived there. So they Europeans, right? Who we talking about? Probably we're talking about either Spaniards or English invading South American Indian village, right? Not an African village, right? And murdering most of the men who lived there, including her father, before the Europeans brought Tituba to the New World. The Puritans forced Tituba to watch as they raped her mother and sisters. Tituba claims that she too would have been raped had she not have been a child. All right, so we're in this website called New England Folklore, a blog, right, site, and it says, how did Tituba become black? Tituba was one of the key figures in the Salem witch trials, a slave owned by Reverend Parris of Salem Village. She was one of the first people accused of being a witch. She was also one of the first people to accuse others of witchcraft while she was on the stand. I think it's well known these days that ethnically, Tituba was an Arawak Indian. All right, so is it well known these days? Is this a true statement? Did you guys know, honestly, that Tituba, or the so-called slave or Negro woman that was accused of being a witch, that basically was forced to admit or that she was a witch and blame others as well for witchcraft, was an Arawak Indian? Did you know that? Is this well known these days? Reverend Parris and his family had lived as plantation owners for many years in the Caribbean, the Arawak homeland. It seems likely that Parrises purchased Tituba and her husband John as slaves while living in Barbados. Although historians know that Tituba was an Indian, pop culture tends to portray her as being of African descent. Pop culture, it's not real. Pop culture tends to portray her as being African descent. It's not real. It's just pop culture. All right, she was an Indian For example, on the TV show Salem, Tituba was played by a black actress and speaks with a Caribbean accent. For many years, I also thought she was black, based on what I had learned when I was a kid. History of Massachusetts blog, all right, or .org, says Tituba, the slave of Salem. Right, says Tituba was a slave who worked for Samuel Parris during the Salem witch trials of 1692. The various documents and books about the Salem witch trials over the years often refer to Tituba as a black or mixed race, but the actual court documents from her trial refer to her as an Indian woman servant. All right, we're not talking about slave, we're talking about an indentured servant. Remember? All right, let's not forget that. We got the past videos already, all right? She was an Indian woman servant. Tituba's early life, it says here. Not much is known about Tituba's life except that she was born in an Arawak village in South America, where she was captured during her childhood and taken to Barbados as a slave. So again, who are these Europeans enslaving or putting into servitude? Not Africans. All right? They're taking whole villages. She's one of them. All right? And they're bringing them to Barbados. All right? This is the 1600s. And they keep telling us that these are Africans arriving in Barbados, these so-called Negroes. Because we know she's so-called black, right? They just said it as black, so-called black. All right? So, again, we're just going to keep repeating things over and over. And you're going to see it's all leading to one truth. Paris or an associate later purchased her in Barbados when she was a teenager and brought her to Boston in 1680. In November of 1689, Samuel Paris moved Tituba and his family to Salem after he was appointed the new minister of Salem Village. All right, now we're about to go into this book. It's called Tituba of Salem Village. All right, check it out. Tituba of Salem Village. See how they draw her right here? All right, this is the cover of the book. Again, Tituba of Salem Village by Anne Petrie. And it begins right here, right in chapter 1 of this book. All right, it says, there was nothing to indicate to the slave Tituba that this morning in November would be unlike other mornings she had known in Bridgetown. The sun was out. The island of Barbados lay like a jewel sparkling in the sea. Its yellow-white coral-encrusted coastline blazed in the brilliant light. Tituba could see part of the shoreline from the windows of Susanna Endicott's kitchen, because the house sat on the edge of Carlisle Bay, just where it made a wide inward curve. Says here, the slave John, Tituba's husband, dodged a hijack. All right, remember, Tituba means auntie, had been fishing, and he was showing her the red snappers he had caught. He had carried them to the kitchen in a big hand-woven basket. The basket was a deep, dark brown, almost as dark as his hands. As dark as his hands. So what is that? He's a Negro, right? All right, remember they said he was also an American Indian. Remember that. John the Indian, right? John the Indian, right? So he has deep, dark brown hands. And the fish, as he took them out of the basket, were silvery by contrast. He had covered the fish with leaves to keep them cool. Good eating, John said, holding one of the big fish up for Tituba's inspection. He was a tall, powerfully built man with broad shoulders. He wore only a pair of white cotton trousers, rolled up to the knees. He was barefooted. He leaned over the basket and then straightened up with a fluid, easy movement that made the muscles on his back ripple on the dark brown skin, He smiled, and his face, which had looked dark and severe in repose, was lightened and brightened by the smile. Tituba took one of the big fish in her hands and laughed. It feels like I was holding a long wiggle, she said, and dropped the fish in the basket. She was short compared to John, but she held herself so erect that she looked taller than she really was. Her magnificent posture was due to the fact that she liked to carry baskets balanced on her head like the market women. Her hair was completely covered by a neatly wound white turban. A turban. She was wearing a pale blue cotton dress. The sleeves were rolled above her elbows, revealing sturdy arms. The skin, a smooth, dark brown. The skin, a smooth, dark brown. Again, Tituba, the American Indian Arawak that was accused of being a witch in the Salem witch trials. Her skin, is a smooth, dark, brown, so-called Negro person, right? She was also barefooted too, it says. All right, so just wanted to show this real quick from this book so you can see who we're talking about. All right, so now we're in this book. It's called Tituba, Reluctant Witch of Salem, Devilish Indians. What? They're calling you devil again. Devilish Indians and Puritan Fantasies by Elaine G. Breslaw. All right, Tituba. Now we're gonna get into part one, right? Real quick, right? It says Barbados, right? Tituba's roots, an Arawak from Guyana, Guinea, Guinea, land of the Negroes, Guyana, my own country, Tituba in Barbados, strange new world, an American Indian on a Barbados plantation. All right. So first of all, I just want to say, if you read this book, if you take the time to go look for it and read it or buy it or whatever, you're gonna see how she actually went into the census records, historical societies in Barbados, in Massachusetts. She did very thorough investigation. All right, you got to read the introduction. You got to read all the sources that she quotes from. All right, this is real history right here. This is real research. This is not suggestions or opinions or theories. She really found out who this person was, and she knows it's an Arawak American Indian. All right, let's go read what she has to say. All right, so real quick in the introduction of the book, it says, as expected, the biographical information about Tituba in the Salem documents is very thin. Nevertheless, some important information can be extracted from these meager sources. It is clearly evident from all references in those written records that Tituba was an American Indian and not African, as later writers have assumed, and that she and her husband John, also an American Indian, were slaves living in the household of the Reverend Samuel Parris. So dodge the hijack with slaves, they were servants. There is no reference anywhere in the 17th century documents to Tituba as an African. Again, my people, all right? Again, Senada, again, Garfield. There is no reference anywhere in the 17th century documents to Tituba as an African or as someone of African background, like the mythology of Tituba as a voodoo priestess. There is no indication in the extant records that either Tituba or her husband had African ancestry. None of her contemporaries saw her as an African or even someone of mixed ancestry. She was never described as black or as Negro. Nowhere in the 17th century records is there so much as a hint that she was of an even partial African descent. Thus, there should be no question of her ancestry. All of her contemporaries, without exception, describe Tituba as an Indian woman or as Paris Indian servant, a servant. All right, so what does contemporaries mean? Meaning people who lived at the same time as her. So the records from those times when she was alive, real records, real historical records, all agree, all say the same thing, that Tituba was an Indian woman, right? And she was actually, unfortunately, Paris' Indian servant. Her husband John's racial ethnic background is just as clearly delineated in those records. He is always identified as Indian John or John Indian, or simply as the Indian man. The gradual metamorphosis of Tituba from an Indian to an African since the 19th century is an unfortunate mistake based on embellishment. Again, Tituba from an Indian to an African since the 19th century is an unfortunate mistake based on embellishment, imagination, and a tinge of racial bias, and has been a convenient way to fill in blanks left by the absence of more substantive information. What is less clear from those 17th century commentaries is where Tituba came from, how and when Paris acquired her, and what kind of intellectual and cultural baggage she brought with her to Massachusetts. The most reasonable theory for Tituba's origins was first put forward by Charles Upham, written in the middle of the 19th century. Tituba and John were spoken of, Upham said, as having come from New Spain, that is, the Spanish West Indies, all right, New Spain, the Spanish West Indies, and the adjacent mainland. They were then sold in Barbados as slaves and subsequently brought to Massachusetts by Samuel Parris. Upham offered no direct evidence, but because a good part of his narrative was based on Samuel Drake's work, he probably made use of Drake's edition of Samuel Fowler's 1866 account of life of Samuel Parris, in which Fowler claimed that Tituba and John were natives of South America called New Spain. Tituba's roots, and Arawak from Guyana. All right, says they are spoken of as having come from New Spain, as it was then called, that is, the Spanish West Indies, and the adjacent mainland of Central and South America. Charles Upham, Salem Witchcraft. Are you hear this? In July of 1674, Captain Peter Roth, lately of Kent in England, set sail from Barbados on his sloop, Sonoy, bound for the northeast coast of South America. His mission was to locate and kidnap American Indians. What was his mission? To locate and kidnap American Indians to sell as slaves in Barbados, and as an incidental part of the trip, to trade with friendly Indians. The vessel, propelled by the easterly trade winds, sailed generally southwest for 300 miles past Trinidad to the Orinoco River Delta on the coast of South America. A starboard turn to a more westerly course brought them up the Orinoco to one of its tributaries, the Amacuda River. Amacuda, America, Amarucan, Amacurang, Amaruca River, their chosen destination. This word, America, is not from Amerigo Vespucci. That's a future video, my people. I got the whole truth. His name wasn't even Amerigo. It was Albert. It was Alberigo. All right, but that's a whole different subject. I just want to show you that these words were actually already here. Sailing southeast to the Amacuda, the crew spied canoes carrying 14 Indians who were invited on board to trade. As some of the men bargained with the Indians, Roth decided to permit the peaceful trade. They were, he assured his ship's masters, William Price, of the wrong tribe to kidnap, probably Carib. They were protected by the English king's orders to maintain friendly relations with the enemies of the Dutch settlers. The continuing hostility between the Caribs and the Dutch in America encouraged the English monarch to woo the Carib or Carib allied tribes as potential allies in the continuing Anglo-Dutch conflict. So you see that? They left the Caribs alone during this time because they were actually helping the English, or they were at war with the Dutch, right? Too, like the English. Maybe they weren't just helping them, maybe they were just fighting for themselves, but the English liked that, so they left them alone, all right? So meaning they were actually looking for a specific tribal people, which were Arawaks. Entrepreneurs like Roth, encouraged by Barbados Governor Lord Willoughby and his successor in 1673, Sir Peter Colleton, to raid and spy on Dutch colonies, had seized the opportunity to kidnap Indian allies of the Dutch, particularly Arawak-related tribes. Roth had erred during previous escapades when he had attempted to establish a trade in Indian slaves and had captured Caribs, who were under the protection of the English king. The entrepreneur had been ordered to desist and return the captive Caribs to the South American coast. But in the summer of 1674, Roth was determined to find tribes that lacked sufficient European support to cause diplomatic or military reprisals. On the 2nd of August, 8 women and 2 children approached the Sonoy with more trade goods. The 2 were welcomed aboard. Again, Roth consulted his crew. This time, the men agreed they had likely captives, and they devised a plan to kidnap the women and children. Some of the crew were told to guard the Indians' canoes and be prepared to pursue those who resisted. Roth grabbed the first woman and his crew, seized 3 more and the children. In the confusion, 4 women were able to jump overboard. They frantically began to swim away. Roth, anticipating that the women would resist and familiar with the swimming ability of the local Indians, ordered his men to paddle the canoes to catch the runaways. The women swam gracefully and swiftly with heads under the water, but they were no match for the speed of the canoes. The men set off immediately, caught up with the women, and the fleeing swimmers were brought back to the sloop. Satisfied with their successes and still on the alert, the crew waited for the tide to turn. As it ebbed, the Sonoy sailed down the Amacuda River, northward into the Orinoco and out of the Atlantic. Within a month, they arrived back in Barbados. with their booty of trade goods and 10 captive Indians to sell into slavery. Immediately upon landing in Bridgetown, the main port in Barbados, William Price, the master of the vessel, entered his deposition on September 2nd, 1674, to prove that the captured Indians were not a friendly tribe protected by any treaty. Price suggested that they were Arawak Indians or from an Arawak-related tribe, known to be allied with the Dutch and therefore vulnerable to English attacks. Roth and Price brought their captives to Barbados to satisfy what they perceived as a potential market for American Indian household slaves. The fact that the captives were women was, therefore, no mere accident. The enterprising Peter Roth seemed determined to supply Indian women to substitute for the declining number of English house servants arriving on Barbados shores. All right, so what did they do to basically substitute the declining number of the English servants? They didn't get Africans. What were they planning? To get American Indian women to substitute these English house servants. The experience of those 8 women and 2 children goes far to explain Tituba's presence in Barbados. Charles Upham's report in the 19th century that according to local legend, Tituba and her husband John were spoken of as having come from New Spain, that is, the Spanish West Indies, and the adjacent mainland, is born out of the record of known slave capturing activities in South America. Peter Roth ventures are evidence of an existing, albeit small, slave trade. All right, an existent evidence of an existent, and they try to say small, but it wasn't small. We already know that, right? We got the past videos, right? So, evidence of an existent slave trade between the South American coast, identified at the time as the Spanish Main and Barbados. All right, so the Spanish were bringing what? American Indians. They had a slave trade going on, a real slave trade going on here. All right, with American Indians. All right, from the Spanish mainland and Barbados. It is there on the northeast coast of South America, in present-day Venezuela, that Tituba, the Indian slave woman, probably had her beginnings. Within a few years of the arrival of the English, a small group of Arawaks had been persuaded to move to Barbados from the Guyana coast of South America to teach the islanders how to grow appropriate crops. Man, over and over, you see how your ancestors, the ancestors, helped these Europeans survive, right? So again, who did they bring over to help them grow crops? Not Africans. What did they do? They went to the Guyana coast, Guyana, Guinea, Guyana. All right, wordplay here. There's a little wordplay here going on. We have to dig on that. All right, land of the Negroes, the land of Negroes on the coast of South America, to teach the islanders how to grow appropriate crops. American Indians, subsequently enslaved, those Arawaks were by the 1650s either dead or they and their descendants had been returned to the mainland. Thereafter, until the 1660s, Indian slaves, when acquired, were usually a result of warfare with the other Europeans in the West Indies. During the 17th century, the intricacies of British policy vis-a-vis the Spanish, French, and Dutch had dictated which Caribbean Indians were most vulnerable to capture and enslavement. Sporadically, as hostilities among the European rivals rose and fell during the 17th century, Amerindian captives, all right, Amerindian captives, not Africans, were brought from Jamaica, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, and Dominica to Barbados and enslaved. All right, so you see, Amerindian captives, not Africans. Given the pattern of the slave trade in that area of the West Indies and the structure of Anglo-Dutch relations, it seems reasonable to conclude that Tituba and most of other Amerindian slaves living in Barbados during the 1670s probably came from one of the Arawak-related tribes of northeastern South America, that is, from Venezuela or Guyana, the English-speaking country sandwiched between Venezuela and present-day Suriname. Tituba would have been among the small contingent of American Indians forcibly transported to Barbados from the South American coast, the Spanish Main, and shipped to the island no more than 10 years before moving to Massachusetts in 1680. And it says an Arawak Guyana background seems to be the most likely explanation for Tituba's origins. It's the most logical and likely explanation. Not African. Although the evidence is circumstantial, Tituba, transported to Boston 6 years after 1674 kidnapping event, may well have been one of the children in Rob's cargo that September day in 1674. Evidence uncovered in the Barbados records suggests that Tituba was just a child, somewhere between 9 and 14 years old, in 1676. While still a child, she was in all likelihood sold in Barbados as a slave and subsequently brought to Massachusetts by Samuel Parris. And continuing the book, Tituba, Reluctant Wish of Salem, it says, of even more significance is a branch of the Arawaks living in that area of the Amacura River and identified by anthropologists as the Tetebetana. The name Tituba is most likely a Spanish derivative of that Arawak name. Reasonable grounds for assuming South American Arawak roots for the Indian slave woman later brought to Massachusetts. Arawak names had regular endings to indicate sex and number. The collective ending was na or sometimes no. Tetebetana would have been the name of the group itself. The masculine ending was dai or sometimes tai. The feminine was do or to. Thus, a male in the tribe would be called Tetebetadi, dai, and a female Tetebetado. A Barbados planter hearing this Spanish-sounding name may well have dropped the ending syllable and called a member of the tribe by the name of Tetebe, with its variant spellings including Tituba, Tatuba, and Titeba. And continuing the book, it says, with brownish skin and black hair, brownish skin, ish. Arawaks resembled other Indians of Central America and the Caribbean, just like other Indians, brown skin, just like the ones in Central America and the Caribbean. I'm in the book called An Account of the Life, Character, and of the Reverend Samuel Parris of Salem Village and his connection with the witchcraft delusion of 1692. Read before the Essex Institute, November 14th, 1856, by Samuel P. Fowler. All right, and this is written in 1857. All right, 1857. We got a real historic book here, record. All right, so we're in page 5 of this book, and it says, Mr. Parris' household consisted at this time of himself and wife, his age being 39 years, that of his wife 44 years, a daughter Elizabeth, aged 9 years, a niece of 11 years, by the name of Abigail Williams, and 2 servants. Again, 2 servants. Please remember, please look at what I'm showing you. Not slaves, servants. We're talking about indentured servants. Why? Because at this time, that's what they had, indentured servants, named John Indian, an Indian, and Tituba, his wife, or his relation, or somebody from his tribe he respected and called auntie. Both natives of South America, American Indians from South America, okay? Then called New Spain. These were held as slaves. They were held as slaves, but they were servants. What does that mean? They had maybe a term of life, just like we talked about how they were extended terms of service to basically life. So, these servants were being held as slaves, and Paris probably came in possession of them in some of his commercial transactions. By some persons, these Indians have been supposed to belong to the aborigines of our country. Aborigines. Aborigines of our country, and to have obtained their knowledge of witchcraft from the Indian powwows. Taj the hijack. Right, so 1857, 1856, this is what they're saying about your ancestors, because we know how to use herbs to heal each other in our diseases, right? Because we're in tune with nature. All right, so they're calling it aborigine witchcraft, I guess, but they're letting you know straight up, right? Who are these people? These are not Africans. We see the images of her, right? You see all the depictions of her in the movies. All right, what is she? A so-called Negro woman, right? But this is an aborigine of South America. Guyana, Guinea, a land of Negroes. All right, that's what it means. Guyana, Guinea, Guyana. They're just playing word games with you, flipping the history, flipping it on you, the map, flipping it, reverse. Again, by some papers, these Indians have been supposed to belong to the Aborigines. All right, Aborigines. All right, now we're in this other book. It's called The Wonders of the Invisible World, displayed in 5 parts. All right, it says here collected by Robert Califf, Merchant of Boston in New England, a new edition, Boston, published by T. Bedlington in 1828. 1828. All right, we're on page 197 of this book, and dodge the hijack. So it says a few days before this solemn day of prayer, Mr. Paris, Indian man and woman, Indian Aborigine, Arawak, man and woman made a cake of rye meal, it says here, with the children's water, and baked it in the ashes, and as it said, gave it to the dog. This was done as a means to discover witchcraft. All right. Soon after which, those ill affected or afflicted persons named several that they saw when in their fits afflicting them. All right. So this is like the whole story of the Salem witch trial. So it says the first complaint of was the said Indian woman named Tituba. The Indian woman named Tituba, she was the first complained of. She confessed that the devil urged her to sign a book, which he presented to her, and also to work mischief to the children. She was afterwards committed to prison, and lay there till sold for her fees. The account she since gives of it is that her master did beat her and other ways abuse her to make her confess and accuse, such as he called her sister witches. All right, so you hear what's going on? There's a whole other story after this. There's accounts of her confessing, stating later on that he had beat her, you know, and abused her so she can get this confession out of her. So this guy, Robert Paris, the Reverend, beating, come on, Reverend, he had like an agenda, kind of, right? These people, a lot of them were, almost all of them were innocent, right? This, he had an agenda with this, and he used Tituba. He used who? The Indian Arawak Aborigine Tituba, all right, to get people killed. And that whatsoever she said by way of confessing or accusing others was the effect of such usage. She only did it because he was abusing her. Her master refused to pay her fees unless she would stand to what she had said. So, because she didn't want to admit or keep lying because she was telling the truth, he didn't bail her out or anything. All right. All right. So we're again in Wikipedia. All right. For Tituba. Again, look at the image. She got 2 feathers on. She's rocking the feathers. They make her look like a witch, a weird. And you know how they try to make them look witches like old ladies and stuff, whatever. All right. So down here it says after the trials, Tituba remained in jail because Samuel Paris refused to pay her jail fees. In April of 1693, Tituba was sold to an unknown person for the price of her jail fees. An interview with Robert Calef. This is the guy we just read, the author from the book. There we go. Look, this is the book we just read from. For his collections on papers on the trials titled Wonders of the Invisible World, being an account of the trials of several witches lately executed in New England. So he interviewed her. Tituba confirmed that Paris had beaten a confession out of her and then coached her in what to say and how to say when first questioned. You see what he did? All right, you see what he did? All right, now look what it says here. It says fiction. And look how they show her right here like a gypsy, like a old, like a for real, like a witch, right? The majority of fictional pieces that artistically or historically depicted Tuba's life portray her as an other or an outgroup. You hear this? By Puritan society. That's still how they treat you. Due to her racial and socioeconomic status as a South American native indigenous and as an indentured servant woman. All right, what have we been learning? Your ancestors were first indentured servants, put into terms of service for a contract of years, and eventually, what happened? Their terms of service were extended to life terms. All right. So she was an outcast basically because of her racial and socioeconomic status as a South American native indigenous and an indentured servant woman. Indentured servant woman. You can take a look at this at Double Portrait Tituba, Racism and Politics, International Journal of Language Academy. All right, well, look what we got here. We actually have that journal. International Journal of Language Academy, it says here, Volume 1, Double Portrait, Tituba, Racism and Politics, by says Sif Tasvir, Tituba. All right, that's some weird language right there, right? Polish or something? What is that, huh? It says racism as a social discourse has permanently been treated by the American writers, critics, politicians, intellectuals, and has often made American political and social history quite busy. Racist attitudes and policies have sometimes led to the formation of a variety of reactions and have been most of the time turned into political material and ultimately has invaded the American literature. This study examines how racist discourse and behaviors are reflected on the works of two different authors and how these reflections are interpreted. Anne Petrie, in her novel Tituba of Salem Village, introduces a black woman. What? A so-called what? Black? Who's black? Who they call black? But remember, this is an aborigine, right? An indigenous woman from South America. So she's being introduced as a black woman who appears intelligent but sometimes foolish, brave but sometimes a victim, a stranger but a survivor, a slave but at the same time a black heroine. In a way, Tituba reflects a self-resistant portrayal of women, with her strong desire to survive and her versatile aspects as a good and skilled black woman. Tituba is the main character in the Petrie's Tituba of Salem Village, 1956, portraying Tituba as a black West Indian who tells stories about life in Barbados to the village girls. Petrie mingles these stories with existing superstitions and half-remembered pagan beliefs among the Puritans, and she also represents the hysteria that surrounds witchcraft. All right, so she's portrayed as what? As a black West Indian. All right, what does that mean? She's indigenous. She's an aborigine from South America, Arawak. All right, now continue. Look at this. Now we're gonna get into the hijack right here. Let's expose the hijack right here. It says, as an Afro-American writer, Afro, dodge the hijack. Petrie introduces a black character, so-called black, who is harshly accused of deeds linked with the devil, which she has basically nothing to do with. Although the novel reflects the period, Tituba is not characterized simply as a witch, but more especially is portrayed as a what? Black slave. We're just talking about you when we're talking about American Indian or Aborigines of America, especially that area of South America, the Amazons, Orinoco, Venezuela, Guyana, Suriname. This is land of the Negroes. That's why they call it Guyana. Guyana. Petrie shows us a character who is regarded as a potential criminal merely because of her skin color. So what happened? She was an outcast, remember? Because of her racial status and because she was an indentured servant. So they used her. He was beating her. He beat her to confess that she was a witch because of her skin color. But we're talking about an American Indian woman, right? An Arawak. Although Tituba, along with her husband John, does what her master orders her to do. She did what her master beat her to do. She is always at the mercy of some accusation or another. All right, now we're in the Smithsonian.com website, and we're in this article. It says here, unraveling the many mysteries of Tituba, the star witness of the Salem witch trials. It says no one really knows the true motives of the character, central to one of America's greatest secrets. greatest secrets. I wonder what that secret is. Hmm. Says here the pivotal accuser at the trial, Tituba, would go down in history as a purveyor of satanic magic. So this is how they want to portray your ancestor. Just because she was an American indigenous woman, she was an outcast, and that's how they portrayed her. And 1880s engraving depicts her in the act of terrifying children. Look at that, how they depict her. All right, so this is by Stacy Schiff, Smithsonian Magazine. All right, we know her only as Tituba. She belonged to Samuel Parris, the minister in whose household the witchcraft erupted. His daughter and niece were the first to convulse. Although she was officially charged with having practiced witchcraft on 4 Salem girls between January and March, we do not know precisely why Tituba was accused. Especially close to 9-year-old Betty Parris, she had worked and prayed alongside the family for years, for at least a decade in Boston and Salem. She took her meals with the girls, beside whom she likely slept at night. Tituba may have sailed from Barbados, we already know she did, in 1680, not may have, with Paris, then still a bachelor. He wasn't a reverend yet, he was a bachelor, and not yet a minister, though likely a South American Indian, not likely. She was an aborigine, she was an indigenous Arawak, indigenous woman. All right, it says her origins are unclear. Yeah, Smithsonian, keep lying. It continues, says she could not have expected to be accused. New England witches were traditionally marginals, outliers and deviants, cantankerous scolds and choleric foot stompers. So people who were like lower class society, they were not people of color. She's a person of color. Just saying, witches usually were not the Negroes. That's what they're saying. People of color, which she is. All right, now look what it says here. It says there would be less consensus afterward, particularly when it came to Tituba's identity. Described as Indian no fewer than 15 times in the court papers. All right, as Indian. She went on to shift shape herself. All right, how did she do that? All right, remember, she's a person of color. They already said that earlier. But she's described as an Indian in the court papers, legal papers. All right. As scholars have noted, fallen prey to multi-century game of telephone, Tituba evolved over 2 centuries from Indian, like your ancestors, and this is what happened to you too, your ancestors. Listen, from Indian to half Indian to half black to black. They call you black today. They call you black today. This is, I would say, 95 to 98% of so-called African Americans. They call you black today. With assist from Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, who seemed to have plucked her from Macbeth, historian George Bancroft and William Carlos Williams, by the time Arthur Miller wrote The Crucible in 1952, Tituba was a Negro slave. A Negro. Dodge the hijack. Remember, Negro and slave were synonymous. They were calling anybody who was a slave Negro. Indians were slaves too, right? They were called Negro too because they were synonymous. All right. She engaged in a different brand of dark arts to go with her new heritage. So they started adding the African and the voodoo and all that to these stories. All right. This didn't really happen. Miller supplied a live frog, a kettle, and chicken blood. You see all this? They're making her look that it's all fiction, basically. He has Tituba sing her West Indian songs over a fire in the forest as a naked girl dance around. Sounded like a distant cousin of Mammy in Gone with the Wind. She says things like, Mr. Reverend, I do believe somebody else bewitching these children. She is last seen in a moonlit prison, sounding half crazed, begging the devil to carry her home to Barbados. After the Crucible, she would be known for her voodoo. So after that movie, The Crucible, right? She would be known for her voodoo. That's when they hijacked your mind, made you shift your perception of this Indian indigenous woman, talking about she was practicing voodoo because they made her seem like she was African slave. They try to add that, they weren't saying it, they were calling her Negro, but they wanted you to think African, right? Of which there is no shred of evidence. Smithsonian.com is telling you straight up that there is no shred of evidence that she was practicing voodoo, rather than for her psychedelic confession, which endures on paper. Why the retrofitted racial identity? Arguably bias played a role. A black woman at the center of the story made more sense, in the same way that as Tituba side, a man in black belonged at the center of a diabolical conspiracy. Her history was written by men, working when African voodoo was more electrifying than outmoded English witchcraft. You hear this? It was written, it was not real, because her history was written by men working when African voodoo was more electrifying. It was more entertaining. It was more of the lies. It went with their lies than outmoded English witchcraft. All right, we're in the website history.com, or like the History Channel or whatever. It says the mysterious slave who sparked Salem's witch hunt. Tituba has become a legend, but she was all too easy to scapegoat. They used her as a scapegoat. Right, it says here in history.com. Tituba's story is a convoluted and potentially fictitious as any other part of the Salem witch trials. Even during the events of the 1690s, which led to 20 deaths, legends and rumors were common, so they killed 20 people because of this. It's hard to untangle them from a distance, and all historians know for sure about Tituba comes from the court testimony she gave during the infamous trials. What is certain, pay attention right here, is that Tituba was a woman of color. That is certain, my people. All right, so this indigenous woman, it's certain that she was a woman of color, and likely an indigenous Central American, an indigenous Central American who was a slave in the house of Reverend Samuel Parris, Salem's Puritan minister. At the time, slavery in the colonies was on the rise, and the West Indies was rapidly becoming Europe's most important center for the slave trade. And we remember, this is Indians. Reverend Samuel Parris bought Tituba in Barbados, where she had been enslaved since her capture during the childhood. He brought her to Massachusetts in 1680 when she was a teenager. At some point, she is thought to have married another slave named John Indian. All right, remember he was the one calling her auntie, and she had a daughter, Violet. However, it was all too easy to scapegoat people of color. It was too easy for them to blame a so-called Negro, an American indigenous woman, and marginal members of society. Sarah Good, who was arrested along with Tituba, was a beggar who was looked down on by the town for her financial instability and her debts. You see what they did? They made her confess to people that they wanted to get rid of. They wanted to kill, really, or get rid of from the town. Straight up. Sarah Osborne lived on Salem's margins too. She was involved in a dispute with her children over their dead father's estate and was reviled for an affair with an indentured servant, an Indian. All three women were perfect targets for accusations of deviant, even evil behavior. Continues saying she was indicted as detestable witch and languished in jail for more than a year. Paris refused to pay her bail. Meanwhile, more and more indictments and arrests piled up as Salem gave into the town-wide panic. You see that? They were just killing people they wanted to get rid of. Used her as a scapegoat, an American indigenous woman. Later, Tituba recanted. She told the magistrate that she had made up everything after her master beat her in an attempt to force a confession. So who did she tell? Her magistrate. Remember the other guy? Calef, he interviewed her for his book. Now, this is another source, another person she told the same thing to, her magistrate. This is history.com. It's not just in that book. It's not just that guy making it up. All right? He beat her in an attempt to force a confession. By then, the trials had wound down, and the governor of Massachusetts had ordered the arrest to stop. Eventually, an anonymous person paid Tituba's bail, and she went free after 13 months in jail. All right, continuing the book. Now, this part talks about how in these census records, right, that these slaveholders had, or when they listed their servants or slaves, they put the Indians at the end of these lists, right? So in the same list where the so-called Negroes were, or Negro list, where they called, or Negro slaves, they would always put the Indians at the end. So it says here, it is significant that these names all appear at the end of the list of Negro slaves in the usual manner of indicating Indians, but without the distinguishing label. Tatuba name appearing at the end of the 1676 Thompson schedule of boys and girls may reflect this same common practice. The absence of the designation Indian does not prove that a particular slave was African, even though listed under the rubric of Negroes. All right, so they're saying that he's letting you know, right? This book is letting us know what we already know, that when they're talking about Negroes or Negroes being brought up from the West Indies, right, it doesn't automatically mean that he was an African just because he was listed as a Negro. Okay? Godwin noted that the words Negro and slave had become synonymous by 1680. All slaves, regardless of ethnic background, could be listed as Negroes during the last quarter of the century. So even if you weren't a Negro, you were listed because you were a slave. Slaveholders no longer considered it necessary to distinguish their Indian slaves from the Africans. Nonetheless, the location of a name at the end of the list where American Indians were usually noted, coupled with a reference to the American locale known to be the source of Indian slaves at the time, thus provide verification that a particular slave was of Indian rather than of African origin, okay? Was of Indian rather than of African background. It is very likely then that the Tatuba of the 1676 Thompson deed was an Amerindian. The name is too reminiscent of the Tetebetana clan to be discounted, whether spelled as Tetebe or Tituba or Tatuba. It is a name that appears to be uniquely American Indian, derivative, and not African. For the merchant Predukes, the quiet sale of this Amerindian girl to an unmarried merchant in need of an experienced domestic servant and who was relocating to the mainland would have made good sense and have been a relief to his neighbors. The Tituba inherited by Samuel Thompson was probably the same person as Tituba that Samuel Parris brought to Massachusetts and who figured so prominently in the early phases of Salem witch scare of 1692. He had come originally from an Arawak-speaking group in South America, an area that formed part of what was vaguely identified as the Spanish Main. Tituba's behavior in Salem suggests nothing to the contrary, but rather supports these conjectures regarding her ethnic background. Paris' Indian woman was, therefore, no more than 30 years of age in 1692, and possibly as young as 25. She carried with her memories of life in an Arawak village as well as the image of an emergent Creole society in the Barbados of the 1670s. All right, now we're in the website. It's called Last Real Indians. All right, the Last Real Indians. All right, .com. Check it out. The unknown Native American Amerindian slave trade and the hidden Native American Amerindian ancestry in Barbados and the Barbados and Guyana Locono Arawak origins of the infamous Salem witch trials by Damon Corey. All right, it says here 1674, Captain Peter Robb set sail from Barbados on his ship, the Savoy, for the Dutch Guiana coastline in South America. He had a legal mandate from Barbados English Governor Lord Willoughby and his successor in 1673, Sir Peter Colleton, to capture Arawak Indians for sale in Barbados. All right, Indians, not Africans. In this same year, the Barbadian English colonist settlers of the Carolinas were also enslaving the Sowe and Appalachian tribes and exporting them to Barbados for the Amerindian slave market. All right, again, American Indians, not Africans. Now, it says here, 1675, Samuel Parris, who owned a successful sugar plantation in Barbados, as did his brother Thomas Parris, purchased two Lacano Arawak Indians, one older female and one younger male, that were captured together the year before by Captain Peter Robb's slave raiding expedition to the Guianas. He renamed them both as John Indian for the male and Tituba for the female. All right, what does that tell us? Tituba. This is the woman so often misrepresented as an African slave in the fanciful retelling of the infamous Salem witch trials. All right, misrepresented as an African slave. She's an indigenous aborigine. We'll see that. I can even tell you a fact that the people who want to portray her erroneously as an African woman do not know, namely that Tituba means the same as auntie. Tituba means the same as auntie in the Lacono Arawak language, and Paris assumed this was her name because the younger Arawak man he purchased, who was captured with her on the coastline in Guyana, was either her actual blood nephew or merely any younger male in the tribe, who, as was custom and still is in our tribe, would refer to her with this term of endearment only, and never by her real name, for that would be the height of disrespect. Hence, he heard John referring to her as Tituba incessantly, and Paris logically concluded, since he was not a speaker of the Lacono Arawak language, that her name must be Tituba. Case closed. All right, so what is she? An Arawak Indian, right? He's saying Lacono Arawakan, and Tituba is a Arawakan word close to showing a relation in a family, like auntie, somebody older, somebody they respect. All right, so a lot of the Caribbean people, you guys know this. You call your family members auntie, right? All right. Continues as 1680. Samuel Parris immigrated to Boston, Massachusetts, USA, with his family and the two Arawak Indian slaves he purchased 5 years early in Barbados. 1689. The now Reverend Samuel Parris moved to Salem and founded his own Puritan church. Says here, 1692. Reverend Samuel Parris discovers his female Arawak Indian slave Tituba performing a ritual, what I recognize as merely a traditional Lokono Arawak purity rite of passage, since my own daughter had one done for herself by her grandmother and mother when she was 13. So you see, because they said that they caught her doing some witchcraft, all right, something with a cake, all right, but he knows what it is. This person who is actually Lakono Arawak, right, tribal person, says, seems like it was a traditional Lakono Arawak puberty rite of passage, and it is the most sacred and important ceremony for a young female that takes her from girlhood to womanhood. For his daughter Elizabeth, his niece Abigail, and two other of their friends, Ann Putnam and Elizabeth Hubbard. All right, that was the people, the girls who were living with her. All right, so we're in this website called Lacono Caribe System. All right, it says Arawak, Azteca, and Inca prayers and other orisons for faith keepers. All right, just found something interesting here. All right, so it starts breaking down about languages and how certain words are Native American and all that. And then it starts getting into Tituba, right? And it says an example comes to us from the dubious notoriety assumed and projected by historians onto Tituba, an Arawak slave woman who is said to have come perhaps from Barbados, though originally from Guyana, or Guyana, South America, land of the blacks, right? Guyana, land of Negroes. Her story shows what we can acknowledge as early fake news, all right? Because they started throwing the African in there, all right? So it says here, let's decipher and locate a meaning for her name to honor this grandmother who was stolen and became lost to her family and people group. Most native names were lost with Christianization due to being falsely categorized as be pagan. In Bennett's dictionary, there's only TT, term of respect for an older woman, which may well be borrowed from Spanish, Portuguese, or French, and perhaps indicates she was over 30 and perhaps over 40. The ba suffix meaning your. Tituba would mean your aunt. Tituba means your aunt, like we just got from the other article, or auntie, a general term of respect across the native peoples who have the sense of extended family identity. All right, so Tituba means auntie. All right, so John was calling her Tituba, John Indian, right? Supposedly her husband, but he was actually calling her auntie. All the same, Bennett's other meaning for the Titi is ichi, unconnected with teta, aunt. In Old Spanish and Old Portuguese, which becomes contracted into tia, tia, tutua, tia, ta. Her name might be a surname from the Kahu Baba or Kahu Baba tribe, or it might be something like Ketua, Ketua, a wa, the light hibiscus flower. Tetua became folklorized as black. She became folklorized as black. What does that mean? All right, so-called black. Today's meaning is any African blend of mix, which today, like she's saying, would tell people right? With their hijack mentality of history, that she has to be African, right? Because she's labeled black today. All right. Yet black in English originally, though, was used to describe any person or people group who were non-Anglo-Saxons, non-Anglo-Saxons, or those said to be of unsavory heart of character. All the same, in the earlier years in Spanish, negrita or negrito, little black one, was used as a term of endearment, leading us today to recognize that one time black marked a cherished characteristic of being dark-haired or dark-complexioned and associated perhaps with the era of Ottoman rule in parts of Spain, or the unusual and exotic, as in the biblical poetry of the Songs of Solomon, also known as canticles. I am black, but come ye, O ye daughters of Jerusalem. All right, so look at this. What is Solomon telling you? That he is black, right? So-called black. And he didn't say that because he was most likely speaking Paleo Hebrew. I'm sure he didn't say black, but he's telling people his complexion, dark skin, in this verse in the Bible. Did you know that? All right, so Tituba says became the first American native woman of these intercontinental Americas to be falsely accused of the Euro-American practice of brujeria. Any woman whose knowledge, gifts, and talents surpassed or was inscrutable to any man or men was typically, in the history of British colonial life, one that was feared as pagan because she knew how to heal and had ancient American native knowledge, right, that she was bringing up, which they saw as pagan practices, right, in witchcraft or Wiccan, evil, or otherwise criminalized by those who falsely imagined that what they did not understand must be dangerous. All right, so this is going to correlate what we were reading about the word Tituba and Auntie. All right, so this says the planter in Barbados may also have been encouraged to call the slave by that shortened form of her tribal family name if the girl had followed Arawak custom and refused to reveal her proper name to him. Such proper names expressed an identity not only in the form but in essence, and were seldom used by Guyana Indians for fear that the identity could be lost if the name were revealed to outsiders. Arawak groups usually addressed each other by relationships using the word for brother, sister, companion, or mother, rather than their given names, or auntie. Since relationships with Europeans were not always definable, Indians accepted whatever terms was suggested to them by the strangers. Thus, it was not unusual to hear Indians dubbed Peter, Jack, John, or Mary. Whatever her proper name was, Tituba would have refused to disclose it to her kidnappers, but may have revealed that she was Tete Betado, a female of the Tete Betana clan. To call her Tetebe would also have the convenience of identifying her origin or point of embarkation, making a racial tag or a surname unnecessary. The name Tituba, then, is probably a shortened form for one of the clans or families. You hear this? So it's kind of related to what we were reading earlier, right? About auntie or family, a relation, showing a relation or respect, showing somebody of respect, right? The Tete Betana of an Arawak-speaking group located in the Amakura Orinoco River area, a section of the world called by Europeans the Spanish Main. All right, so this is kind of correlating where we were talking about the whole, the word meaning auntie or showing some kind of family relation or tribal relation. All right, so John was calling her Tituba.
Welcome, my friends, to the Sage Aquay Radio Hour, your home for free and critical thinking, and I'm your host, Mike Williams. Tonight, my guests are Sophia Smallstorm and David Weiss. Our discussion is a roundtable format where we share our thoughts and ideas on the giant tree concept. The premise of giant trees that once stood on Earth came to light approximately 2 weeks ago with the video entitled, "There Are No Forests on Earth." The video has taken the alternative community by storm and has resulted in a lot of internet buzz, along with the typical debating and hand-wringing. So the three of us, with some additional research under our belt, decided it would be interesting to sit down and share our collective thoughts on the topic. None of us are positing a definitive position on the giant trees. We just thought it would be interesting to sit down as friends and have an open discussion. And so without further ado, here's the conversation with Sophia and David. About 2 weeks ago, there was a video that had come out. It was called "There Are No Forests on Earth." And it was a video I almost didn't take a look at. I just didn't take the title of the video very seriously. And then a little voice in my head was saying, "Go ahead, Mike, play it, take a look at it." And it was very interesting. And the video was about the fact that we have or had on Earth giant trees, and they are in the form of Devil's Tower and mesas and so on all around the world. So what I like to do with this show, with the help of you guys, and I know the three of us have been looking into various aspects of that video, doing some research as much as we can. We haven't, or at least I haven't, landed on anything specifically. I just find it very intriguing and very interesting. So I know a lot more research has got to be done. And me personally, I'm not going to have any definitive position on this. We spoke before the show, and I said that if somebody asks me, I could say that it does look like a tree trunk to me. But whether it is an actual tree trunk, I don't know, because I don't believe I have enough facts yet to be able to draw that conclusion. So what are your thoughts, Sophia? We'll start with you ladies first. When you saw that video, I gave you my impressions. What did you think when you saw the video?
Well, I heard him say multiple times in the beginning, "There are no forests on Earth." And I thought, what is he talking about? We see forests. We see them, in pictures, and we've been hiking through them, and we fly over them when we're in a plane. What is he talking about? And then I started to get it. He was talking about scale. And it's really a matter of scale. So as I watched the video, I became more and more fascinated because he is demonstrating through these relics that we call mesas. That's how he starts out. These flat-topped mountains. You see them in Arizona. They're typical desert topography. But they're not just in the desert. They're in all kinds of places. And they have these ridgy sides. And he points out that these are chopped off tree trunks. And when he says that, boom, your mind does this triple somersault. And now it sees exactly what he's talking about. And so it started to sink in for me what he means when he says there are no forests. What he means is that the stuff we call forests today, compared to the scale of the trees that used to grow here, this is effectively moss. This is moss or grass. And he makes a beautiful case in those first, I don't know if it's 15 or 20 minutes of the video. It's just mind-blowing. And you get that he's done a beautiful job with the delivery because your whole head explodes. So I'll save some of my theorizing for a little later in this show, but I just wanted to give you that right now.
Yeah, he did present it very well. He took it very methodically and very incrementally. It was very well thought out as he stepped the viewer through the next steps where he was going to take you. So, I mean, what it did right out of the chute was it kept you interested in the video. I never lost interest. It was about, I guess, 90 minutes or so.
An hour and 17 minutes.
An hour and 17 minutes. Okay. So, David, what were your thoughts?
You know, I had the same feeling that Sophia had, and you, and most people that saw it. You know, what really struck me is how much it affected me deep down inside, and I have to trust those deep down emotions sometimes. I really feel that there's something to it, but I don't want to jump to the conclusion that these are giant tree stumps. I have seen some other explanations that don't hold much weight for me. Nothing that's really
a better or even close to a reasonable explanation of what formed these things. All of the ancient texts, which I've never really looked into before, talk about giant trees. There's Vedic texts, and I'm not a Bible scholar in any way, shape, or form, but they talks about it in there. There's the movie Avatar is talking about giant trees and strip mining the earth, and there's a lot of truth in movies. So I don't know. I think it's worth looking into for a while and see what comes out of it.
Now, the other thing is, aside from the very large trees, his other point is that we live in a giant quarry, which means that where we are, it was mined. And these trees came down maybe before the process, during the process, or whatever. So that's another thing I think we can get into is Earth is a quarry, according to that video.
I'd like to jump in and point out that the second phase of his explanation was mountains, that the flat top mesas are chopped off trees, but our mountain ranges are broken off trees. And he posited that the trees originated as a silicon life form, which I looked into a little bit, and I looked into the bonding capabilities of silicon versus carbon, because we're said now to have carbon-based life. And both are tetravalent in their bonding ability, meaning they make 4 bonds, which are very stable. But silicon life, even though it's been a subject I learned of science fiction, that it's part of the whole science fiction fantasy material that life could be made of silicon, the carbon that we absolutely do rely on in our biology is much more flexible and supportive of enzymatic activities than silicon would be. So as you look, I'm not a chemist, but I try to understand, why would this work? Why wouldn't this work? So my own theory goes in a slightly different direction from his, but that's just a supposition. It's just one of my own, well, okay, what does this possibly lead to? And I'll still save it for later in the show.
Yeah, so maybe we should jump into the silicon piece of this, because that was a big portion or a big aspect of what these trees are supposedly made up of. So they are not carbon-based. He's saying that they are silicon-based. And let me just do this real quick, because maybe a lot of folks in the audience are not familiar with silicon. Maybe they've heard the word, but they don't know a lot about what exactly makes up silicon. What is it? And to be honest with you, I didn't have a great understanding of it either until I started digging in and doing some research on it. So let me just read a couple of things off, and then you guys can jump in after we kind of build a baseline here for the audience. Silicon is a naturally occurring chemical element. It's abundant on Earth. It's 135 times more abundant than carbon. It's primarily found in rocks. And let's keep that in the back of our mind, because he was saying that the rocks on Earth came from these trees. So silicon is primarily found in rocks. Silicon is very attracted to oxygen and combines readily with oxygen. It forms silicon dioxide, which is SiO2. The most common form of SiO2 or silicon dioxide is quartz. Elemental silicon is a major player in modern electronics. So when we talk about semiconductors, and when it's heated into a molten state, silicon can be formed into semiconductor wafers to serve as a base for integrated circuits or microchips. Silicon excels in intense heat. And I have a theory about this, because the trees were so high that I could make a case that it's so hot that maybe the silicon helped the trees to withstand the heat. But we'll get into that a little later. Now, the thing with silicon that I found out is that it has a weaker bond than carbon. So carbon to carbon has a much greater bond. As an example, diamonds. And also silicon is unstable in most liquids, including water. And then, as you had mentioned, Sophia, that silicon-based life is written about and contemplated by a lot of researchers and scientists in the realm of possible alien types of life. But science fiction really digs into it. And I have a bullet here on H.G. Wells and how he had written about silicon-based life. So I guess the net of it, what I'm trying to say here after all these bullets is silicon is not rare. It's very, very common and abundant here on Earth. So that's one of the things I wanted to kind of get my head wrapped around, because if he's talking about silicon-based trees, well, I wanted to know how pervasive is silicon, and the answer is very.
Well, I poked into silicon quite a bit, and it is abundant, but its inability to flex with the biological processes is one reason why it couldn't support our kind of life. So my theory is that these trees siliconized, meaning they crystallized, after some kind of conflagration occurred on the planet intended to take them down, on the plane, as some people would prefer that I say. So, as we know, the nanotechnological world is pushing us increasingly into tolerance of piezoelectric crystalline materials that are being embedded in our tissues. This is the underlying theory behind the Morgellons syndrome prevalence. I introduced it in a talk that I gave called From Chemtrails to Pseudo-Life, which is on YouTube in 2 different parts. But we are being encouraged to tolerate frequencies of all kinds of oscillations that are not natural and not found in nature, that are man-made, such that we will create piezoelectric exchanges and materializations in our bodies. Piezoelectricity is the application of frequency to crystals to create voltage, and life is voltage. It's the exchange of electricity on the cellular level. So as we are pushed into a world that contains more and more unnatural frequencies, our tolerance of these frequencies is being observed and tested. And my theory is that silicon life is what is impending. It isn't what happened before.
Okay, so it's not what was, it's what's coming.
Right. And I don't know, again, I'm not a chemist. I'm just a person who sits here and dibble dabbles and thinks. But I believe, Mike, I'm going to let my little download out, that maybe if the trees were as large as they are, as they seem to have been, other life forms may have been just as large and florid and lush. So whatever the earth was at one time, it had very large life forms on it. And then suddenly something happened and the large life forms died, and there may have been a rest period, a rehab period, a recovery period. But then, guess what? This is my theory, that the same forms appeared all over, but in miniature, that we miniaturized. So now our trees, which look very much like the big trees, are teeny, teeny, tiny little miniature forms of their former selves. And we may have had at one time, not just the proportions that would match the size of the trees, which he says are some 40 to 60 kilometers high. We may have had faculties that correspond with that kind of size and capability. We obviously had a lot more strength. We would have required a lot more oxygen. And in the absence of oxygen, perhaps we miniaturized, because smaller forms of our old selves would require less oxygen. So there may have been a really huge event that sucked up the oxygen on the planet. It immediately, instead of allowing the life forms to decompose as they normally would in an oxygen and water-rich environment. Remember, if there was a big exothermic reaction, exothermic properties are, they create heat and they take up water and oxygen. So whatever might have happened, it might have been a single event, it might have been a series of events, but it deprived the planet of its oxygen, or the world of its oxygen and of its water. So immediately, decomposition could not occur in its normal phases. And I can go into that, but I don't want to hog this interview.
To dovetail on that, it's something I mentioned before we got the call started. One of the thoughts that I had was these giant trees, you mentioned 60 kilometers, which is 37 miles high, that if these trees were photosynthesizing, then the amount of oxygen that we would have on Earth, you would think that it would be extremely abundant, far more than what we have today, because the trees are much, much smaller today. So that's one thought that I had, was that maybe the depletion of oxygen is one of the reasons why everything kind of shrunk. Things kind of got smaller, trees, us. And I'll get into this piece a little bit because I spoke to Priscilla Vogelbacher, who is a researcher into mythology. Mythology is replete with giants and megalithic structures and temples of the gods and all of that, which means that if we are to put some vested interest into mythology, that would say that there was a time on this earth when things were a lot bigger, a lot larger, a lot taller.
Sophia, you were mentioning that the trees were not silicon based, and they became, when the event happened, they became silicon, and that is because there was no oxygen and water. Is that what you're saying?
I'm suggesting that they crystallized in the absence of the normal conditions that create decomposition. And in order to understand decomposition, you have to understand the trophic chain a little bit. But the normal trophic chains of life could not be conducted because they didn't have the correct environment.
Do we have any experiments? I mean, is that an experiment that's repeatable? Take something like something and remove water and oxygen and have it crystallize? I just don't know.
I'm using my 2-cent layperson's thinking, but crystallization would be the passage of from one phase to another, one state to another, really, not phase. So hexagonal shapes are stable. He makes this case in the video, that hexagonal shapes are the most strong, stable shapes in nature. This is why the bee uses its malleable wax to make a honeycomb, because the honeycomb is very strong. Angles are generally strong shapes. The triangle is considered the most stable shape in the universe, but the triangle doesn't give you as much room as a hexagon. A hexagon has 2 triangles, right? A circle gives you the most room, but a circle isn't as rigid and stable as a hexagon or a triangle or some kind of geometric shape, because those angles give it strength. So my theory was, if you look at tubular morphogenesis, if you research the work of this Stanford biochemist Mark Krasnow, he is the one who started to look into how cells and living forms generate themselves, and everything generates through what's called tubular morphogenesis. So tubules are the root structure of biological life. And I'll use a tree as an example. A tree is a big tube, right? The trunk, what is that? It's a tube. The branches are other tubes. The stems of leaves that come off, the branches and the smaller branches, they're all tubes. If you look at a leaf, what is it? It's a bunch of tubes, fibers. And within those fibers, you get the manufacturing of other materials. So everything in nature is tubular. Everything in biology is tubular. Cells empty their middles out. It's called cavitation, to create new forms and spaces for new things to be made. So as I looked at that, if a round shape has to solidify quickly, it's going to go to a hexagon. So that's where you get that jump into hexagonal crystallization, because something round was not given the conditions to decompose, and it had to pass from a semi-solid state into a very solid state. So it expressed as a hexagon. Silicon is not a life form. Silicon is a residue of a carbon life form because whatever conditions were imposed did not allow normal decomposition to occur. Let's just take ourselves into the world of the trees. If we had giant trees, 30, 40 miles high, those trees would give us massive canopies and shade, right?
Right.
And we might live in the trees. I don't know how big we were, but we might have used those trees as our homes, and they provided the oxygen for us to breathe, and we took up large amounts of oxygen ourselves. And then something that desired certain properties and qualities of this life came in to kill the trees, because the trees were if you look at the trophic chain, I'm just going to give a quick roundup of the trophic chain. The trophic chain, carbon-based biology, it exists in different parts of the world in a different way, but there's a marine chain that's trophic marine chain, or the marine trophic chain. Then there's a trophic chain in Siberia, trophic chain in Africa, in the jungle, trophic chain in rainforests of Brazil, trophic chain in India. So you start always with the plant life. The plant life, they are called the producers. So the trees would have been the producers, because producers don't go out and hunt their food. They actually know how to make their food, and they make it from sunlight. They convert sunlight into food. That's what plants do. Chlorophyll is their food, and they make it out of sunlight. So above the producers on the trophic chain, which is an ecological chain of organisms, you have consumers. And we'll start with little consumers that eat plants. Then sometimes you have bigger consumers that are thoroughly plant eating. For instance, the big whales. There are lots of huge whales that are krill feeders. They eat plants, and they eat small animals that eat plants. So anyway, all the way up the chain, you have consumers upon consumers upon consumers, bigger and more complex life forms that eat smaller and less complex life forms. And you'll get up to the apex consumers. The apex consumers would be those organisms, animals in an area that have no predators. The timber wolf in the Dakotas, the Bengal tiger in India, the lion in Africa, the white shark, the great white shark in the ocean, right? So these are the biggest forms of life, and some of the toothed whales in the ocean also. And you end up with those animals dying themselves, and then what descends on them to decompose, to consume them? It would be it's the top level and the least credited level of the trophic chain, and those are the decomposers. So the decomposers would be fungi, microbes, bacteria, and when a life form is finished and is just sitting there rotting, it's rotting because decomposers are invited to it to consume it, break it down, feed on it, to render it into nutrients that support the trophic chain from the bottom up all over again. And I'm saying that whatever event happened, I'm positing that it was by design, by an outside force that coveted certain earth properties, and it pushed this big event on us and took out the two things that we needed, the trees and the oxygen and the water. And boom, everything settled immediately into crystalline form because it didn't have the conditions that would have otherwise promoted and supported the normal decomposition.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about, you said some event was forced upon us. Something intentional took place to take all of this out. Now, in the video, and you guys keep me honest here, I thought he said it was in 1816, which would make it 200 years ago. Some event took place. And I had a hard time grabbing onto that, to be honest with you, because the first thing that came to my mind was I've seen lots of pictures from the 1800s, and Didn't look like everything was flattened. He does call our attention to the war photographs of Roger Fenton, which he took back in 1855, and that was the war in Crimea. And if you go online, and I'll put some of these pictures in the slideshow, at least where Roger Fenton took the pictures, it looks like a wasteland. And it looks barren, it looks like a quarry, and there is nothing there. And I looked at all those pictures, and I was looking for trees, any size tree. If it was 2 feet high, I was looking for a tree. And in all those pictures, I saw maybe a handful, and they were very, very small. But the entire landscape of the pictures that Roger Fenton took, it was barren. So I don't know if the gentleman that put the video together was using the Roger Fenton pictures from the Crimean War as a way to illustrate what the land looked like about 200 years ago. But again, the reason why I have some of a problem with that is because, okay, so those are pictures of Crimea in Russia, but I've seen plenty of pictures where that landscape didn't exist here in North America, and other pictures from around the world, especially when photography first came into play. So what are your thoughts on that as far as the timeline, or you just don't know, or I don't know. I'm struggling with it. I'm having a hard time with an event that took place 200 years ago.
I'm not sure he said that this happened 200 years ago. To me, that doesn't make sense. I would think it would have had to happen much, much longer ago for there to be no sign of it. You know, I don't know when you want to get into it, but, you know, a lot of the questions that are being asked is where did the material go? What was it used for?
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of unanswered questions, Mike.
Okay. All right. So maybe I'm wrong with the date. I mean, that's what I took from it. But I will point people, I'll put a link in the show notes to those Roger Fenton pictures because they really are eye-openers. Maybe we should talk a little bit about the hexagonal shapes of these trees because I think that that's very important. Mainstream science wants us to believe that these hexagonal shapes came about because lava had solidified. David, you sent one video over today. I took a look at it where there was a guy trying to convince us that lava can form into a hexagonal shape, but I wasn't very convinced from that video. So is there anything you guys want to say about the hexagonal shapes, about its occurrence in nature and so on? Anything you want to add?
I'll just throw something out. First of all, I want to go back to what you said about his example of the Crimean War. I think he was just saying that this created a wasteland, and similarly, something could have created a wasteland here as well at another time. But I don't think he's trying to say that prior to the 1800s, we had giant trees.
Okay.
I think he's just saying that he kind of posited in his video that there was some kind of nuclear event, but then he retracted that later, I heard from comments on YouTube and so forth. But here's what I want to throw in, and I'm going to throw it in the middle of the show because I want people to be encouraged. The fact that in my theory, and remember, I could be an idiot. It's just fine. I don't care. You can think whatever you want. That we miniaturized is an adaptive biology. Biology always adapts. If the wind blows on a tree, it's going to lean. If it has to fall over, it'll fall over. But it's going to bend to and with the wind. Because biology, the impetus in biology is always toward reproduction. Whatever biological form it is, it wants to survive so that it can reproduce and create more of itself. So whatever is happening, whether it's a white shark or it's a tree or it's an ant, it wants to survive the conditions that it meets such that it can reproduce. And so I think that our miniaturization was an expression, a rebounding that said, we don't have to be big, we can be small. Try taking us out while we're small. If you look at ant colonies, if you've ever had an ant invasion in your house, you'd get rid of a bunch of them. I just wet them down with my natural countertop spray if I have to. But you're not going to stop all the ants. You don't know where the colony is. These things are, the smaller the organism, the more resilient it is, right? So in our miniaturization, we simply became more resilient. We said, hey, you took us out when we were big. Here we are. Now we're small. Now we need less of everything. And the trees even miniaturized. And that, I think, is quite fantastic. And to me, it speaks to our ability to rebound. They can't take us out because we're always going to find a way to rebound. This was the encouragement I got from this video on a psychic, spiritual level.
That's a very positive aspect of it, Sophia, and I don't think it's a wild thought at all. If we go back to what you said earlier about the oxygen levels being reduced and so on, that would mean that all life would have to adapt. They would have to do something in order to survive. So miniaturizing or shrinking down, however you want to define it or say it, I think that that's something that's we could put on the table.
And let me throw this in as well. So I'm going to use John Lash's term, the demiurge and its cohorts. Right, Mike?
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
The demiurge and its cohorts came in to take our homes, which would have been the trees, and our oxygen. This was the big fire that killed the producer trees. The trees were the producers. We lost our homes and our oxygen, but we survived by miniaturizing along with the trees themselves. So everything miniaturized so we could survive on a lot less oxygen. So then it occurred to me, well, if we miniaturize, we may also have diversified, meaning that the animals and the insects and the birds, they all originated from our form, which is why we share so much DNA with so many other life forms. Because that has always puzzled me. How come we share upwards of 90% of our DNA with life forms that are nothing like us? So is it possible, just throwing it out there, is it possible that not only did we miniaturize, but we created all these life forms out of ourselves?
Sophia, wouldn't that be considered evolution? You know, that one creature turning into another creature?
No, I'm saying these are properties that some would call magic. We threw our DNA out there, and there were enough small variations in it that they created. Okay, so you know how they say God made us in his image? John Lash's book is not in his image, right?
Right.
What if every creature that came out on this earth, it's just a theory, call me an idiot, but I am playing with ideas, came out of us. It's not that they started before us, that's evolution. They came out of us. So the life on this plain planet world Earth is now extremely varied, and it clearly has the capacity to reinvent itself over and over and over, completely anew. It can adapt, it can survive. And it's that quality, that capacity that has been observed and that is greatly desired by somebody. So now let's go to the silicon dioxide. He says that we're being quarried. And I'm sorry if I'm just taking by the horns your outline.
No, go ahead, continue.
All right, so if we're being quarried, he claims in his video that, and I'm just using his video as a springboard, which I'm sure he would agree it is, that the quarrying is being done of limestone. That limestone is calcium carbonate, CaCO3. So limestone, what do they use limestone for? If you study the Manhattan Project, they use limestone for explosives. So it supports war and destruction. And they use limestones for fertilization of organic life. Fertilizer, lime, that's the most widely used form of fertilizer. And it's derived from limestone. So limestone has two very important uses. It spurs organic growth and it supports destruction of organic and other materials, right? So somebody wants this. Is that why we're being quarried?
That we're being quarried for the limestone. Is that your point?
Yeah. Limestone. Okay, so then you look at the three kinds of rock. I remember from high school, we have igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphic rock. And as I remember, the igneous is the hardest. It's the really, like, you can't drill into this. Granite and all that is igneous rock. Then you have sedimentary rock, which is the most powdery. Limestone would be sedimentary rock. And then you have metamorphic rock, which is flinty. It flakes. Shale. Those are the rocks that when you hit them, they break into layers. That's the metamorphic rock. And you know what, Mike? Now I'm thinking all of geology is just baloney. But I know those three categories because you can actually observe them with your own eyes and your own hands and your own experiments. So that much seems to be correct.
Yeah, well, and I'll let David jump in here in a moment. But when you just said that all geology is baloney, when I was watching that video and he was showing the quarry, which we call the Grand Canyon, once he pointed it out, you do have to wonder. You have to say to yourself, where are the geologists? Where are the free thinkers? Where are the critical thinkers? Because, and look, I mean, we're all guilty of it too, but the thing is, I didn't major in geology. So you would think that if you're standing someplace and it's a quarry, you would call it a quarry and not call it something else. So, and that's what we have going on around the world. So,
yeah, some things are just so unthinkable on a scale that we were taught that there was never anything big. That we live on a spinning ball. That these small creatures are. And you would look at the Grand Canyon and never see it until something like this points it out. The Grand Canyon, that's pretty clearly quarried out to me. My question is, are the oceans quarried out? Was the Earth truly flat, and all of our hills and mountains and oceans and some of them are flooded quarries, as he says, and some of them are just empty quarries? Are they? Is the mid-Atlantic ridge really volcanic? Is that the waste pile in the middle of the quarry? I don't know. The mid-Atlantic ridge, we're told, is this volcanic ridge line that goes down the center of the ocean that's pushing the continents apart. Well, we know that's not true at this point. So is there even a mid-Atlantic ridge? Is it, wouldn't we see, on ships that are crossing the ocean, bubbles coming up from burning lava below? I went across the ocean very close to the water. I windsurfed across the ocean in 1998, and I didn't see any bubbles at any point.
I was thinking as I was watching it that the entire configuration of the Earth was very different, very, very different at one time, because if they were doing this quarrying and it was pervasive and it was everywhere, then land was filled in by water, water was filled in by waste that they were pushing into piles someplace. So I think that, what we see today as the Earth with the land masses, North America, South America, Europe, Africa, and so on, it could very well have been very, very different. Let's talk a little bit about we don't have to spend a lot of time on this, but I do think it's important. We started on it and then we kind of diverted a little bit. But the hexagonal shape, I don't think that we should take this too lightly. Mainstream science wants to say, as I mentioned before, that this is just lava that has solidified. I did some research today, and the way they came about determining and deciding that it was lava that solidified was there was an article back in December of 2008, December 25th, the University of Toronto, and it says that physicists have cracked the mystery behind the strange and well-ordered hexagonal columns found at such popular tourist sites as Northern Ireland's Giant's Causeway and California's Devil's Tower, using water, cornstarch, and a heat lamp. And using a combination of field observation, experiments, and mathematical theory, they have solved the problem of what decides the size of the columns. Now, I'm not trying to be, flip about this, but that just sounds like a bunch of pseudoscience to me. I don't know, David, what do you think?
I was going to ask if NASA did the experiment. I don't understand. Maybe Sophia has some thoughts on it. But if lava's coming up and somehow forming into nearly perfect hexagonal tubes, what makes it perfectly level or fairly level at the top? What smoothed it off?
Right.
If mountains are what we're told they are, wouldn't they all be smooth from wind and rain? They'd be, instead of jagged. I have a difficult time with mountains being tree stumps, but I also have a difficult time with mountains being what they tell us they are.
Well, now the other thing about the hexagonal shape, just to add on to what I said before, it's not something that is just happenstance in nature. So we have the eyes of a fly, hexagonal, honeycombs, soap bubbles, snowflakes, organic molecules, quartz crystals. And then, Sophia, they talk about the columns, how do we say this? The basalt or basalt columns. Did I pronounce that right?
Right. Basalt in
But-
America, basalt in England.
Okay, basalt. So they made sure that in the articles that I found on the internet to look this up, that they put that in there. Although what they're really talking about there, I believe, is the lava.
Well, Mike, I'm going to tell you my thinking process a week or so ago as I was taking a walk. And again, this is a layperson's thinking. If you think of water droplets that are raindrops, and as raindrops fall and they pass through very cold air, they will start to head towards solid form, right? Because water as a gas is steam. Water vapor is the gaseous form of H2O. And the solid form of H2O is ice. And the liquid form is water, as we know it. And water happens to be the only thing on this planet that exists all over, as in all three forms at the same time. So a snowflake, to me, is an interphasic, interstage between liquid turning to solid. And look at snowflakes. They're all hexagons, and no two are alike. But they're not expressing as hexagons in outline form. The condensation nucleus of a raindrop, because that's what a raindrop has at its core. A raindrop has a piece of dust or particulate, salt sometimes, that attracts, it has an affinity for moisture, and it creates a little bead of moisture around it. And then as it becomes bigger and bigger, it becomes more and more unstable and wants to fall to the earth as a raindrop. So if it falls through cold air, it's going to start icifying. But if it doesn't make it into ice, that would be hail, it ends up as a snowflake. So the snowflake is expressing, it's looking for stability as it drops, as it moves its stage or phase. And it's expressing, this is my own terminology, not through its outline as a hexagon, but through its inlines, right? So if lava is a liquid and lava has to harden right away, or something has to harden right away, it's going to pick hexagonal shape because snowflakes do. So I don't know whether lava is real or not real, but liquids, to me, in this instance of snowflakes, which occur all over the earth all the time, they're choosing the hexagonal shape for utmost stability.
Now, do you think the lava did that?
I don't know. I'm just saying liquids would tend to, if they had to solidify quickly, it's all about, have you ever heard of superheating and supercooling?
Yes.
Okay, so these are ways to shift a material from one phase to another without going through the intermediary phase. So superheating would be heating a solid such that it skipped the liquid phase and it went straight to a gas. Supercooling is the other way. You take a gas, you cool it down, and it goes into solid form. It skips liquid. And a snowflake is kind of like that because it's a very quick passage through cold air and it starts to crystallize and it is going into hexagonal shape. It's telling you, I want to be a hexagon. So something about hexagons is germane to organic materials. And many materials on this earth, they like to be crystals in hexagonal form. I can't tell you any more than that because I'm just thinking in my own way, and I'm not a chemist and I'm not a physicist or anything like that.
We're just brainstorming. So, we don't have to qualify anything that we say. We're just putting ideas out there. And we're just talking through this. That's all this is. So, David, what were you going to say?
Did I hear you say that lava possibly can form into hexagonal shapes?
I'm simply saying liquids, if they're hurried fast into solid state, they may express as hexagons. That's all I'm saying. Because that's what water appears to do when it descends and becomes snow.
Okay, I mean, that's fair enough. I don't know if I would agree with that with regard to the lava. I mean, and I say that because I've taken a look at all these pictures of lava, and I've taken a look at the Giant's Causeway in particular, and the design and the stacking of the hexagon strands, if you will, the piping is so precise. It appears to me to be a design that is of intelligent design, that it was put together that way, that it wasn't because of what mainstream science wants to say, right, that it was lava from volcanic activity. But that's my thoughts on it, that I have a hard time believing that those hexagonal strands or piping on those trees are lava.
Before David talks, just let me take you in this direction. You said exactly the right thing. So what are organic forms? They're largely water, right? Your body is something like 75 to 90 something % water. So if organic forms are hurried out of their pliable state, which would be containing a lot of water, if something happens such that they're not allowed to decompose and they're pushed and rushed, they may solidify and they may express as hexagons. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Just like snowflakes do.
David.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there, and I agree. I don't have an excuse or an explanation that says that lava can become those tubes, especially the ones that are hanging from the ground, coming down and just stop. The level tops, the uniformity to it. There's just a lot pointing towards it was something living.
A design, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess what we'll do is we'll leave that there. I mean, I don't know if there's any more we can do with that one. We'll just have to do some more research into it. Let me ask this question. Now, in the video, he shows these gigantic machines, which he says are the machines that are used to quarry. And I thought he was alluding to the fact that these were the machines that were used to also take the trees down, the big trees. And I struggled with that because I was looking at the size of those machines that he was saying. Did I get it wrong?
Yeah, I think so. Well, he was saying here are the giant machines that we have today.
Okay.
They could be similar to on a much smaller scale to what was used back then. I mean, we don't know, they could have had technology if these were cut down, that weren't that were using, lasers. I don't know. It could be anything. It's hard to imagine a saw blade that can make one of those mesas in one fell swoop.
Well, and the thing that got me was whatever took the trees down. I mean, can you imagine when those trees fell, what that was like?
Did they cut them down from the bottom up, or did they cut them from the top down, like guys that cut trees here that are in between houses, And if these trees are so big, maybe they were really spaced out. The big question is, where did all the material go, and what was it used for?
Yeah, we'll get into that because that's something I want to talk about. There's a lot of people that are asking that question. Now, just to reiterate, we mentioned it earlier in the show, the size of the trees, 60 kilometers. Is that what he had said?
Yes.
Did I get that right? Okay,
yes.
So 60 kilometers is 37 miles high.
It's pretty big.
That's pretty big, okay? It's interesting. I was driving down the road the other day after watching this documentary, and I'm looking at all the trees as I'm driving on the highway in North Carolina, because I live in North Carolina in the Raleigh area. And I'm thinking to myself, well, how big? I'm looking at these trees and I don't really see a tree that's more than 100 feet in the air. So that was just something I want to throw out there as people are driving your car and you're looking around. Take a look at the trees. I mean, they're not. I mean, to us they might be big. We might go into a state park or a forest and look up and think, wow, it's 100 feet in the air.
And how old are those trees? 100-foot trees? How old?
It depends upon the tree, I guess. Certain trees grow at different rates based upon what type of tree it is. But I don't know. 100 years, 200 years, I don't know.
We look at most of these forests, and they have trees about the same size. The canopy. So what happened before that? Were there no trees? Did something wipe them out and start over again?
Right. Because my point being is, and you guys are getting it, is the trees are pretty much all the same height.
That's what I'm saying.
It's kind of weird, right? They all grew up at the same time. They all came into play. Like, I guess the pine trees would be a good example because we have tons and tons of pine trees here in North Carolina. And you're driving, like I said, down 40. All the pine trees are the same height, give or take, 5, 10 feet, 15 feet, maybe, So, I mean, just food for thought. Just put that out there.
Well, there's an expiration program. I mean, all of biology has programs written into it. So why are all humans? It's like saying, okay, human beings, they grow to whatever now, between 5'5" and 6'5", most of them. How come they don't grow any taller?
Yeah.
But that's another possibility of the adaptation. So the trees only grow to a certain height because they know that that's where they have to stop and the life cycle has to begin again because it's a shorter life cycle, right?
Okay, good point. So you're saying naturally they know that there's a limit.
Right, because there's not enough oxygen to support that.
Okay.
And we also have, I mean, I don't know about the quality of the atmosphere at that time when there were the large trees, but there's a density issue. And, when you fly in a plane and you're 40,000 feet in the air, 38,000 they usually go, it's cold up there. And that's because there's less solid material to conduct heat. So when you said that the trees were very high and they were closer to the sun, you would have to set some kind of, accepted distance of the sun. We don't think it's 93 million miles anymore, right?
Right.
It also has to do with the solidity, the density of the medium. And air at that height is less dense than it is close to the Earth, where it contains a lot of water vapor and particulate and, all kinds of other materials, smog,
As we said at the beginning, perhaps the atmosphere was much denser, super thick down here. And, at 10, 20, 30, 40 miles up, it could be like it is here right now. It's very, very possible if there were trees that big.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't know.
One thing, Mike, which I like to touch on, I don't think it's in your notes. A lot of people are saying trees that big would suck up all of the water. And they could not, there would not be enough water. And that's because most people are not familiar with primary water, which is what Gaddafi discovered. And if you just check out primarywater.org, they got it right, except the shape of the world that they're in. They're assuming it's a ball. But if you put that on a flat plane, there's plenty of water. There's plenty of water then, and there's plenty of water now. But people are not aware that there's oceans of water below the surface of the earth. That's why we're not allowed to dig wells over 300 feet, because if we do, we'll tap into primary water, right, and they won't be able to control us with the water like they do now.
All trees, Mike, had to have giant root systems that used the primary water supply, the self-replenishing water deep in the earth. And it's very possible that we too, as larger beings with greater faculties, I'm always going to throw that in. We have agreed on some evolutionary level, adaptive level, to lose certain faculties, which could be our faculties toward creation, magic, the super stuff that we were once able to do, divination, ESP, communication without language. I mean, what we're doing now is just it's a residual form of who we used to be. So we too were dependent on the primary water cycle. And that was all taken away And we then regenerated as miniatures, and we figured out how to subsist on the rain and evaporation cycle, the secondary water cycle, because that's an adaptive measure as well.
Well, this would go a long way to explaining, Sophia, your theory as to why it is that they have a difficult time trying to depopulate and take us out. Because your premise says that we are extremely adaptive and extremely resilient.
Well, I've now taken this to heart a little more.
Yeah.
This video made me realize, well, if we manage to rebound as miniatures of what we once were, existing on the secondary water cycle instead of the primary water cycle, then, hey, maybe we're not so forsaken and we don't need to feel so despondent, because we have abilities, built-in biological abilities, that allow us to regenerate and start again.
Let me just go back 1 second, going back to how they took the trees down. Back in 1908, there was the Tunguska event, which took place in Russia. And there was a something, and they don't really know what it is or what it was, came in from the sky, and it was an airburst. And they said it was about 3 to 6 miles above the Earth. And it was the equivalent to 10 to 15 megatons of TNT. It was a monstrosity of an explosion, and it wiped out in Tunguska, Russia, which is in Siberia, over 770 square acres, flattened it. Now, mainstream science has conjectured that it was a meteor. However, there are others in alternative research who claim that this was Tesla technology, that it was Tesla's direct energy technology, or what we would probably call today a direct energy weapon. The reason why I wanted to bring it up is because there's also I think, a mindset that says that the advent of the types of weaponry that we have today really didn't come about till the late 1940s with the atomic bomb. But in reality, there were scientists like Tesla who were working on technologies that, Tesla wasn't looking to create or invent technology that was going to hurt humanity. He wanted to help humanity. But of course, the powers that be would take that technology and they would use it for other purposes. And so it's quite possible that that Tunguska event is gives us some insight, if you will, into what could have happened if there were giant trees on Earth at one time. That if the technology that people think didn't exist in 1908 did exist, then it's quite possible that technology that people don't believe existed back whenever did exist too. So I just want to throw that out there. Any thoughts?
I think it was definitely some technology test. You notice how all the big meteors that come into Earth always hit in Russia or some unpopulated area. By chance, one would have to hit a city by now, but they always go off in places where very few people are, or some people are. It could be the one a couple years ago, or recently, that broke a bunch of windows. It could just be some sort of concussion bomb that they drop from a balloon or from a high flying aircraft and shoot it in and tell everybody, be afraid of meteors.
Or a direct energy weapon, because
of course,
right? Because what they mentioned, I read the reports going back to 1908. They interviewed people and they said there was a huge fireball going through the sky. And so what do we see today? We see these fireballs going through the sky. The one in Russia, I guess, a few years ago.
Yep.
Right? Now in Tunguska, just to stick on it for a second, there was no crater. There was nothing. Okay. So afterwards, when they got there, they took a look. I mean, they were expecting to see a monstrosity of a crater sitting in the ground. There was nothing but flattened trees for 770 square acres. So anyway, I'm with you on that, David. I think that
770 square acres, 7. They love their sevens.
So, well, at least it's not 777.
Right.
Okay, so let's get to I know what David's chomping at the bit here. The video claims that Earth is a huge quarry. And one of the questions I guess I had was, well, what was being quarried and for what purposes? So it could have been many types of things that they were quarrying for, right? That they were mining for.
Yeah,
Any thoughts on that?
I'll go real quick and then let Sophia jump in. My new understanding of how our Earth is, it's no secret that I believe that the Earth is flat, not a spinning ball flying through infinite space, and that there is hidden land. There's some new work coming out on actually creating a map of how the continents are laid out, and it appears that Antarctica only surrounds the bottom. When looking at the map from the orientation that we normally look at it from, the bottom sides, and the top half, if looking at the map, could just be an ocean corridor to more land, hidden land. And the reason that we are trapped here and we can't see it is because they've created the GPS to navigate us. So when you go what should be north or straight up, it curves you around to the side by following those coordinates. And the only way to go to find that ocean corridor is to use a gyroscopic device that will stay rigid in space and take you in that direction. So once you understand that we live on I'll call it an infinite flat plane, there could be, so much more land, and perhaps we are just working in the quarry to, be exploited to this very day, where the resources that we are digging out of the earth are being taken by the elite and their bosses and whoever is above them to more hidden land that we are not aware of.
Well, there was an article going back to 1907, and I think I sent this to you guys, and I'll put this in the slideshow and the show notes. The Hawaiian Gazette, January 11th, 1907, and they had published in a newspaper a 1,000-year-old map that was found. I believe it was of Japanese origins.
Yep.
And that map clearly shows more land beyond Antarctica, and it's a lot more land. And so for the folks that are listening to the show, I will put this in the show notes, and I will put it into the I'll put it into the slideshow so you can take a look at it. And I mean, people can call this a bunch of nonsense and all that stuff, and it's deception and so on. But you know what? I mean, it gets to a point where you really have to stop just discarding things, and you have to take a look at them, and you have to start piecing the puzzle together, and you have to start connecting the dots on this. I don't know. I tend to believe that back in 1907, there was a lot more freedom and innocence and integrity in reporting than we do today, clearly. And there's a lot of stuff that got into newspapers back in those days, like giants, as an example. There were giant skeletons found in the United States and elsewhere, and articles were written about this, but we won't see that stuff today. So in any case,
and real quick, Admiral Byrd, if you believe the Admiral Byrd story, he went supposedly into Antarctica and said he came across a vast untouched land, bigger than the United States, much bigger. And I'm not, my idea of extra land isn't bigger than the United States. It's bigger than everything we know, more and more and more. And there, as far as we know, there could be another sun and moon orbiting above that, and it could go on and on. I was, when I first discovered the true nature of the world we live in, I said a good possibility is what I call puddle theory. And I imagine these puddles separated by 10, 20, 50, 100,000 miles. I think they're all connected, and that we are just kept, to this puddle by whether it's evil forces or good forces until we're ready to understand and expand out. That's up for debate, but there is definitely, in my opinion, more land out there, and a lot more.
Yeah, and like I said, David, when I show folks this map, this will validate exactly what you're saying. There is a lot more land if this map is true. Now, what I wanted to do is to jump in to the mythology aspect of this, and let me just set this up for the audience. What I wanted to do was to see what connections we had back to mythology with regard to giant trees. And so I had a conversation with Priscilla Vogelbacher, and I will tack on that discussion I had with Priscilla to the end of this show so you can listen to it. Now, Priscilla is an expert in mythology and in comparative religions. And so what I did was I sent her a link to the video, and I didn't tell her anything about the video other than, could you tell me, based upon your expertise in mythology, if there are any connections? Now, I'm not an expert in mythology. I know a little bit, enough to be dangerous, but I'm not an expert. So she got back to me after about a week, and I'll just read a couple of bullets here, and then we can talk about it. But she had said that she assessed the video and she did it objectively. So she has no position, by the way, on the giant tree theory. She didn't rave about it. She just got right into the mythology aspects of it with me when we talked about it. She said to me that trees play a very prominent role in mythology. So she said, if, and that's if with an underline, if the video is true about giant trees, then the concept of the world tree needs to be taken literally. And the world tree that she pointed me to, there are many in mythology, but the most prominent is from Norse mythology. That tree, it's pronounced the Yggdrasil, but it's spelled Yggdrasil, but pronounced Ig, the Y is an I, Yggdrasil, was the tallest tree on Earth. And the world tree is a motif present in several religions and mythologies, particularly Indo-European religions, Siberian religions, and Native American religions. The world tree is represented as a colossal tree which supports the heavens, thereby connecting the heavens, the terrestrial world, and through its roots, the underworld. It may also be strongly connected to the motif of the tree of life from the Bible. So she spent a lot of time focusing on the Norse mythology and Yggdrasil, that's the colossal tree, the world tree in Norse mythology. And it was an immense ash tree that is central and considered very holy. She said, obviously, in the Garden of Eden, we had the tree of life. We also had the tree of knowledge of good and evil. She said that trees have a strong connection to enlightenment and creation, that in mythology, trees bring salvation. Trees are known as the book of life. And language, she said, began with trees. And I will tack on my conversation with Priscilla so you can get more of an understanding of that. I'm not going to do it justice. We'd have to get Priscilla on the show to really talk about it. Now, I asked her about the Garden of Eden because I did an interview with Priscilla, and in that interview, and it was before the giant tree video had come out, she said to me that the Garden of Eden was an artificial structure or greenhouse for the gods. And outside the garden, it was desolate and a wasteland. So when I watched the giant tree video, my interview, my conversation with Priscilla, it ran through my head. So we're talking about a quarry, we're talking about a wasteland, and then we're talking about giant trees. She says that in mythology, the wasteland or the desolation outside of the Garden of Eden was due to Mount Toba and the eruption of Mount Toba. And that eruption took place about 75,000 years ago. And it's one of Earth's largest known eruptions. And it was catastrophic. And let me just see, it said here, it caused a global volcanic winter of 6 to 10 years and possibly a 1,000-year long cooling episode. So I just wanted to put that out there. A lot of folks, they think that mythology is fiction. And I think that that's another deception by the powers that be, that they want you to believe that mythology is fiction. I tend to believe that there's a whole lot of truth in mythology. And there's a lot of stuff that's being hidden from us, and especially what that mythology taught. We're not taught that anymore. And in fact, we're not really taught mythology anymore. The only way you get to learn that is you take it under your belt and you do it yourself. You're not going to get that in school. In any case, that's some of the input from Priscilla. And she said that everything on Earth was much larger and much more grandiose. She talked about the quarries also. She said in Mesopotamia mythology, the quarries were underwater. So I found that very interesting. But she said the best example of a giant tree, the world tree, would be Norse mythology. And she recommended that folks, if they were interested, to research that. Any thoughts?
It's very interesting, Mike. You know, I'm so glad you said that people think mythology is fiction, because it isn't. It precedes us, our modern times, our, you know, split, the whole Descartes paradigm. We look to all this physics for everything. And I've heard from people who are extremely adventurous in terms of science that everything that we study, our physics, our astronomy, for instance, even our math, is such a limited field.
Yeah.
And it's on that basis, it's wrong.
I loved math in school. You know, geometry, trigonometry, calculus. I excelled in it. And then after, you know, years after I graduated college, I discovered sacred geometry and you know, the Fibonacci sequence and all of this stuff that they never ever even mentioned in school. You know, they never taught us about the 5 Platonic solids in school, and that's the real math. They taught us fake limited math to keep us in a box.
Yeah, yeah. And hey, I just want to make one more comment here. She also mentioned that her research indicates that the gods are subterranean. Okay, so subterranean dwelling. This is a point that I brought up in other shows, where the reason why they want us to look up into the cosmos and to focus on space and planets and all that stuff is because they don't want us looking down. They don't want us to understand what's right below our feet. So she had mentioned that. She also mentioned that the quarry structure could be linked to ancient megalithic structures. And this is a guess on her part. She was surmising. She said, perhaps, Mike, they were quarrying earth to build the temples of the gods. And she says, in mythology, the temples dwarfed anything we know today. And this is where she said that everything was much larger and grandiose in mythology. So I just want to make sure I got that in there. I almost forgot to get those points in.
You know, if we do live on an infinite flat plane and things were much bigger, as you're explaining here, you'd need a mighty large quarry to get material out of.
Right. So I think, you know, to answer the question, David, that everybody's asking, and Sophia, you know, where did the quarried material go? I believe that it went outside of our containment area, if you will, because we do live in a containment area.
I want to point out, I've been meaning to say it, in his video, there's a bunch of stuff that we all don't agree with. You know, like not every mountain, you know, is a tree. Not every hole in the ground is a quarry. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that. I had a hard time believing everything was a tree. And I could be wrong, right? But I had a hard time grabbing onto that. I mean, I saw things that look like trees to me, okay? And even when he showed the mountain ranges and where a tree was cracked off, I'm like, okay, you know, I've seen that plenty of times. I live in North Carolina. There's a lot of work that I do with trees that fall down during storms, so I get it. But everything, I had a hard time with that.
And he said that there were no rocks on Earth. Sophia, what is your thought on that? You know, there's all different types of, you know, like I grew up in the woods near my home, and there's, you know, big rocks in the ground. You know, it was a very rocky place. What are those rocks?
Well, rocks are minerals, right? Different mineralizations and hard forms of different compounds. And I honestly don't know what rocks are. I tried to do a little research and it just bewildered me. But he was saying that what they're quarrying out, at one point he said it's the entire Mendeleev periodic table. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
They're taking all the elements. And so I have to ask myself, well, how did those elements form? And they keep finding new elements with strange names. But I don't know. I don't know enough about this. And I can't comment intelligently on what rocks really are, other than very dense forms of matter that may be considered inorganic now, but at one time were organic. Remember, this is all about density also. And when we start getting into density, we're going to touch on this whole dimensionality. We live in the three-dimensional environment in which the densest things are, for instance, rocks and certain kinds of, I don't know what else, that form very intense concentrations and solids. And the lightest things they tell us are gas. And it all has to do with atomic mass and the way that things bond and float around. But that's not, there are other forms of lightness. We don't really know. You can cross into other dimensions and get lightness and solidity, right? So how do we know? We're just, as you say, we're in this very circumscribed, very contained existence that is reinforced through our very limited, very boring schooling.
Yeah, we don't know anything really when you think about it, right?
Yeah, we don't. I mean, it's almost like you have to start again. I would really like to take a baby and not teach it anything and just see what it discovers.
That's a good one. That would be
Be
good.
the smartest person on earth.
Considering everything we're taught is literally a lie, you know. I mean, you made the comment before that humans' life is very resilient. You know, it's tough to kill us.
Right.
You know, amazing things happen and people survive, except, you know, in these mass shootings, everybody dies instantly. You know.
Just sneak it in there, David.
Yeah. Got to do it. Got to do it.
Well, look, we have two more questions. I know it's getting late here on the East Coast for David and I, and but I promise these are the last two questions. So we've talked about this, and like I said, we're just putting our ideas out there, our thoughts, our reactions to this, applying some of the research we've done over the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks is not a lot of time to do a lot of research, but I thought it was important, and you guys did too, to talk about this because that video really resonated. A lot of people watched it, and a lot of people, their eyes opened up. And I've shown people the video. They watched it, and they watched the entire hour and 20 minutes with their eyes bulging out of their head like, you got to be kidding me. That looks like a tree, So here's the question. Why is it important? Okay, so we've got this video out there. It appears that there were colossal trees on Earth at one time. They're not here anymore. We have much smaller trees. Life goes on. So I guess it's the same question that people were asking about the flat Earth. I don't know if it's the same answer for this. So, David, why don't we start with you? I mean, why is this even important? Who cares?
It's such a good question. It's asked on every very important topic. We've been in prison. This is a prison planet. If you believe we live on a planet, your mind is in a prison. And I believe, I think you understand too, that we are great spiritual, powerful beings that have been we have given our power away by believing the lies. And if people knew the true nature of who we are, where we lived, that there isn't shortage, that there's infinite abundance, in my opinion, and that we can do great things beyond what we've been trained to believe. That's the most important thing on Earth. And the timing of this video just hitting everybody with the Flat Earth Awakening, you can be suspect of the timing, or it could be divinely inspired, to get this information out. If this came out a year and a half ago, I don't know what people would make of it, because it would be really hard to wrap your mind around it. It doesn't work on a spinning ball flying through space. And a year and a half ago, there was very few people that understood where we don't live, which is on a spinning ball. Just earlier in the show, when you said, the trees are 60 kilometers, 37 miles high, I just thought about that. I'm about 37 miles over the water to Manhattan. And on an infinite flat Earth, that's not that high if you flip that up in the air to me. I'm like, that is totally doable in a tree.
But think about it from the perspective of when people send those balloons up 20 miles up.
Yeah.
That tree is 17 miles beyond those balloons.
It makes perfect sense to me. For
wild.
some, it's wild, but we live on a wild Earth. The fact that it resonates with people, how you have to trust your gut sometimes. You have to trust your that inner feeling that you have, and the feeling that so many people, including myself, are getting when we watch this video. There's something to it, sometimes you don't believe something, but you have a feeling. That feeling is usually right. If you trust your feelings, you probably do better than trusting your
logical
mind.
Yeah.
Your logical mind that has been imprisoned with all of the stuff that we've been taught. His story history is his story. It's all made up.
Sophia, why is this important? I mean, you touched on a very good point before, where the resiliency of life and humans. I mean, that's tremendous. Anything else?
Well, I put this video on my blog, and I want people to hear the Russian version. It's not in Russian, but it's a guy with a Russian accent, and he's so charming. He's so unique. It's difficult to understand, but it's worth listening to some of it and then switching over to Rhonda's version, which was done thanks to David, and she used his script, and it's much easier to understand. But for me, it was all about scale. When your concept of scale is overturned like this, then in a sense, your mind is freed. And I think that's what's happening to people. They're experiencing a freeing of the mind because they're seeing before their own eyes a conversion of scale. And that's what we have to think about. I think subconsciously, we take that right to ourselves and we start going into the mode of thinking that is the most creative, which is what if? What if? What if this is true?
Right.
The trees were this big. What if? And when you start thinking what if, then you're now on the path to creativity.
Right. See, that's a very good point, because a lot of people have been conditioned to believe that if you think that way, that you're out in la la land somewhere, that if you don't stay contained within the parameters of what science is teaching you and math and all that stuff, if you step out of the box and you use your imagination and you use your creativity, that somehow you're an oddball, that you're crazy, you're a tinfoil hat wearer, and so on. But you're absolutely right, Sophia. I mean, because the only way, in my view, that we're ever going to get out from under this mess is for people to use their imagination, to use their creativity, and to critically think. Hey, I just want to mention one thing, because some people will call this a psyop. I've already heard that it's a psyop, it's a psyop, it's a psyop. Right?
Oh, everything's a psyop.
What I try to explain to people is a psychological operation is not just lies. That psychological operations are put in play to also put out the truth. It's gotten a negative connotation over the years because that's how it's been used, especially with the government. Their psyops are negative, but a psychological operation can also be an operation in which truth is being pushed out. So I just want to make that comment out to the audience too. Look, I think that just quickly, my view on this, why it's important, is it's another nail in the coffin of the people that deceive. So anytime they're going to put their nonsense up on the History Channel or Nat Geo or Sci-Fi Channel, or they're going to put Neil deGrasse Tyson out there or Bill Nye, people are either going to tune out or they're going to listen with a very critical mind. And hopefully they'll ask a lot more questions. In the past, people didn't ask a lot of questions. They took whatever they said, hook, line, and sinker, and went home with it. And that's how we got into this mess, because people just believed authority. When you treat authority as truth versus truth as authority, that's how you dig yourself a gigantic hole. And we have to get ourselves dug out. Yeah, David.
Mike, knowing all that now, all of the things that we've discovered, the lies, and our minds have been opened up and we are actually thinking for ourselves. When you look back at what you were taught at school, isn't it shocking that we believed it and didn't question it? I mean, I was in science class, in astronomy class, and they're telling us all this stuff. I never questioned it because it was in the book. Right. And now that I look at that, I'm embarrassed that I just bought it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, but don't be embarrassed, because they play upon the fact that humans are trustworthy. When you're a kid going to school, you do not think that you're being lied to. And the teachers don't think they're lying. That's it. I mean, we have this whole hierarchy, right? It comes down, it's tops down. And
Yep.
you're sitting there, you're thinking, why would they lie to you? I mean, they're telling you the truth. And some people go their entire life that way. I mean, they're born and they're buried believing that. And there are those of us that have awakened, and now we realize that exactly what you just said. We sat in class and just got a bunch of lies shoveled down our throat. And hopefully more and more people, like I said now, are going to understand that and realize that and step off the hamster wheel and start to free think and critical think and start calling these people out for their lies and their deception. I mean, it's really unbelievable because I have to be honest with you. I'm digressing here. When I watched that video, the one thing I got a little angry. I felt anger building up in me because I thought to myself, we are really, really, like you said, David, on a prison planet. We are in a containment center. This is where you stay. You can't go any further. You can't explore. You can't discover. You stay right here. And the magnitude of the subversion and the magnitude of the lies that are in place to keep us here and the technology they have put in place to make sure that we stay here, it's absolutely mind-numbing. Okay, so look, I got the last question. I know because we're pushing up against 2 hours here. Now, this is a question I have heard. I have to honestly answer. Me personally, I don't know the answer to this, okay? So people have asked, okay, so what can be done to further research into this theory? Is there anything realistically that can be done? When I say realistically, I'm thinking in terms of, well, what are we supposed to do? Show up at Devil's Tower with, an archaeological dig with geologists? I mean, that's not going to happen. You're not going to be allowed to go there the same way that alternative Egyptologists are not allowed to go to the pyramids in Giza. Sophia, what do you think comes after this? I mean, is there any other research that can get done, or is it basically this is it? How do you think this works?
Well, Mike, we need the help of people who have studied this a little more deeply than we have. I mean, we're coming from limited education. Where are the geologists? Where are the people who, even though, let's say, I just denounced geology a little while ago, but these are people who have a little more experience in this material. Organic and inorganic chemists, even physicists. So you and I can always use the pictorial record, just like we did with 9/11. Most of us weren't in New York, but there has been video and there were photographs taken, large numbers of photographs. And you can look at that visual record and you can start trying to analyze it and understand it, especially if you free your mind and you start thinking creatively. So we have all got access to pictures of these mesas, and we can go to tree stumps with pictures. And he does that in the video. He compares to garden variety tree stumps.
Yeah.
And why not? That's where we can start. But then the other thing is, let's prevail on people who are the educated and the credentialed among us, who are not all in the box thinker. Some of them aren't at all that. And they may decide to defect and start thinking open-mindedly themselves. And so we need to start banding together in that way to explore this a little more.
You're absolutely right. We need people to step out.
Yeah, and I was going to say something about mountain ranges, because I was thinking about, okay, if those mountains, like he at one point, and I'm never going to forget this. He says in the video, the tree Everest, the tree Everest. And then I started thinking, oh, all those people who climb Everest, they're not mountain climbers. They're climbing a tree stump. Isn't that wild? Yeah, I'm a tree climber. I'm really good.
Doesn't sound as impressive.
No, but some of these trees were so big. I mean, I don't know if you know, but the fact is that so many people in the Everest climbing craze, remember there was that craze right after John Krakauer wrote his book Into Thin Air?
Yeah.
Or during that time, everybody wanted to go on an Everest climbing expedition. And there were all these people who were totally not trained. And they would buy new boots, expensive climbing boots, and they'd put them on and they'd get their Sherpas lined up and they'd be guided up Everest, and they would die. They would die. There are corpses strung along Mount Everest that are just frozen in the ice and snow because there's no manpower to take them away and they don't decompose. These people were trying to climb the trees. And I wanted to just point out that in the mountain range context, I have seen trees in people's yards, these gigantic trees that you speak of as 100 feet tall. I don't know if the ones I've seen are that tall, but they actually come out of the ground as multiple trunks, right?
Yes,
so there's one root system, and the tree is it's this huge thing, almost like a bush, but it's giant. It has a giant canopy, and it has multiple trunks, effectively. So that could be the mountain ranges. They could be trees with multiple trunks right next to one another. And that, because otherwise I was thinking these big, huge trees with their giant canopies, they couldn't grow right next to each other. They need to have room for their roots and their canopies. The other thing I was thinking of, the assaults that we are being exposed to, from chemtrails to GMOs to vaccines, just all the stuff that's going on now that we're doubting we can even survive. The people who are perpetrating all this, let's call them. Remember I talked about the trophic chain, and I said that at the very top of the chain were the microorganisms, the fungi and the molds and the bacteria and the microbes, and they would descend on the largest life forms and convert them into nutrients. So they're called the decomposers.
Right.
And so if we call the bad guys the decomposers, because their real plan is to take us down, take us apart, whether it's strategic in one way or another and it's an observation process, I don't really know. Their activity as decomposers would make us, are you ready? We're the composers. The trees are the producers, like I said, and we are the composers. And that gave me tremendous encouragement when I framed it that way for myself.
That's brilliant. I like being called a composer. And we shall call them the decomposers, because that's exactly who they are and what they are. I want to say this whole show was great. I know it was a lot of material, and I know that I probably didn't keep it together as well as I should have.
It's a tough one, where I've been left speechless thinking about this. It happened a couple of times during the show. This is another one that has really just blown me away. When I first started my truth seeking, it started all with 9/11, and I'm out on a limb and everyone's saying that I'm crazy, and then I finally started getting acceptance there, and then Sandy Hook and Boston and all these other things happened, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to do it again. And then I finally got enough people behind me and with me, and then all of a sudden this flat earth thing comes out, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to do it again. And everyone is screaming at me, and I had to hold my own. I'm like, okay, finally done it. What else could happen now? Now we have giant trees. And there's a lot of people out there, even in the flat earth community, that are not buying it because it's too big, pun intended, for them to wrap their minds around. I'm not 100% yet, but I can't think of anything else that explains away the evidence that we see.
Yeah, I saw one video with some guy carrying on. He's in the flat earth movement, and he's going on and on about why we shouldn't be talking about giant trees. Stop already, stop. There's so many things that we could be researching, investigating, discovering, and exploring. Have at it. Take a look at things. So I know we're out of time. So Sophia, where can people find out more about your work?
My blog is Sophia Small Storm, and you have to spell Sophia with an F.com. And I have podcasts that are accessible from that. That's actually my bigger website, but that particular URL takes you right to my blog, to the center of it. And then I have my products store. I share things that I've discovered that have helped me personally, and that's avatarproducts.com.
Excellent. David?
You could find links to all of my YouTube pages, Facebook pages at deepinsidetherabbithole.com. As we speak right now, my website is old school, doesn't work on iOS devices, but it is being redesigned and should be launched in the next week or two. Amazing new site that works on all platforms. So deepinsidetherabbithole.com. You could find my off-color podcast links there. My YouTube is DITRH, stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. Everything's linked on the homepage there.
Excellent. Well, let me just say, you guys are awesome. It was a great conversation. I really love having both you guys on the show. And what we'll do is maybe we'll give it some time and maybe we'll reconvene on this topic. We'll certainly reconvene on other topics, that's for sure. But we'll see what happens with the giant trees in a couple of months. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Yes.
All righty. All right, you guys have a great evening, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Mike.
And that concludes the conversation with Sophia and David. And as promised, here is my pre-show discussion with Priscilla Vogelbacher. Priscilla is an expert on mythology, and I asked her if she would offer her insights on the importance of trees in mythology. And here is what she had to say. Priscilla?
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good. You?
Good, good. So thank you for taking the time on this.
No problem.
Yeah, did you watch the documentary?
Yeah, I listened to all of it. Yeah.
What'd you think?
It's an interesting concept. The mesas and buttes being petrified tree trunks really makes you think. But as far as I know, I'm not a scientist. I'm not an expert in earth science, but these are supposed to be natural formations caused by erosion of rock. I'm not sure like what the process is scientifically. I've never actually seen one happen. Obviously, it takes time. But if what this guy is claiming is true at all, then the concept of the world tree needs to be taken literally.
Right. So that's why I wanted to run it by you, right? So
Yeah.
anyway, so tell me about what you said it was the world tree?
Yeah. The world tree is pretty ubiquitous in mythology. Everybody knows the most famous one, the Yggdrasil of Norse myth. And the Altai peoples have theirs, and they situate it in the middle of Asia, in Central Asia. But the Garden of Eden holds on to that concept too, with the tree of life, accompanied by the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And it's also found in a Celtic Egyptian text called the Colburn Bible. And in that garden, there's a tree of wisdom and a tree of trespass. And underneath the tree of trespass grows what's called a lotus of rapture, which is the same concept of a hallucinogenic that I detailed regarding the Garden of Eden fruit. And trees have a very strong connection with enlightenment and creation. For example, the Savior was crucified on a tree. In the poetic Edda, the elder Edda, Odin sacrificed himself by hanging himself to the Yggdrasil and wounding himself with a spear. And we see that in the incarnate God in Christianity, when Jesus was nailed to a cross of wood with a spear wound.
Now, in mythology, do they make reference to the size of the trees? Do they say?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Okay.
Yeah, the world tree, call it what you will, is the tallest trees on earth. It towers into heaven, and its roots reach into the underworld. So it's also this concept of tying the three worlds together, heaven, underworld, hell, call it what you like, and Middle Earth. And you know, it's called Middle Earth because it's in the middle of the two other realms. And it's supposed to tower above all other trees. Like if one of those mesas or buttes were a tree trunk, and you can imagine how the size of that tree, like the guy in the video said, all the forest and all the trees below it resemble moss in comparison. That's how large these are.
It was mind-boggling when I watched it, you know?
Yeah.
Because it was a paradigm shifter if it's true. But I just wanted to get your perspective on, because you're an expert in mythology, whether this was something that was talked about, and it is, as you've mentioned, it is. Is there any place else? You said Egypt, you said the Norse, the Bible, anything else that you can recall?
The Chinese have theirs. Other cultures have theirs too, but what I really wanted to get into was the concept of creation with the world tree concept. Like I said, he sacrificed himself, and that's an allusion to the Jesus crucifixion. And in Roman mythology, the savior is Bacchus, which in Greek is Dionysus, and they're all synonymous. The word book actually comes from this. Book is diminutive of Bach, which is Bacchus, and he's known as Liber, which means book, but he's also known as a letter or a tree. And the tree, Bacchus is the tree as a crucified flower plant, which is a rose on a cross, which is where we get the Rosicrucian symbol.
Okay.
But Jesus on the cross, he's said to come from Nazareth, but the word Nazir means flower, a flower. And there's a reproductive metaphor that ties in with this and the concept of hell, hell being the Norse goddess. If we take this goddess concept tied with the tree, then we have in the reproductive organs, the hymen is protected by the gates of hell, as it were. And the labia minora is the gates itself, and the Cerberus guarding the gates would be the clitoris. But the rose on the cross is actually the ovum, which the serpent or spermatozoa impregnates the virgin with. So it's also a reproduction metaphor in an esoteric interpretation. Trees also bring salvation and also life. The bark on which a book was originally written is Liber, like I said, and trees are what's known as the book of life. In the very beginning times, language began with trees. And the Chaldean name for a trunk of the tree was alpha, which is the beginning of the word alphabet, the root. The leaves were people wrote letters on the leaves, and the branches were then words, and the fruit of the tree were its doctrines, hence knowing good and evil in Eden. And the Gnostics called Jesus the tree of life. And the Christ was called the branch, the vine, and the way of salvation. And the vine is the same vine that Satanael planted while the garden was being constructed, which grew up into that tree. And the goddess is also Lucifer with the Venus connection, which we went over last time. And so you have this whole interconnection of a goddess giving enlightenment to another goddess figure, Eve, which it's just a cyclical thing. It's like a Gordian knot.
Well, another question I had for you was when we did the show, you had said that Enlil, which is Yahweh, right?
Yeah.
When he took Adam and Eve and booted them from the Garden of Eden, you had said that he had put them into essentially a vast wasteland. They got kicked out of the garden. And is there any description of what that garden looked like? Because it was very interesting to me. I thought to myself, wow, when I watched this video, going back to the discussion I had with you, well, maybe this outside of the Garden of Eden, there was this quarry, this mining type of environment where essentially, I mean, there was really no way to survive, or it was going to be very, very challenging or difficult to survive because the land had been stripped. So is there anything in mythology that would allude to what the land looked like outside of the Garden of Eden, or in other mythologies, whatever they consider the Garden of Eden to be? What would it be like outside of that garden?
Yeah, the outside of the garden, because the Garden of Eden was an enclosed structure. It was artificially built. It was a greenhouse for the gods. And outside of it was a wasteland. And there are descriptions, like in the Jewish Haggadah, and pseudepigraphical works have sparse descriptions too. And yeah, it was a wasteland, but that was a consequence of the death of the land itself from the Mount Toba eruption around 75,000 years ago. If we are to assume this all took place in Mesopotamia, because the ash of that explosion reached, was it more than 1,000 miles, and covered it significantly.
Right, but you heard what he said about volcanoes, right?
Yes.
And he said that basically a volcano is nothing more than a big pile of earth that's covering up a bunch of waste from the quarry, which could include types of materials that could erupt and explode. And I know some of this is kind of like difficult to like, maybe even difficult to take seriously when you start talking about it, but because we're not accustomed to this explanation. But I get you answered my question though. Now, that it was described as a wasteland. One of the things that we've been talking about and discussing is that where did the quarry waste go? In other words, they were mining something. So whatever they were mining, where did it go? Where did they take it? When you were talking about the Garden of Eden being enclosed and being specially built, we started to think that perhaps from a flat Earth perspective, I'm talking about the flat Earth, right? One of the theories in flat Earth is that we are not being told the truth about the Earth with regard to all of the land, that there could very well be more land. And in fact, I found an article that was in a newspaper going back to, I think it was 1907. And it was published in a newspaper, and it said, "Is this the real map of the world?" And what it showed was there was a circle around the land masses that we know today as, South America, North America, Europe, and so on, Australia. And then outside of that circle, they had these plots of land. I mean, we would call them continents, I guess. So I'm just wondering if there's anything in mythology that says that there's any place else other than the Earth that we have been told, or the Earth that the mere mortals reside in versus where the gods reside. Maybe that's a way to phrase it.
Well, where the gods reside has always been assumed to be outer space, or the heavens, as it's called in the texts. But my research has shown that they live inside the earth.
Okay.
They're chthonic, demonic beings, which is where the concept of the traditional demon comes from, I think. If the earth is a quarry, where did all that rock go? I'm not really sure. But, there's always a quarry site for an ancient megalithic structure. So if I had to assume something, it would have to be that the earth is a quarry to have built the temples for the gods, which eventually became destroyed.
So the temples of the gods would be like what? I'm sorry for my ignorance.
No, just literal temples, dwarfing what we have now, of course. Everything in the mythological times, if we take it as a record of prehistory, everything was much larger and much more grandiose. And that's mostly due to the fact that there was no monetary system to control people with. It was a very, very different time, because we're very limited by how much money we have these days. And we have been for a long time now. But in the Mesopotamian mythology, the quarries were underwater. The mining operations of the faction of Anunnaki called the Agigi, which were laborers, they toiled in the mines of the Apsu, and the Apsu was underwater. The word Apsu means nether sea. So if there are quarries, then they're going to be found at the bottom of the oceans.
Okay, so that's the question I was going to ask you too. In the Sumerian texts, if what do they say about any of this? Does anything in the Sumerian text talk about trees? You just said it does talk about mining. Anything about trees? Big trees?
Yeah, in one of the myths of Inanna, she found a tree that she really liked, and she wanted a throne to be made out of it. And there's a little story that goes along with that, because Lilith, who disappeared from the Garden of Eden because she wanted equality, ended up in this tree. It was called the Halupu tree. And she made a residence up there with some other creatures. And it was up to Gilgamesh to get her out, chop down the tree, and give it to Inanna, which he did. Other than that, there's not a whole lot, to be honest.
Okay. All right. I just, like I said, I'm just poking around and
Yeah.
seeing, because we're just, we're not sure about this, to be honest. I mean, it's intriguing, obviously. It's very interesting. We're going to do a show. We're going to kick it around. We're going to record the show next week. And then we're going to just, I guess, take it from there. And like I said, if it wasn't for the fact that they had the hexagonal shape of the piping or the strands going down these large giant trees, we'll just call them that for now, then I probably would not have given this a lot more thought. But that's what got me, because that was clearly not lava.
Right.
Clearly not lava. So, am I pronouncing it right? Is it Yggdrasil?
Yeah, it's either that or Yggdrasil. I believe it's the Y is pronounced like an I.
Oh, Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. Okay. I just pulled a page up here, and I guess that is probably, would you think, like the best example of what this could have been?
I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's the best known world tree. It's always been depicted as something towering above everything else, and to a massive extent.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I think what we'll do is, for the show, we will weave this in. We won't go any further, because I don't want to make a fool out of everybody or myself. So we'll talk about this.
I can give you a little bit more information about these trees if you like, but
yeah. I mean, do you have more?
I have a little bit more.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, tell me. Yeah.
So back to Bacchus, he symbolized with the Greek letters iota, eta, and sigma, and anglicized it's IHS, and that is the logos, or the word. And in John 1:1, we read that in the beginning there was the word, and the word was God, and this is what created everything. In Old Irish, back to Liber as a book, the Old Irish words for book and alphabet are both described with the letters AUS, os, signifying tree and knowledge. The IHS is the logos, the lingua and letters of the leaves of the tree. And Bacchus was called Ros, rose. It means rose, and he was the water rose, going back to the hymen metaphor. Now, Hathor, the goddess in Egypt, was known previously to that name as Athor, which is where we get our word author. So that's why God in the Bible, giving forth the logos, the word, is the author of creation. It ties in with this tree concept. And the tree is also a form of creation. The goddess is the tree in some mythologies, and the goddess is what gives birth to us. So, and there's an African myth also that a primordial tree gives birth to the first race of people. So there's a correspondence there too, and that's something that I don't think many people would pick up on. But everything ties together.
Well, I'm taking notes, and so I'm going to have to stare at them and piece some of this stuff together. If I have any questions, is it okay to email you with some of my questions?
Of course.
Okay. All right. So you know a lot about this stuff, so it's very impressive.
Well, I'm glad you're impressed.
Okay, Doc. Well, thank you so much for looking into this.
All right. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Bye-bye, Priscilla.
All right. Bye.
And that concludes another Sage of Quay interview, and I hope you enjoyed the discussion as much as I did. Links to my guests' websites and social media are listed in the show notes below. And as always, I'd like to thank everyone for listening and visiting the blog. You can get to the blog by typing in sageofquayradio.blogspot.com, or simply head over to our hub website at sageofquay.com. Also, if you get a moment, please visit laboroflovemusic.com to listen to my album, Leaving Dystopia. And remember, live in truth and always serve creation. It's really that simple. See everyone next week. Be safe, enjoy, and God bless.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
Wholeness and balanced vibration to everyone, and thank you for tuning in to the Universal Current Show, episode 3. Today is Sunday, October 23rd, and we are alive and jubilant and ready to deliver to you everything that you're going to need to benefit the most off of the universal current that is coming across our planet right now. I wanted to first let everyone know that if you would like to tune into this and you would like to see the pictures and the videos that are being described, you can tune in to our live stream channel, which is available at www.livestream.com/understanding. And Mr. Spirit Matter will be there as that hyper DJ taking you on this virtual tour through the knowledge that we're bringing forth today. Now, today is quite a day. Of course, yesterday was my birthday, and I did put a post together. In fact, I spent my whole birthday yesterday putting this post together, but I felt so invigorated by the information and delivering that information. I want to make sure we pay it forward, as I call it, or as many people call it, and actually use that day that is special to me to make it special for you. And what really came out was a lot of the stuff that I've been leading up to saying. And there's just, at points, there's a demarcation in when certain knowledge comes forth and when it shouldn't. And the most interesting part is that I've been watching knowledge like this for the last 2 or 3 years, that even though I may be aware of certain things, that for some reason I just haven't been able to translate that information to everyone. And then it'll come up out of nowhere, even sometimes when I don't choose to actually put my topic in that area. And so what this has pretty much become is our complete growth into wholeness. Of course, if someone says wholeness and is about that, that is still something that has to be achieved. And if you look at the resistance, what the resistance actually is the real-time progress of our spiritual growth as a group. Us beginning together in somewhat of a common state of mind, having the same desires of what we're seeking. And it's important to realize that everyone that really is on this phone because they're looking for something. If they have found it already, then there's no need to be on the phone. It's because we're always looking to expand, and we always will be. But expanding means changing. It doesn't mean staying the same. Growing means changing. It doesn't mean staying the same. So oftentimes when you're with one message, let's say reptilians like David Icke, then you'll have a whole group of people who are also into that message. But if David Icke chooses for any moment not to talk about reptilians anymore, or to solve the whole reptilian mystery, then all the people that are there for that would leave. The ones that will remain would be there for what he would be talking about next. And out of respect, you would understand that many of the people who brought major revelations to a lot of the knowledge should be already prepared to continuously move forward using that same analytical intuition, the same abilities that were utilized to discover that, to put time and attention into now revealing something else. So what the resistance is really about is not just staying on one topic or staying stuck on something, but solving. And this becomes very similar. When you say solve, you're talking about something very similar to the wand of Hermes, or what they call the Caduceus staff. which was the mythological staff of when you touch someone that had an infirmity with it, it would cure them. But of course, the symbolism of that staff has been almost lost by humanity in its true meaning in our struggle to find out what was written on many of the temple pyramid walls. Much of the knowledge that has been lost and has not been able to be interpreted. I will tell everyone now that the knowledge has already really been interpreted, and the real interpretation has just been hidden. And so that's really the tune of today's show, is to understand that we have to get a little bit in depth about who exactly has been manipulating and changing the information in order to make us confused, and what that has caused. Because the thing about the resistance is also neo-universalism. We want to show the commonality between all organic life, not just religions, which is the term of universalism, is to just show the common denominator of most religions, which we are already aware of, but that still does not keep them from fighting. So what we have discovered more than anything with what I'm going to bring forth today is it was already known a long time ago. Man and woman, if you want to look at the term God or Yod or fire or spirits, man and woman are God. They are spirits. They are not the bodies. And what happens is that when you know what the core principles to that is, the core principles of your spirit, then it's very easy for you to tap into high levels of energy. But when you lose identity with your spirit or your soul or your son, as it is called in the English, when you lose identity with that, then your energy starts to become drained and your vision gets cloudy and things become very dismal. And this is what we discovered was taking place with the language, but not so much as even the language, but with our society, that as we watch it continue, it doesn't seem to be gaining more focus. In fact, it looks like it's going into a blind fury. So what we have here on today's show is about avoiding that. Not only avoiding that for yourself, but also teaching others properly how to avoid that within the same laws and rules that they have been using, however they've been misinterpreted. So how this is really going to begin, let me look over just a brief set of notes here so I understand exactly where to begin. There's actually a post that's called Planetary Resistance Founder Turns Age 33 and also reveals hidden secrets about the Innerverse. And this link to this post I posted into the chat box, which is available on the Blog Talk Radio chat box. And so I just put that in there now. And most people that are probably on this line are familiar with that post, but everyone should have got it in their email box. But that post is very expansive and it talks about a lot of things. And of course, it's now very important for us to clarify what is being expressed here in this post. Because according to some of the things that we've said in the past and some of the stuff that's mentioned here, some stuff is a little bit contradictory. But again, we have been looking for the synchronicity and the likeness in knowledge through what we call a fractal, meaning that if it's really the truth, you will find it in different levels of the reality. But when you find that, there becomes no reason for you to continue to deny it. If you continue to deny it, then it becomes somewhat of a state of madness, meaning that you found the truth, and for some reason, whether it's someone else doing it to you or something that you're currently believing in that needs to change, if there's some reason that you're still stuck on that, then it means that you're stuck at one point in the path. Meaning that if you're on the path to becoming everything, to understand that you are everything, but at some point you become limited to who you think you are, whether it's reptilian, whether it's God, whether it's whoever, then you've met somewhat of a block on your path, and it's necessary that you now move it. And this is what I talk about in the post about one of the most important things about things that demand us to observe them for a moment, because there's something to learn. They put themselves in front of us, and it seems to be no way of getting to the next level without going through them. And this, I mean the pentagram, with the pentagram being thrown all in humanity's face all the time, whether it's on a flag of many of the different countries to some of the popular designs from McDonald's and toy stores and you name it, even templates to Word, Microsoft Word and different things of that nature, all contain certain symbols that humanity is very unfamiliar with. And it's clear that they're unfamiliar with them because now they've gotten to a point where they want to fear them. This becomes the actual systematic shutdown of our reality if we begin to allow fear to control everything. So it's important for us to come to the full realization that fear is negative. But negative means non-existent. It's simply a placeholder. It's something that we created in order for us to make contrast. It's just a tool. So if every time a tool out of the great mystical toolbox comes out, like negative, we can't seem to learn the lesson from it, or we get hurt by the tool even, then how far do you really think that we can progress as universal beings, or beings that are attempting to understand their universal nature? Because many here from Earth feel like they are just earthlings. But the reality is you have multiple planetary energies showing up here. Now remember, a planet is something alien, it's something foreign. Until you understand it, it remains as that. So what we had done at times in history was anytime there was a foreign state of consciousness or another culture, we designated it as one particular unit, i.e. a planet. So when you talk about a planet like Saturn or a Saturnalian culture, you have to ask, where does this come from? Does it come from that planet with a ring around it? Or does it come from our own state of consciousness? This becomes a very important thing to understand, because then if you get this answer right, you cease the ideas that there's extraterrestrials and that there's something outside of you or extra. It's inside. And I'll show you how. When the cowboys entered into Texas, the Lone Star State, and bought the culture of wearing a brimmed hat, very similar to the Jewish and Judaistic practice of wearing a brim hat, and began to rustle cattle and use guns or lead, which is the same metal as Saturn, then was introduced into the Western culture, the Saturnalian concept. When we live in a reality where a large group of people begin to act a certain way, like let's say Jupiterian or Jovian, then there gets invented by us, at that point gets invented by us another planet or another system or another culture. And so what happens in our world is that if some cultures are suppressed and some are brought forth, and it becomes a great confusion about what the lessons are, and someone wants to make their way of living the only way that everyone can live. When you have lived in a reality that has already taken place, it becomes no wonder that we don't know where God or the Most High is. Because we don't know where we are. And we are God. We are the Most High. It's very clear at explaining that in the spiritual books. But as the tainting goes on through the book, you start seeing heavy levels of contradictions, such as we all are God, as the Bible proclaims, but it says ye are to fear God. Now, how does this work? If you're God, but you fear God, does that not mean that you fear yourself? So it becomes not hard to understand in our reality why so many people are in fear of exploring themselves, which is really where they'll find all of these mysteries, these adventures, these contacts, etc. So from that point, I can begin this post here as we see that I talk about very briefly. I'm just going to go through this in pictures. But the second picture, you will see the polarities of the human body. And we're going to take this one step further because it has man and woman separated, but we already know man and woman are still in the same body. It just appears, because we're looking out at through two eyes, so we see everything dual. It appears that there is an opposite sex called female, but the reality is that within a man and a woman's body, there's a masculine and a feminine side. Now, since you have a masculine and a feminine, you have this term two. So there's somewhat of a dualistic nature within the person's mind anyway. Within their body, there's a dualistic nature between a masculine and feminine principle, or a water and a fire, coming into conflict with each other. However, this creates also the power that drives the body, if you didn't know. But there also is a mediator created, and this is why our planet got termed the third planet, because there is a large part of a triangle or a third component that we incorporate into our existence. We can dub this particular being an ego, but the correct term really becomes eidolon. Of course, the term ego is already demonized, pretty much. Everyone thinks the ego, you got to get rid of the ego. That is true. However, to get rid of the ego, because it's almost like saying, let's get rid of the drug lord that's next door. The ego has already set up shop and acts as a mediator between the positive and the negative side of our bodies. And it's because of that, there is relationships and interactions that are caused by the decisions made ultimately by the ego. Once it hears what the masculine side has to say, and then the feminine side has to say, then it makes its decision of what it should do next. Now, if you're living in a reality that pushes more of a right hand or masculine side of things, then you can see why the reality becomes very destructive as the person's mind becomes very destructive, only because it's not being kept in balance. So we'll clear this up a little bit more about this masculine and this feminine side of our bodies by looking first into the higher levels of knowledge and what it teaches about this. As it says in one of Michael Jackson's songs, ABC is easy as 1, 2, 3. Basically, that there's some type of knowledge that the higher beings are aware of that makes it as simple as that. And that knowledge is 1, 2, and 3, and how those tools can be applied to many things in order to discover what is going on. It's like a grid that you lay over something to understand its complete place. It's a tool. So it's important that you understand that it must be applied to every situation as that situation is occurring. And I will explain to you the 1, 2, 3 of life. First of all, when we talk about the zero for just a quick moment, the zero is not supposed to be discussed. And the reason is the zero means no thing. It means everything that has not been identified. Thus, when you identify it, it ceases to become a zero. So it's important that the zero is looked at as a mystery. It is the actual womb of creation which brings out things. To go inside of it, few have gone in and been able to come back out because they say there's that much of a mystery going on there. So we'll just talk about one because that applies more to our reality, wholeness. So what ends up happening is that the first generation or one which came out of the zero, it looks simply like a straight line coming out of a hole. The hole itself is the womb, and here comes number one. Now, number one is original. Number one is perfect because all that comes out of zero is perfection. So how this works is that in order for us to get into what we are experiencing now as individual beings and all these different integers, we had to leave from one. Because one is the state of it's not male and it's not female. Ideas like male and female haven't even began yet. There's no separation. There's no ideas of separation. If one was to create another one of itself, it would just merge into the one again because it's no different. So that's why two came about. And the highest knowledge that can really be available here on this planet to jump off all of your other sets of knowledge comes from the number two. because the number 2 is actually where our interaction is taking place and coming from. 2 is like our ancestor, because now we're 3. So let's talk a little bit about 2, our ancestor, and its traits. Now, when you say 2, if you write that in the indigenous way, you write it as 2 sticks, indicating that it's 2 separate things. And we can immediately label those male and female. So who 2 actually is 2 beings, but sharing the same space. And now we get into, like I said, the idea of the progress of man. Because man has and woman have a previous stage that they were gods. And this is why the gods maintain such a dualistic state, even up until this point, that the gods have somewhat of a two-face or Janus nature to them. And these 2 faces are male and female. And this allows them to procreate. So what's important to understand, though, about male and female, once you begin to do this, remember, 2 is not 1, so it's not collective. It's actually agreed to separate. It's agreed to be in a dualistic standpoint for the idea of creation to come about. So what the conversations between 2, from one side to the other, is, I like it hot. The other one says, I like it cold. The other one says, I like to be seen. The other one says, I like to be invisible. The other one says, I like a lot of energy. The other says, I don't like any energy. So the reality of 2's personality is actually hidden within the symbol of our moon. Who is number 2? Let's identify who number 2 is. Number 2 is the moon. This is why the moon was always looked at as an androgynon. It was never female, just female, and it was never just male. In fact, its first indication or name was Nanar Sin. The being who was the consort was Inanna. So all of the ancients were simply trying to establish for everyone is that there was a masculine and a feminine side of the moon. And this is why they show the horn gods with the horns, because they're the bulls. They're the ones putting forth the seed. And then you have the female side of the moon, which is the one putting forth the milk. So the reality became that all of the knowledge from indigenous time was already encapsulated within their language. As you'll see, their symbol for the letter A is the bull with horns, if you have your charts there. You'll see the bull with horns is the letter A, because they're saying, well, this is where things begin. It began from 2. 2 end up birthing us. They are more like cows and bulls. The mother has milk, and the father gives the seed or sperm, but has a very bad attitude at times. And so what happens is, if you look at how that plays out in our reality, we see that, yes, women do contain the mammary glands, and they do suckle the child. And that was the only way it was done in the old days. There was no Similac with iron. If anything, there was a wet nurse or another mother to give the child milk. So if the mother could not produce milk for whatever reason. So what we find is that the ancients already knew about the knowledge of where we actually came from, but they also understood the dualistic nature of the moon and how there was a great desire to move beyond duality. What happened is the moon became encased in words like Hermes, which indicates her, which is a female. Mes means sun, so a female sun. So a male and a female. So this is why when the mysteries started to be misinterpreted by the current regime, mainly the Theosophical societies, that many of the society's members started to become homosexual or lesbian, attempting to fulfill the rights of the moon when they misunderstood the principles altogether. So if you want to ask, well, why is there such a homosexual component within Masonry and within Illuminati? It's because the moon has a masculine side and a feminine side. It is androgynous. And because many of them are still on the first level, which is under the angel Gabriel or Jabril, who is then its counterpart known as Phul, which is Phul, because they're still there, the most that they can actually do is attempt to become androgynous in the distorted way in which they're stuck in, because they stole the knowledge and they think that they're going to be able to get something out of it. And their idea is to act it out externally rather than understanding what it means to be male and female inside, and then to actually bring those two energies into balance, and then to circulate that energy through your body, and that allows you to fully activate into a higher state of consciousness. Not acting it out externally in a ritual in which everything has been zoomorphied and you have all of the animals and all the things and bones and all this stuff within the ritual. It does not happen that way. The reason why these organizations and factions have been built is to still show humanity that if they're looking for God or the Most High, whatever term you want to use, it's inside. And as long as you keep looking for it outside, you will never find it. That's what they are built for. They are the negative contrast. Just as people always complain daily about many of the rappers and many of the artists and different individuals. However, they are being paid by this society. If you want to complain to anyone, you complain about the masses that are paying them with their energy, because thus they're employed to do their job as they're supposed to. Negative's job is to work for positive. Because we are positive, that makes us move. It makes us animated. We can choose to pay our energy to negativity or something that really does not exist. And how you know individuals like Jay-Z do not really exist is if you choose never to listen to him. Thus, he does not exist for you. So this is the power and the ability that we've always had as sentient beings, is to choose what we want to tune into and what we don't want to tune into. And that actually gets us to the real term of wholeness, and then those outside of wholeness. We take it a step further. People have to understand what wholeness really means. It means you have joined a collective group of individuals in a progressive state of mind. Wholeness. The ones who are outside of wholeness are actually the ones still in the conflict and in the blind way of non-negation, etc. So this means that, of course, the ones in wholeness would still be abrasive to the ones that are not in wholeness if we ever come down each other's path at a certain point. Because wholeness is going to stay together while the other side will attempt to try to tear it apart. So it's important to understand, because we're in realization of all this does not make us not whole. Like, people think that because we get into conflict that we're not whole anymore. That's not what whole means. There's still the people that are outside of being whole that need to either be instructed or showed or given a lesson, etc. And so how this knowledge really begins to move along and begin to work through us is that the more we get truth, because truth, it stops conflicts. Either the person doesn't want to accept it and then they just remain there and wholeness keeps moving, or the person has the opportunity in order to actually join and can keep collective with wholeness on our progress to actually discover everything through facts. So that's why I say in the next picture, 3 years ago, almost 3 years ago, I cracked the 2012 code and pulled it apart as the word Zion. So thus I already knew where the reality was attempting to head, because I had already been following Judaistic, Zionistic, New Jerusalem lore, Kabbalistic laws, etc., because that was the continuation of the religion of Christianity. Like, most people are still stuck at Christianity. However, if they kept going, they would have found Gnosticism, and depending upon where they chose to go next, they would have went into Judaism, and then started to understand the letters, the names, the letters and the names, etc., and the numbers, because those are what open up the worlds, because you already have access to what I call being a level 5 dreamer, which we talk about in this post, which is you have the ability to be fully conscious while you're asleep. And then the utterance of certain words creates other realities or gives you access to certain realities or creates doors, etc. So if you want to understand what the people that are able to accomplish this are doing with the knowledge, then you understand it's that. But one thing you need to understand is that many of the people who are saying that they are doing that are not. They're locked out just like anyone else who does not set their mind, body, and soul right to begin to receive it. So you have all of these people, such as some of the Orthodox Jews, many of the people within the Christianity, etc., saying they have the power, but they have nothing. And you can understand the actual wealth of what they've accumulated or how much it works for them, because how many adepts have been produced from Christianity. Let's not just look at the religion, judge the religion, etc. Let's back off of it, get on the kether, which is the high state or high point, and look down on it and say, how many equipped disciples walk out of those temples? None, almost. Very, very few. So that means just in general, from that level, that spiritual system has flaws and is defunct, because it should have 80 to 90% success with how much money and how much knowledge it supposedly has, but it doesn't have it. It doesn't have it not because the knowledge and the ability is not there, but it is because the people who are attempting to use it are not right. It won't even work for them. And I'll show you how this works. Now, in here you saw that this word, down further in the post, you see that this word Yah, which they've mapped out as the human genome. Like, this is the actual diagram that they send to us as the human genome. So from that point, the reason why they never enlightened everyone else about what the human genome said is because the human genome said that we actually were not humans. We're spirits. It says that we are actually fires. In the essence that how we understand fire is that it's everywhere. You light something and then it appears. So the reality becomes is that the reason why much of the knowledge never got to us, because it was going to make us fully understand who we are, and that was going to take us into a higher state of consciousness that had nothing to do with being in a Tron-based world. We may still remain in the organic reality, but it's entirely different than what we're actually looking at now in this fallen state, since they've introduced more than anything the fallen state to everyone. The beginning of these religions begin that man is in sin and fallen. However, the baby that comes out of the mother's womb is not fallen. It is what is taught to the baby once the baby comes out that makes them fall or fail. So this is what I started to notice. If anyone had access to as much as I have access to, they would have come to the same conclusions. That you saw men that were already diabolical and evil go into collecting the ancient knowledge and then disseminating it to people after they reinterpreted it. So because what was being discussed is simply the knowledge of the Spirit and God, once they made God, first of all, not us, and told everyone it was someone else, we began to fall then. Because the reality becomes is that when they were trying to interpret it, now who is they? The Aryans, the barbarians, many of the individuals who were attempting to steal, rape, and pillage, even Africans. In every single tribe there was a fractal of that kind of character. So when they actually got to the knowledge about God, guess what they saw? Themselves, because they are God. We all are. So we all are spirits. God just means spirit. Okay, so when they saw themselves, they wrote about themselves. Notice how the Bible is the annuals of these kings and these Caesars and just what they're doing. And just like now with many of the advanced people in this world, the advanced people are not writing about what they're doing and et cetera. They're most of the time just in action. So it was the same back then. The ones that were practicing a higher level of spirituality didn't have time to go to these meetings and councils with the Romans and tell them what they need to be writing. That was not how it worked. So when they put this stuff together, the same people who have been destroying reality put this together in front of everyone and said, this is what God's about. And then they use the same symbols and words and letters and numbers, etc., so that it will resonate with the people. Then now, here we are thousands of years later, and now they're telling us it's extraterrestrial. They're telling us it's extraterrestrial and that our parents are way out there because they're actually attempting to push it further away from our reach. It's not just external to us, like right next to you on the counter. It's now in space when it's supposed to be inside. So notice the trick. That's why I said, not on a racial status, but the melanin dominant people were the ones that actually brought forth all of these cultures, diagrams, geometry, etc. And then it was passed down from there continuously into our whole worlds continue to change, our color, skin continue to change, etc. But where it came from is still one place. But it was here already. See, the power of understanding that is to know it was already here with your mother and father. No matter what color you are, they already had it. So it doesn't make you have to look into space for who your lineage is actually connected to. We're all connected. The more they keep telling you, oh, well, no, it's actually 7 root races. Well, where did those 7 come from? And no matter what, if the person says, well, they came from 3, then where did 3 come from? Well, it came from 1. Well, there we are. So there's no more to argue about here. So notice how all of the words that have been brought to us about power and about and who we are always have a dual component to them. So they say Adam, it began with Adam. What does Adam mean? Well, according to Kabbalah, Ad means father and Am means mother, except they're backwards. Now, you know Ad means father because that's where we get our word daddy. And Am means mother because that's where we get our word mama. So the reality becomes, why do they always show us in duality? Adam, he's mother and father, but then they say, but he's a man. You see? So this is when the knowledge has been reinterpreted. When it gets reinterpreted from ego. Because remember, the third component that most of these individuals that deface the knowledge were working with, the third component was their ego. So when they wrote down their stories, they wrote it in the aspect of Zeus or Deuce or the dual god. And then as they continue to bring forth the story, the only story they were really bringing is about man and woman and their involvements with this knowledge that had been given to us as we are struggling to find our position. But I tell you, many are finding it. I found it. And all I'm trying to do is just give it to people so that they can get on to their next stage of spiritual progress. I've already moved on. People have to understand, when you get into higher states of consciousness, you have the ability to actually run this 3D body on almost auto while you're into higher states of consciousness dimensions. And they say, well, how do you do that? You mean you're actually somewhere else? No, it's all in your physical vehicle. I don't have to go somewhere else. It's all in here. It's just in order. So now it's time for some house cleaning. So we'll go. I'm going again to the next picture here, which is it says you can lead a man to knowledge, but you can't make him think. And that's what really is about to happen here with the resistance, is that, as always, the tree must be pruned. And so this never was about whether people agree with it or not. It's about truth. And so at any point a person comes into conflict with truth, this is not a democracy. A person can choose to go and share what they feel elsewhere because we're leading people to knowledge. We bought all of the information, the photos, the pictures, the books. You just have to put the time in. Now you have an extra component. You have someone that will actually put the time in, because it's just very serious to me. I see what's going on in the world, and from a logical standpoint, I realize, hey, it's time to figure out what's up with the higher states of consciousness, because that is the only solution. To me, every experience that I've ever had, every trial or tribulation that I've ever faced in this life has always been able to be solved spiritually with no problem. However, when I attempted to solve it in different ways, it did not work, or it took a long time. So I tell you, why should we deviate from that? And that's why I was able to, after looking through so much knowledge, fully denying everything at first, cleaning off my slate. So I didn't feel like it was grandmother that was telling me that that's what I should be doing. It was my mother. It was my father. You should go to church, baby. It's none of that, because I had to walk away from all of that. And I felt fully adamant about never coming back. So it wasn't just a healthy walk away. It was, I'll never be back, because I'm searching for the truth. And now we have found it. Now I see why these places have such are able to hold people in their fold, because they have a part of the truth. And even for just a part of the truth, a person will wait and wait and wait, as if they're playing lottery, even just for the idea of getting $10 million or the idea of going into a higher state of consciousness. They'll hang out. But unfortunately, they did not deliver. That is my quarrel with the church. They did not deliver. When a young man walks in or a young woman walks in seeking now to disconnect themselves from all negativity, what they find is a haystack of more people that are just on another program, but even more confused and more judgmental than the ones from the outside. But it doesn't stop at just the churches. It's in the mosque too. It's a weird feeling going on in there. You're afraid to accidentally miss a rak'ah or not do wudu properly or clean properly. Like, you feel this ominous, someone wants to judge you all around you. So moving forward, we see the diagram of the two worlds. This is the highest knowledge that's going to be available, because this is what they want to keep secret. This is what they want to keep people out of, because, as I said before, if you actually dreamed every single day high-level dreams, like you were just out there just doing all sorts of stuff, flying and all sorts of stuff, if you kept having those dreams every single day, what do you think you would change into in this reality? What do you think you would change into if you have positive dreams every night? So the reality becomes, because that world has another spatial, you can fly, it becomes more primary than this one. So what actually happens is that that's where the controllers attempt to exercise the most control. Of course, through the food and different things that disturb our mind and make it radical, so that it cannot pass in through this womb to the other side of the actual innerverse. So let's talk just a little bit and very briefly about this other world and what it's used for. Because by right, everything that you have experienced, as much as you can expand into yourself, you have access to your timeline. And because of that, you have the ability to go into that timeline and actually move certain things around that will change where you are here. It's just your right. It's universal right. So the only way to prevent people from moving around things and conquering fears and all that stuff, which would take place in the dream world anyway, they keep a person from understanding what is really going on with the other world. That's why I said before, it was so important for them not even to say there was one more world out there that had sentient life on it. Not even one. They didn't give us even one, even though they knew there were an uncountable number. They never even acknowledged that there was one of them, because they already had knowledge that, first of all, if they know that there's one of them, then they will attempt to access it right from the world in which they can access other worlds, and that is their dream state. This is what's happening, people. So in this dream state, it's more like, I guess the term would be parabola. It would be where you would actually be upside down, because we're actually on a globe in space, etc. Where you would actually go is into an opposite side of yourself. that would be really ethereal because you're actually a spirit. You're really not completely a mammal. So what happens is that in that world, that is the world that they often let you catch short glimpses of their part of it in movies like Day Watch, Night Watch. Short glimpses of their part of it when they take you outside of the Matrix in the movie The Matrix, because everyone is those that are in the higher level of knowledge are aware of this other plane. Now, this other plane has a lot to do with how your mind is set up. So if your mind is garbage, then in that world, it's nothing but garbage. And so that is their problem, because their mind is all altered. They only have a weird world to go to. And so they definitely don't want everyone else to have access to their own worlds also, to understand that they can actually create another dimension in which they can spend as much time in there as they want if they choose never to wake up in this reality. So that's why it says in the Bible, God says, the earth is my footstool. Okay, this is what they're talking about. The earth itself is based on the geometry of the cube now. On top of the earth, the dimension that I'm speaking of, which is more ethereal, operates on thoughts in ethereal forms, is on top of this one, just like air rises to the top. And so, in essence, all the beings that are up there or have access to that, they are standing on top of this one, this square, and this makes this square somewhat of a footstool for them. That's what that means. So, this is a very important thing that you see after the diagram of two worlds, which is the levels of the dreamer. It's important to go through that and see exactly what level you're on. And I left notes to if you're on a certain state, how to increase and get to the next state. While if you've ever been at the highest state and you've fallen from that, why that happened and how to get back. And then I end that with dreams solved. Like, there's no more questions, and people should email me, really no more questions about what their dream really means, etc., because it will tell them what it means by the levels of a dreamer. Because in order to really, really get information from the dream, you need to be a level 4, level 5 dreamer. Other than that, everything else that's coming across could be manipulated by so many different integers. These worlds are ad infinite, and I'll actually explain very briefly that a lot of the symbolism that has been given to us in regards to the Vesica has a lot to do with the preliminary stage of mankind as a physical being. And this is the touchy subject that everyone runs from, and like David Icke made $1 million off of, and this is the reptilian topic. Now, if you notice, the reptilian eye is actually shaped like a vesicle, while the mammal eye is actually shaped like a circle. However, because we're all connected, no matter who doesn't want to get a big hug or whatever, it still means that somewhere down in the chains, either we were reptilians or they were mammals, one of the two, however you want to accept it. So from that standpoint, it means that there is a direct connection, just like there's a direct connection between humans and dogs. There's a direct connection between humans and reptiles. Now, if you notice in the East, that connection never rubbed them the wrong way. The connection with the serpents never rubbed them the wrong way when you see it in pictures. They have somehow used the serpent as a symbolism for their instructors, and I'll show you why that happened later on. However, in the other hemisphere, the Western hemisphere, they were into birds. They demonized the serpent and said, hey, as the Aryans are always doing their separating, hey, we don't want to be around the snakes, except we want to make a bird snake, just to see how that's going to come out. So remember, the Aryan state of consciousness is often not grounded, people. If you want to really understand what happens to people who don't have roots, then watch the Aryans. And then when they get roots, they become the best people. So, and that's their lesson. Likewise, sometimes the melanin dominant is too aggressive and too rooted, too much energy, too much strength, non-focused. And they have a lesson to learn about where that actually gets if they cannot collect themselves and stay together. So there's all types of things going on as we are now collecting into time wave zero in this huge melting pot of humanity and being bundled next to each other to talk to each other so that we can see, hey, you're not so different after all. The reality becomes we understand then more of who we are. when we are not able only to glimpse into each other, but to get the knowledge again of what's going on the spiritual plane. So as you see, this shape of the eye on the outside of our eye still remains the shape of the vesica. So the reason why they show Jesus coming in and out of the vesica, because Jesus, or I say Yahweh Shin, which is the correct terminology for the sun. And again, these are energies and emanations, not physical beings. So, and just ways to explain things on a higher level. So the sun, or the third component, but in this case the fifth, actually is attempting to gain the ability to actually go in and out of worlds, meaning he has to die and then rise again, die and then rise again. He has to gain the ability of being able to go into the other world, which means to be dead to this one, because you can't bring ideas. Anyone who knows how to lucid sleep properly knows that when you start to think about what's going on in this world, all your lucid stuff starts to mess up and you start to wake up. So that's what it means to die to this world. Means you go into a state where you're no longer in this world, and then you pass through this womb, the same kind of thing you came out of, and then you're into this other one, the original, one of the more original worlds. As you see, there's a picture right below the diagram of the two worlds, and it looks like an eye. And it's ad infinitum, the Kabbalistic tree of life, but it's just, look at it visually. It's just eyeballs. Eyeballs are worlds. And that's all. They say the eyes are the gateway of the soul. They're telling it all there. They're gateways for souls. So what ends up happening here is that when you pass in and out of these eyes or wombs, then you actually go into other worlds, and you will want to go to the more perfected worlds. That's why it's important for you to understand how to maintain balance, because some people are actually passing into these worlds already, even naturally, not needing so much explanation like I'm giving now, but they're ending up in these strange, deranged worlds, and they're coming back with these messages like the world's going to be in, it's going to be over. No. The world you went to is going to be over. There's other ones that are infinite, and then there's this one, which is like a Midgard. Because remember, they call this place Midgard. It's like the place where the hobbits live. It's where it's right in between. It's a control point for, it's not a control point. That's what I meant to say. It's like a flotation. And that's why we have the ability to ease into one left state of consciousness and ease into another. And this becomes our training, people. Our first lesson is fear. So that's why everything that we look at, the reptile and everyone, becomes like an enemy. Like I was saying, in the East, they don't have a problem with the reptile because it was actually presented to them in a certain kind of way. In the West, we don't have problems with birds because it was actually presented to us in a certain kind of way. And as a man that has deeper knowledge said to me, he said, what I see it as, it becomes. It's important for people to understand when they get on a higher state of consciousness, if you run across something that looks different than you and you act different, like it's different, it starts to act different because it's only responding to your thoughts because it's all contained within you. So this is why the confusion has been going on this dimension, and few people have access to other altered states, because in this dimension, there's so many things going on that keeps a person locked out. Mainly what the actual laws and rules really mean, what the actual symbols actually interpret into, not what distorted D-man or the divided man gave everyone, not the interpretation he gave everyone. Remember, how they looked at it, the controllers, civilizers, colonizers, etc., was these people like spiritual stuff. Let's give them a little piece of that stuff that they were using before, and then they'll be okay, but it will not be all of it. So they'll never accomplish whatever it is that it's talking about, which we don't know. But as long as we do know, as long as we divide it, they'll never have all of it. And then what we'll do is we'll give a piece of it to each of them, and then they'll fight each other over it because they'll think they're so different. That's how they actually sit down and talk. They do this. So it's important for us to realize, like I said earlier in this post, grow up. There are beings, like I said, spirits, humans, all sorts of things, devising plans without you knowing it. Because you don't have access to all of the spatials, mainly your own, there are certain things that are being planned with you being considered, as they revealed with the straw man. And the work that shows that we are actually chained kind of to these weird people who have misinterpreted the symbols. So to break those chains simply means that you start to guide your own life, but you need instructions. You need to understand how to program Maya, and you need to understand how to program the illusion now. So now your homework is stacked up for you. Great. This is the experience. Maya is the organic language in which we were using to control the world that is more ethereal and organic. The illusion, or the illusion, is programmed on logic and often uses letters and numbers as its key components to gaining and maintaining control. Listen to that later on and it'll all make sense. The tesseract, as we see here, skipping past the video, the cross on the second dimension, the cube on the third dimension, and a tesseract on the fourth dimension. And what this is self-explanatory. The people can see that they got us in the two-dimensional state of mind. What I was noticing with as I started to meditate more and more, that when you look at symbols for a long period of time, such as just simple squiggly lines, they start to bend. If your mind starts to bend, they say you're a square. You have to start becoming a sphere, because when you become a sphere, you start noticing that many of these characters actually bend, and then they take on a three-dimensional nature. And then you can see what it really is. But if they're programming with two-dimensional stuff, like we are very familiar with what a cross looks like, then this means that that is the level that they consider that you're on. You're still in a two-dimensional dualistic state. I can tell you people, you need to go to one. All the other 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, all of that out there, it's only more fractals. When you collect into one, that's when you get the whole experience, or you plug into everything. You're no longer separate. No one's dividing it for you. There's no more mediators. So we see that, again, one of the major things that I wanted to bring up, because people often question what my authority is. Like, especially the older people, they're like, well, you know, you're 32, or however old I was when I was talking about this kind of stuff. And it's like, you know, we really understand what you're saying, kind of, but you're still young. And that's so, you know, by what authority do you speak? And I've been trying to figure that out too. I think everyone here is on this quest to figure out who they are. And then the more they figure out, the more they actually become fully themselves. And there was a lot of stuff that I was noticing with the synchronization within my name and within numbers and within astrological signs and stuff like that. Stuff that I all threw under the bus, basically, all the time. Because I never wanted to see any logic within this system. I was only discovering higher levels of knowledge. But then once I started to figure out what was true and what was not true by using the universal codes, etc., I started to notice a strange thing with why I was bringing this information. That it was not just by me having this brilliant idea one day to give all the esoteric knowledge that actually controls the world to everyone. It was a process that has started off since the time that I was born. And that has synced me, for better lack of words, synchronization, into being the actual door or the portal of information. And it's funny because we actually started off the resistance with the statement, if you don't see the portal, be the portal. And that was one of the most important things to really latch a hold of, because we started to realize that despite what we were experiencing in this reality, if you weren't going to be able to get the knowledge, if you weren't going to be able to get the truth, then you had to be it for those that weren't able to get it themselves, especially the youth. Like the little kids, man, they're really, really ready for the higher level of truth, and they're counting on us, just like we were counting on many of our presidents and our politicians and even our own parents, counting on them to have this already figured out so we would be experiencing higher levels of positivity, not a dismal, dying prediction for our dimension. And so the reality became, we now have the opportunity to actually turn all that around, because we realize that those who supposedly have the knowledge about how to control this dimension can't use a great deal of that knowledge. They can't, because it's like blood on their hands. And that's why they say that many of those tombs that were robbed were cursed. because whatever you got out of it, you still were not going to be able to fully benefit off of what was in there. And in fact, it was going to become your downfall. And this is what just happens with the cause and effect of things that carry such potency. So it will become a time where it would come to a time where individuals that understood how to interpret the knowledge would get it. And then all the other individuals that had not participated more or less in the direct robbery of the knowledge would be able to receive it and be able to do more with it than Jesus. As he even says, in the Bible it says, well, they say, Jesus, all the stuff that you're doing, because the reality was that being, as they're describing it, did not exist. But they're saying, with all the stuff that you're doing, are the people who follow you going to be able to do this? He said, these things, but more. And it's more because that one didn't really exist. You can do more things than what is described in that New Testament. But the knowledge of how to do that must be acquired. You must know all the wisdom of the Kemetans, not the Egyptians. The Egyptians were the gypsies. Like those, that's why the gypsies and Egyptians don't Ogia. All that was when the knowledge had already been corrupted, when they were actually taking the knowledge around trying to predict people's future with it for money and still getting cursed. Look at the many of how the gypsies, how continuously, especially in Las Vegas, the gypsies still live some type of unfortunate life. They can produce everyone else's future but their own. It's because they're using the knowledge stolen from Egypt and calling themselves the gypsies as if they're from Egypt, but it wasn't Egypt, it was Kemet. So when you learn the knowledge of Kemet, which has a lot more to do with chemistry and alchemy and the internal body, and how to use the herbs and the elements in a positive way, then you actually go into the higher states of consciousness and not before then. That's why no one else is really, a lot of the masters have not gone there, because the ones who are actually interpreting that knowledge are interpreting it from what they put into it. And I have a whole book about this now. It's 700 and something pages fully illustrated. A whole book that shows them defacing statues, knocking off the noses because the noses could not be described as being Anglo. Doing different things like making statues to later on tell people that this was the original and then all the other ones are gone. Or they're saying that Ramses destroyed all the monuments and defaced the tombs, and they're naming monuments and tombs that didn't exist until after Ramses. So the thing is that we have been hoodwinked, bamboozled people. We are connected, but the main thing is to begin to understand who is with wholeness and who is outside of wholeness, still coming forth with the craziness of keeping us all divided, but by not letting us know how we're all together. Remember, when we say, oh, we all need to come together, someone needs to explain how we're going to do that. It's an idea first. Then people have to find the common integers of how we are all really connected. And those answers have to satisfy the people who hear them. That becomes one of the main things. Those answers have to satisfy people, and they say, okay, now I understand. And I see how I came from Venus, because the portal is a Vista. And actually, it keeps bringing out pentagrams. It traces pentagrams in the sky. And then most of our fruit here is pentagrams. And then Venus is like the Empress. So could it be that a great deal of life that is being birthed here is coming from Venus? Absolutely. Absolutely. If you want to understand it, or they call it amor. It's where you get the term Roma, and it also means son of Venus. So it's important for us to look, and now, as I was pointing out, you have Mars, the wolf, and Sirius, the dog star. So you have all of these other components with all these other creatures that live around us to give you the extraterrestrial story, except it's not extra. It's inner. And we're riding along with it. Why we're still playing around in this externalized world that we don't even know how to program. That's what the reality is becoming. Because they're shifting the system in this reality to the Illusian program, most people are not familiar with that code and they're not being instructed. While they operate on Maya, and that's their dream world. So normally they would be able to jump out of this kind of situation anyway, except now their dream world is being hacked through their behavior in the illusion. So this is why we have to grasp things fast. It would be the same thing as when you experience someone messing with your system and they're messing it up. It's like a virus in your system. You have to act to fix it. And I'm giving you the key components of fixing it. It's to understand what these shapes, sounds, letters, numbers, symbols mean. Then everything is cleared up. You have nothing to be fighting against, nothing to be arguing about, and you start to slightly alter your state of consciousness in this world, and you correct your wobble, and then you spin faster, and then you're aware at that point of the rest of us collected already in wholeness, giving this information and on missions, doing actual things that equal people getting to the higher state of consciousness, because that's what our duty is here. So we see next the card of fortitude. We're actually, let me check the time here, about an hour and 14 minutes. We got about 22 minutes left. And there's a couple of questions. I'm going to take questions for the last 15 minutes of this actual program, but I wanted to breeze through this just a little bit so that people can understand what's really coming across here. And then maybe we'll continue next week. What you see in the card of fortitude, as I was saying, there's individuals that are already in the know. Some of them have these different decks. They don't look like the other tarot decks. Because the other tarot decks are built just like all the rest of the confusion. But then there's some, because they're used to train the individuals that they want to understand what all these symbols mean, even though they won't be able to activate it, which is what they figure out later on. And then they have to settle for a lesser power. It shows you here that the fortitude, or to have the mental and emotional strength when facing difficulty, adversity, and danger, to do that courageously, you will need what's here. And what they're showing you that's here is they're showing you this connection that this Empress has with the Kundalini. That is what is being shown. The actual connection with nature and with where the energy comes from to power up our chakra centers. It shows, in addition to that, the lion of this world, because remember, the actual symbol for who's controlling the world is a lion, and there's different colors according to their character. There's a gold lion, etc. The red lion is known to be the one that is causing the most war, pestilence, famine. They say the lion that roars about seeking to see who he can devour. And then you see that lion standing on top of the pyramid, which shows you a certain kind of geometry. It mainly shows you the eight-pointed star of the Ilu, or the Illuminati, a star of Ishtar. They show you then the five-pointed star, which is the Syrian star, or the Abrak, the 365. And then they show you the pyramids inverted. So, and then below that, they show a square with more geometry on it. So what this is saying is the actual geometrical nature of this reality is being controlled by the red lion personality. However, to put the red lion in check, you need to access your connection in your ground, your root. Okay? And then you will become as strong as the pillars. As you see behind her, there are pillars. There's the Jacob and Boaz pillar, which just means strength and fortitude within themselves. So the pillar is there to explain, again, that when you access this energy, you will be immovable unless you want to move, as far as where your consciousness is, how much people have control over you, etc., etc. In addition to that, I felt it was very important, because I was wanting to interpret what the Universal Mother really is to people, especially within the last 2 weeks. But many people were getting confused for the goddess. In fact, when they were visualizing it, they were visualizing it more as a seductive goddess coming to initiate them into some type of mystery, etc. But that is not the image of the Universal Mother. The Universal Mother is actually a non-sexual symbol, and that's why the indigenous, as you'll see on live stream, the indigenous and many of the elders and ancients actually depicted the Universal Mother as basically a very a voluptuous mother that could bring the child or birth the child and take care of the child, nurse the child, etc. So there was nothing perverted about that. People, it's most important now to realize that what has happened to our knowledge is the same thing that's happening to the internet right now. It's just porn everywhere. You go to Facebook, there's porn. You go to Pirate Bay, there's porn. You go to Google, there's porn. They didn't even used to have porn. You go to YouTube, there's porn. So they're doing the same, they did the same thing. Not they're doing, because the spirituality came way before the internet. They did the same thing with spirituality. So everything just became sexual. And sexual is only one component to our enlightenment. Only one. So Again, we get another card after we pass Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, or depictions of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. We find the Fool actually going down 5. And I'm actually going to continue the show. I know it's kind of going to run out here in a moment. I'm going to continue, and once it kind of cuts off, and then we'll come back, because I do want to kind of finish this post, because it's going to be really the tune of a lot of the knowledge that we're going to be bringing out from here, and also something I feel like people need to know whether I'm here or whether I'm not here. And so, because again, as I put in the bottom last part of this post, is we get very little support. So it's really becoming a question now how we're going to keep going. But it doesn't matter. That's why I always rush to give out all of the knowledge as soon as possible, because of not knowing at what state I'm going to be able not to continue, or how far I will be able to go. But of course, my idea is forever, until everyone walks out of the matrix. So the reality is, this next card shows someone walking into the matrix, what they call the real rabbit hole. And it's important because the symbolism is always being used all the time. The terminology is always being used, but no one really knows where it stems from. Now, rabbits are fertile. And so anytime a rabbit is mentioned, it's mentioned as a fertile component only. They discard what the animal really means from one level beside its constellation correlation. So what happens is that what they're saying is the rabbit hole has the ability to make more holes continuously. And we find out that that's 5. 5 has the ability to create more and more worlds. And when you stand it up on itself, it looks like doors. So basically, if you started to go into these doors of your consciousness, which has already happened, people, and you start to get too deep in there, if you don't leave some breadcrumbs behind you, after a while, you'll realize, I'm lost. And this is what happens when a person starts to try to find something, but not using any integers to say, okay, I'm here now. Okay, I'm there now. You see? So that's why I'm attempting to give everyone key integers to use on the path, so that it's like a breadcrumb, so they'll know when they've been down one of those corridors before and when they're actually headed outside of this whole thing. So we know that the card of the Fool is still, he has that pack on his back, because they say inside of that pack contains everything. That the Fool actually knows everything already, but because the Fool keeps walking through all these doors and keeps looking for it outside of himself, he never finds it. And she never finds it. So what they're encouraged to do is to ground, stop for a moment, unpack your bag, all your talents, etc. Sort things out. So that way you can actually become in a position to continuously move on. Now, let's talk about 5, because when you start talking about this kind of stuff, people jump, oh, there's mathematics. I don't really understand things. There's nothing about spirituality that's math. It sounds like it's analytical, it's masculine, it's science, it's logical. So people go into that and they just totally miss it. It's very simple to understand this, and it's only a few things you need to understand. I already said it's about 5, because 5 is about the fire, and fire means Yah, Yah means spirit, etc. So these are things that you have to get familiar with, so you'll understand how you got here and why is this taking place. How can I morph into other elements besides just fire, man? So what happens is upset. So what happens is you see that Leonardo da Vinci had already put this together, but this actual picture here of the man standing inside the pentagram is from one of Agrippa's occult philosophies, which are garbage. I actually got a headache after looking through 700 and something pages of pure nonsense. A book clearly written to just throw a person off. There was nothing, and it just shows you there's nothing that they really understood about spirituality yet during those times, coming from those people. And those people, the same Zionistic brotherhood and elders of Zion and all them, they're the ones who actually wrote the Bibles, etc. So if they didn't understand it then when they were giving it to the king, what the hell makes us understand and think they understood it now? They didn't want to understand it because it locked them out. It's conscious. Knowledge is conscious. When real knowledge comes across, one or two things are going to happen with the person. They're going to say, I don't get it. Or they're going to say, oh my goodness, it's now all connecting for me. And the ones that don't get it still have work to do. And hopefully they can find out what that work really is. A lot of times it just takes concentration and to sit down and to be focused, because again, the fool is just running looking for things, and even though it finds the truth, it goes to find something else. So this kind of behavior is what we call double-mindedness. So as we continue, you actually see that the pentagram, phi, which is the golden mean, which is that spiral that they show in that video. It's important to watch the video because they'll show a lot about how it just keeps spawning and spawning and spawning, and how most of creation runs on this code. So it's important to understand the phi nature of the reality. Because it's being used on you all the time, you become a proper navigator. You don't actually become like you're not inverted in it. Notice the way that this guy is actually positioned in this pentagram is very similar to the machine that they use, that they put you in before you're about to go to space, or you're about to fly a very fast craft. Then they turn this wheel, and I think it's called a gyro something, but they turn this wheel, and then all of a sudden you start spinning in all these different directions. And the reason why they do that is to get you acclimated of what it's going to be like to be in 0-point gravity. So they got this from understanding what it's like to be outside of the body. There's no gravity. So you have to understand how to maneuver yourself and where you're positioned, etc. And so it's still a very high level of knowledge that's being transmitted across the dimension to get us prepared to understand how to navigate the other dimension. It's just that the current regime is interpreting, like I said, the current regime is interpreting what I'm explaining to you right now in a different way, where they'll take the pentagram, draw it on the floor, and tell you profusely that you can bring back Met. But the person never realizes that, yes, they can. But it's because of how much dark intention is put into bringing something negative that wholly exists on your energy. So if you're capable of actually bringing it, it's sucking your energy from the moment it comes out of the portal. And that's the situation that they've got themselves in. They're running from their own shadow. That's what we showed here. And that's what happens with these their own shadow them. The mediator is now on the side of the darker side of them because it chooses what the darker side of them wants to do more. And thus they end up locked in this world that they created. So that's what Creed says. I created my own prison. Yeah, it's possible. You can definitely create your own prism. And that's why it's also important to make sure that you don't make agreements of things that you're going to do far out into the future, because you're already agreeing to be here. You should always act on that moment and then remain clear from any other time, because remaining clear actually allows you to be everything. And that's why I believe it's about somewhere in the 5 or 6 minutes in stealing your mind, stealing it back from the Archon, stealing your mind and letting nothing come across it opens up this other field. And most people have never seen that because they can't stop talking in their mind for over 30 seconds. But it's called Zen. It's the ability to actually still the mind completely and then begin to operate in the other facility while you still got your eyes open and you're still there. You don't even need to go to sleep. So there's higher levels of this. So once again, I go further because we have now El makes another appearance. Now, the big revelation to me just recently was that none of the Canaanites were what I thought they were, but I won't get into that anymore because I think I've gotten to enough of who what was, and we just start to figure out there's a trend going on here. But I started to say that basically the elders definitely had a different appearance than us. In my occasion of being able to see some of these other kind of things, the main thing that I noticed was their eyes. And that their eyes were generally tend to be either shaped different or much larger than ours. And sometimes the heads were a lot larger. So I think that's the only, like we show in the chart of the Code of the Matrix, the only thing extraterrestrial about the ancestors was their actual brains and eyes and components and different things had a tendency to be more amplified in certain areas. Just as now you would see like a bat has the sonar capability and the bird has the ability to fly. The ancients were also archetyped too when they were coming directly from the source. And so many of them had already had some of the components that are encased within these animal senses, but they were glorified, for better lack of words, because they were closer to the originals. To settle it once and for all, the Aryans were mixed people. They were not white skinheads, and they were not Samuel L. Jackson. So the reality becomes the Sumerians, that they were given the color blue in the they were given the color of the blue in the Hindu Puranas and the Sanskrit texts because they were saying they came from the sky. They weren't really saying that they had blue skin. So people need to really, really understand that where the symbolism, when it uses a color, it's only seeking to explain something, not at times the deeper literal meanings that we actually, or the surface literal meanings that we actually take. So again, they were blue because they said they came from the sky. They came from the sky in their state of mind. They were very lofty, non-grounded. They sneered at what the grounded or mud people were actually doing. They never ventured out to understand their culture before they eradicated it, et cetera, et cetera. So that was Aryan behavior. And they, again, swept across the land and are still sweeping across the land. And that's where this becomes a real-time mission, because this idea, as we talk about the Nazi idea, a Nazi is not a black person or a white person. It's an idea. It's a regime. It has a lot to do with Monsanto's, and there's all kinds of people that work there. It has a lot to do with the United Nations, and they got somebody from every country working there. So as you see, it does not discriminate as we discriminate sometimes. So it's important to understand who you're really joining with at times, and don't look at the skin color to determine that. So what ends up happening is that I had this call to the many mansions, which came out of a very old book called the Horn Book of Hermes, which is, been thrown under the carpet because it's a really old book, but it's supposed to be to teach kids, but it actually syncs up words just like we sync them up now, but he gets a lot closer to their original meanings because he's more closer to when these words were actually being formulated. So here it talks clearly about this double, or this dual nature of our personality, where we started to become scared of our other self, as they call it. And this is what obviously locks a person out of the dream world, is when they're not ready to experience themselves, then they're not ready to experience. I mean, how far can you really go with not wanting to know who you are? And that's why there's a big level of misidentity going on with the masses, because they're always concerned with what everyone else is doing. Like, what is Beyonce doing, and what is Ron Paul doing? Remember, all these individuals are simply set up more if they're not talking about this stuff, which is what needs to happen during right now. If they're not talking about this, then it means that they either don't know, or they're being used by the side that wants to just waste everyone's time and never give them the mysteries. If Ron Paul doesn't get up on stage and talk about the fine nature to the pentagram and why there's 51 of them or 50 of them on our flag, et cetera, then that means that that individual is not ready to get everyone to where they need to go. If he's not going to bring the files, et cetera. So this is what happens. We can no longer stick around for anyone that does not want to continuously bring levels of truth. It's better to just stay in meditation. As I say in the end of this, because I'm about to wrap things up, I say when you know how these connect, this shows the pentagram and the golden mean, when you know how these connect, you have uncovered a great mystery, because actually you start to unlock yourself. Because the pentagram is a pen. Like the penitentiary, it's a place to keep people held in. That's why it means a nook or a small room. It's like a training module that you're kept in until you understand how to get out. When somehow they figure when you understand how to get out, then you actually understand how to interact with the next dimension that you'll be going into. And so it's important for us now to come together with the knowledge, the real stuff, to not be shy at expressing what we know, to not pervert our knowledge, our symbols, our laws, our rules. If you scroll down, you'll see I bring up two really good examples of when the knowledge is perverted. Like when you look at the meaning that is given behind the goat, and how the goat becomes some symbol of craziness and evil and the devil and all of this. And then, like, if you meet a goat in real life, it's like not like that. It's because of the over exaggeration of these Sumerians who were shown in the picture of the sacrifice, a goat represented to Ishtar. People were presenting to the fertility goddess for a prolonged period of time, but in their minds. There was never any, they only understood it as, I feel fertile, I'm about to go and make a child, thank you, fertilization component. Because they could recognize the fertilization component in the season, because they noticed during certain seasons, all the animals went into heat. And the goat is one of the only animals that, well, it's not one of the only ones, but it's one of the main animals that in its mating procedure, it only goes into heat, and then it's supposed to be paired up with another goat right then. And then after that, there's no more goat thing going on. So it was strictly a symbol that the caretaking that had to go with reproducing was within that symbol. But you see how it becomes something totally different now. Like I said, even the symbol of the Capricorn, which gets demonized, and it's a goat, it's a fish, and it's when the fish came with the goats, and blah, 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 and it only has to do with the season changing. So I'm going to go ahead and take some calls now. We're going to push the show into about 15 more minutes. If you do have a question, we actually had 2 callers, but if you do have a question, I encourage you to call in to area code 347-996-5688. And ask your question today, and your question will get answered. And then at that point, if you can get your questions answered, then you will definitely be going into the higher state of consciousness, because that is what is available today. And so we have about 2 more minutes and 23 seconds in the show on the clock. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 15 more minutes here after the countdown. But I'm going to begin that after the countdown, and that way I don't have to hear the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so what I'm going to do is we're going to take a little 7-minute break, 8-minute break. We're going to allow me to get a little bit of something to drink so that I can clear up my throat. And then I'm going to take the caller from the 404 area code, and I'm going to take the caller from the 843 area code, and we're going to get this solved.
It is my desire, if not my duty, to try to talk to you journeymen with some candor about what is happening to radio and television. And if what I say is responsible, I alone am responsible for the saying of it. Our history will be what we make of it. And if there are any historians about 50 or 100 years from now, and there should be preserved the kinescopes of 1 week of all 3 networks, they will there find, recorded in black and white and in color, evidence of decadence, escapism, and insulation from the realities of the world in which we live. We are currently wealthy, fat, comfortable, and comfortable. We have a built-in allergy to unpleasant or disturbing information. Our mass 90 seconds. But unless we get up off our fat surpluses and recognize that television in the main is being used to distract, delude, amuse, and insulate us, and television and those who finance it, those who look at it, and those who work at it may see a totally different picture too late.
Okay, everyone, it's about 60 more seconds left in this. As I said, we're going to come back and we're going to actually answer questions. We're going to take a little, about 20 more minutes or however long it takes to answer these questions. If you want to call in to ask a question and you have something that you really, really need to get clarity on, that number is area code 347-996-5688. And that will get you directly to me, and you press 1, and then I will see that you have a question on my studio display here. And like I said, we're just going to take as much time as it takes to get these questions out. We're going to start with area code 404. And caller, you are on the air with Universal Current Show, episode 3. And we're just definitely getting it all out today. How can we assist you?
Peace, hope, peace and love. Yeah, you were speaking in your blog earlier about the exchange, the rectangle part of the money, saying that how it opened doors. Could you go in a little in depth with that? And I have another question too, if you don't mind.
Okay, well,
we'll talk about.
Okay.
Yeah, you were saying about Michael Jackson earlier, and I've been, studying Michael Jackson a little bit, and I want to know how, he played into the metaphysical part of our time right now on this plane, as far as like, because he was always surrounded by kids. The guy, he did things that no other human being did during our time on this planet. So let's just see.
All right. Okay. So let's just start off first with that door. And again, as we look at the mysteries, what we see is that when something, it's almost like how this Kabbalah works. As you see that certain symbols mean certain things, and then it's just as far as you can take it. So with the triangle, with the rectangle, or when the rectangle becomes a door, then if you shape money like that, then it programs a person in their mind to say, this also is a door, it's my access, because they geometrically think that way. See, when you're shaped as phi, like our bone structure is shaped as phi, etc., then what happens is that anything that resonates to that becomes attractive to us. And that's why they were saying the ones that have the closest towards phi in their appearance actually are attractive, while the ones that are further away from that are actually just not attractive to us. And this becomes something like a molding, and that's why we have to break this mold. Because I'm more than sure over a period of time of being into the phi reality, then you would think that you really are phi, that you're just this shape. And that's why people put the pentagram on their body and put the pentagram, because it's a psychological saying that I'm this. But then it's self-identified because it has 5 points, et cetera, et cetera. So how this works with the dimension in the triangle, the rectangle, is that symbol becomes to people their current. It becomes their energy. And that's why in magic, another person will pick up the pentagram, which is the same thing. And they'll say, this is my current, this is my energy, even though it doesn't work well. Just like the money doesn't work well, because the original use of it is a door to another state of consciousness. It has nothing to do with anything in physicality. And so now that it becomes that shape, it's also a door to a certain place. And this is where it gets deeper for those that are understanding that kind of knowledge. And so far, because you see the pentagram is related to civilization, it appears that the rectangle and the pentagram in these shapes, while still being training modules, over a period of time hamper a person's consciousness. So in order not to go into duality with it, because duality is employed by us, it's better for us to look at it as we are going beyond the system. But in order to go beyond something, if it's put itself in your way, like we were talking about on the show, it becomes like a block in your way, then you have to solve it. Solving is like, to solve is to make it solvable, to make it disappear. To do that, at times you have to show it itself. And this is the idea of the fourth dimension. You collapse 2 waves against each other, and then they both dissolve and create a space of no time. So we actually figure out in our reality that the reason why what we fear is around us is because it is us. And our society is designed for us to fear ourselves. And then when books are shaped, they're shaped like that rectangle too. And then we go into the book, and then we go into it like, in this case, the Bible, we go into it like a spiraling door after door. And so this is a little bit about how this works. But to understand how it works is to understand infinity. It just keeps going. So we could be on the phone talking all day about how this reality is phi-based. Now, a little about Michael Jackson. First of all, in this system, because remember, those who were involved with Michael Jackson, including his parents, were already aware. There are many parents, like Nas's father, they were already aware of Kabbalah and many of the laws and the rules of Kabbalah. In addition to that, you have these spirits, and this is what I've noticed that goes on, that when you're about to name a child, the spirit speaks in the mind, and then next thing you know, the child ends up with a name that the spirit has recommended. That even the child themselves seem to already be, quote unquote, possessed by another energy, which gives them these talents and these abilities. So we understand that the biorhythm and the connection that we all share, when it's really close with very intelligent beings, then we have an opportunity to, just like anyone else that has that individual in their family, access them. So I believe Michael Jackson, because Jack, or as in the Union Jack, is mainly I had a finite breakdown of what Jack actually means, but it actually means an individual that is ready to receive energy. They're ready to receive something. And I have several movies that show you the Jack character, and when Jack comes on, then the whole movie is attempting to change him into this ultimate archetype. So in this case, Jack's son, as you see, the son is in the back, and then you have John's sons too. It's easier to catch this with John's son, because John, as we talked about before, in the Aryan culture is Ion, or basically their end all finish all. So when someone's named Johnson, is most of the Africans were given that last name that had come into the United States, then it links them or chains them to the Aryan. You see what I mean? And so this is how we all kind of end up getting connected through several different ways. And that's why sometimes they call it crabs in the bucket. And that's why slaves have chains, because they're actually connected. They're becoming connected. And when you have that last name, then you get connected. So with Michael Jackson, he became connected. And that's why, again, the 1, 2, 3 was a Masonic song. And this is all taking place in Motown with Berry Gordy and these individuals who are already getting knowledge from Kabbalists, from the Moorish side of things. So this knowledge, Kabbalah, is not Jewish, as we know Jews. They have a certain part of it. But because it belonged to 12 or in the Hidden 13 tribe, then they didn't have all of it. And so there were groups, and I have some pictures. I'm still making a decision whether or not I'm going to actually publish this book, or not publish it, but just put it onto the internet, because it's not going to be accessed any other way. But the language is really rough in it, which is the only decision that I have to make. But it literally shows the transformation of deities and things of a nature of power, and who is actually doing that. So I guess in conclusion, what we can say is there were very aristocratic families from all races. And I'll publish these pictures, because you can look at these people's faces and know that whatever bloodline they're from, and they come from all different skin colors, they are the purest. Their skin doesn't have any pigmentations or anything. Their eyes are very clear. They almost look as if they are wearing makeup, but makeup didn't exist in that day. And so you get a chance to look and see, and they talk about the end of this era, which people think that the end of the aristocratic era has not happened, but it actually happened already. And then now they're regaining they're trying to regain lost territory that was overrun by basically the slaves. So what happened is that when you look at this poem that's written, and I won't be able to pull this right away so everyone can see it on live stream, but what it says is that there became a time where the princes were smashed against the walls, and that the harlots spoke wrath with the king. And so what all they're describing basically is that there came a time where all of these aristocratic Aryan individuals were thrown out into the streets by the people because of the way that they were ruling. And then once that happened, which is kind of what the precept of this world is actually at now, what happened after that is once they got rid of them, then there was chaos, because the real bad guy showed up, for better lack of words. And I think this is in the movie Rango. They said, you get rid of that snake, or you get rid of that bird, the snake's going to come. Meaning that if you throw some system off of balance and you don't have a plan of what you're going to do next, you're actually going to bring something worse. So what ends up happening with individuals such as Michael Jackson, you see, is that they realize at some point in their lives that they are harboring a higher level of intelligence. They stop thinking outside of themselves. Some may do it and never lose that connection, like someone that has a special friend and never loses connection with a special friend. While others, because they're being told so much, it's really you, it's really you. Like when you're a star or actor, they're really into telling you that it's all you. So that way you can convey that to the reality, like, look where I am. But if they really told you the truth, they would say, you're one of the larger spirits. But we're all spirits. And we're all connected. They don't tell them that. They just tell them, you're actually separate. You're the greatest, etc. So when you feel, because then it actually locks this powerful being also within their own mind, because they don't understand how they're connected to everyone. So when they go out there, they don't use all their money to help everyone and use their star power, etc., to help everyone. They use it only to accumulate more. And so what ends up happening is that at some point, I'm sure, just as with many of us happening now, we realize that we are those larger spirits. And that, but there's a connection to something else. And we keep reading about it. And it's all these books. And all it keeps saying is that you are so close to understanding the truth, while others are much further behind. However, you can help those, or you can help them, or you can hurt them. But you must make a decision now. Because now you know that every move that you're making is either helping or hurting something. So if you do that blindly, like living life drunk, and that's why they would call it, most people are inverted pentagrams, they're upside down. They live life without any bearing. The actual 5 keeps spiraling, just like the money. It keeps spiraling, going down, and coming up again. So as that actually happens, who can gain bearing? That's where the ultimate test is being accomplished, is why you're experiencing this, not allowing it to consume you, whether it's because you found all this out and now you hate everyone, or you can't even figure any of this out because your life is just going too fast, etc. So what it becomes is still the person who can think, what do we do next? And this asks this question to themselves, like, now that I know this, what should I do? I should not make this my enemy. So that's how deep the level of knowledge keeps going, because when you step outside of the individuality, you realize that you can neutralize all of your enemies. But for many individuals, when going through life and carrying very large spirits, they figured out very late in the game that how much control they really had. Like, I think that Michael Jackson earlier in his career was clearly not understanding what was going on with the spiritual level of things beside what he was able to tap into. But then later on, he started to get an idea of what he could really do, but still chose not to do anything. And then at a certain point, when he finally decided to make the move, that's when it was already him going through such a long life of actually still leading people in a direction that is still not in the direction of truth. And that really becomes hard for people to accept about some of the world personalities that they see as their mentors. But there's really only one set of knowledge here. And if a person is not talking about that, then it means that they're taking you in the thigh. It's like if they are trying to convert it into something else so that you can understand it, that's one thing. But when it starts getting it just doesn't remain cohesive, either because of the way the person is behaving or what they're doing, or maybe what they're saying they're doing. Like, remember when Michael Jackson made some of the most positive songs, then next thing you know, they throw one of these cases on him, and then it's got everyone thinking, well, that song, who knows what he really meant in that song. So that's what kind of happens, and that's what one lives with when they have not completely neutralized that other side of them, which most people are not aware of. That's the agreements. The agreements still hold. So if one does not confront those agreements and straighten those things out, then they're not able to fully do what they need to do. And I think what happened with Michael Jackson is there's definitely many agreements that were made and many contracts that were signed that had to be approached from a spiritual level, not just, okay, forget those contracts, I'm just going to say what I need to say. But he did still get his message across before leaving. But again, big souls, because we see with Michael Jackson, individuals like that, they have a heavy pharaonic descendancy. Same thing with Obama and Michelle Obama. Now they're saying they may be DNA clones. That was still, I don't know what the difference is between a spirit and a non-spirit. I don't know what kind of interpretation these people are trying to give things. But the reality becomes, when you have and you're possessing a character and then that character magnetizes multiple characters, it's because the spirit itself resonates with all of the spirits that are actually saying, this is the person that I believe in. It is now unfortunate that because the controllers know that, they grab people out of bloodlines and then make them do things that are opposite to the truth so that it perpetuates the confusion more. And so I can still say how many people spiritually progress through Michael Jackson's teachings. That's kind of how I look at everything now. How many people are spiritually progressing through the teachings of Jay-Z? How many people are spiritually progressing through the teachings of Obama, etc.? So when we look at it like that, then it allows us to remove this feeling of us having to respect someone because everyone else is respecting them, and just cut right through and get to the truth. So caller, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a second caller because I know people have a certain time lot that they do for this show, and I know I didn't answer questions earlier, but hopefully that does clear up a lot of what's going on in as far as your questions about these situations.
Okay, thank you.
No doubt. Okay, caller from the area code 615, you're on the Universal Current show. How can we assist you?
Peace. My question is, what I want to know in this new day and time, everyone talking about these paradigm shifts that's going on, and like people having the ability to create, and people are talking about the powers that people are coming into. And on one of your shows, I heard you talking about the tetrahedron and how there's this ability to create anything in this reality with the tetrahedron, but you said you wouldn't use that to create for the wrong reason or whatever. But I was wondering if were you talking about a physical tetrahedron or some type of mental projection, and could you go into more of how that is done?
For sure.
And related to that, why don't I see a lot of New Age people talking about these abilities, but I don't see any of it being displayed anywhere. It's just like in the church, they talk about healing all the time, but you never really see anybody get healed. I don't see anyone manifesting anything, you know?
Man, finally a real question. I appreciate you asking that question, man, because that question right there gets to me all the time, and I wonder why people don't ask that question, because that's the question that I ask. And I'll explain to you the absolute truth about this programming and these powers and these abilities. First of all, you can't program this reality with a tetrahedron. But the reason why I said I wouldn't do it is because still building more things in this reality should be in question, just like whether you should be bringing kids into this reality right now. There's certain things that I need to know are going to be situated before I decide to keep building anything on the level as strong as a tetrahedron in this reality. So now how does that happen? How does this power come about? And why are so many people not displaying this power? Well, first of all, the reason why so many people are not displaying this power is because they don't have it. Now, why don't they have it? Because the knowledge was with the Kemits. Like, it was the Kemits. That's where we get our word chemistry. So if a person doesn't understand the knowledge of the Kemits, which is the root to all the knowledge that was brought forth from this planet, then they only can speculate about how to activate. So what do the Kemits teach? Well, I don't think there's too many people on this line. So what the Kemits were teaching is that there were certain plants, mainly a tree, that gave you the ability to actually go into the state. If for some reason you lost the ability to go to the state is the original state of being, then there were plants that still had that original state within them, and they were called like pure plants, or there's another term they give it, but it basically means a plant that's never been defiled, like we were talking about the incorruptible stone. Now, this plant in particular comes to us today as the cassia, which is where the word acacia comes from, which is acacia. Even the acacia berry or acai berry is the berry with the highest amount of antioxidants and all that stuff that really gets you feeling into a higher state of consciousness as it starts to go through your body. So remember, there are certain superfoods that actually take the body into the state of consciousness to get you prepped, only prepped for getting ready to enter into this altered state of consciousness. This altered state of consciousness can allow you to see, meaning the Kasiya can allow you to see this reality that can easily, you can see easily how the reality can be programmed with tetrahedrons when you have ingested the Kasiya tree. Now, so remember, you have two different states. You have one person who already knows how to do it. So there's nothing for them to talk about, and there's definitely nothing for them to show people. Then you have this other person who has not achieved it yet. And so they're kind of like on the other side of the fence. So as they start to look for it, they start to find clues. Like the first thing that started to lead me as clues in the spiritual text were they kept calling it the name. In other books, you'll find that they mention he was given the name. And he was to come, but they could not say the name. And so I started saying, well, what is this name? And I went on my little Ponce de Leon, my own little Ponce de Leon thing to find that name. Now, the sheer intention of wanting to find that name is what made that name do something when I finally came across it. So understand, some people try to cheat and they just say, well, what's the name? And even if you gave them the name, because they put no effort into getting it, then it doesn't work. So this is what starts to happen with all of these people who have these huge budgets to go around and to actually start all these ashrams and clinics and things like that. But they're all in there, half geeked up off goji berries, but very little manifestation at all as far as on a spiritual plane. Because who's not there? In most of these sectors, there's no one there that is authentically spiritually inclined. All of them have more or less purchased their spirituality. So what happens within those league of people is that they're only able to reach a certain level, and one level they don't hit is physical manifestation on this reality to show other individuals. Such things will have the men in black dropping out of the sky for real. The moment that a human actually goes into an activated state, if they're not ordained to then go forth with their power to do something, then they're shut down almost immediately and isolated, meaning that they generally get them out of that country into another country through what appears like their own suggestion. And that's what happened to me. When I was in Atlanta and I activated, I could read minds easily. Like you looked at a person and it just all came through. But the weird part is you didn't want to read everyone's mind. There was something about the power where you didn't want to use it. It just kind of worked automatically. And that's kind of how I think you deal with people that are dealing with the truth versus imposters. Because imposters are always trying to make it happen, while the truth is trying to actually just get his mind clear, or her mind clear. And then the power is working because it's constantly wanting you to do something. So when you see in the person's mind that they have strife and stress, then you actually go and talk to them. Now remember, most people don't even go to talk to each other. They just kind of like don't know what's going on. So that's why, you know, power and abilities gives you just more stuff to do. It's like you're tasked more to help humanity. And you feel that responsibility even more because you can't let one go by. So it's like if you hear one person's mind and they're stressed out, you may have like a busy schedule that day and really need to go for some reason because your heart is fully activated to give you this power. Even one of them, you sit down and even be late just to give that person the good news. So that you do see people utilizing the real power on this reality, but it has nothing to do with throwing lightning from the hands and cowering the Illuminati with lightning rays, etc. It has more to do with a service that's done to other souls that are so close to gaining their next level of the path. And then they just need a little bit of instruction. And so that's all a person needs. Anything else that you're doing in front of them is actually going to really thwart their spiritual growth. Like if they see you move objects across the room with your mind, how long is it going to be before they realize or start to feel like you're different than them? That they can achieve what you achieved. And so then they start to worship you. And that actually loses the point altogether. Because the point is to turn them into being able to do that. But if they're witnessing it before it's their time to understand how it works, mainly mental things that are going on wrong. imbalances that are going on wrong, that if they had the power, you would actually witness them destroy you with it. Because they would get the I have to kill the master to gain his energy syndrome. So there is a deeper level to what we're discussing. And that's why I said certain people need to factor in at times what is really being thought about. And that will actually allow them to know whether it's possible. Like, for instance, a good example is I had a friend that was saying, there's this bank that's just started that has all of the seeds and all the flora and fauna that exists in the world. And I think it's over there in Europe, and they have a battle station around it, like it has batterments so that it can protect itself. And what they're saying is that and then it's in a bunker so it can't be blown up. And they're saying that if the world comes to an end, they'll be able to start the world over again. So this is what the person's explained to me, and they're like, I need to leave my job right now because I think that my real calling is to go around the world and to collect all the seeds and things like that so that when something does happen, we'll all have still the stuff that we have here. And I asked the person, I said, do you actually think that in the time in which would come that we would need those seeds that you have, that we wouldn't have already went through a time that either had one or two things going on, complete madness, so that when we planted your seeds, someone would actually come and steal all of it from us, or almost no people that live here, so that when we went to come get your seeds, there was already abundance of crops and things that were already overgrown, because that's what the nature does when we're not here. So that person thought about it, and then I said, so that's what we keep doing. What we keep doing is we keep making all these grand plans, and we set this timeline out in the future. But the higher beings don't see us like that. They see us when we make the decision. This is the most important thing to know. When a person says in their heart that they are truly ready to ascend and go to the next level, do you think that they can lie to the higher beings? The higher beings know if they are going to do that, but it's going to be 8 months later. So they wait till 8 months later before they give the person the abilities. They don't give the person the abilities then and then wait till 8 months later for them to fully make the decision. It doesn't work like that. So when a person is in full agreement to not be in duality anymore, because a lot of people say, well, I'm not in duality. When you're truly not in duality, because you get into a higher state of consciousness, something happens. It's like you feel something weird, like it's very vivid, because you fully made that agreement. But if you don't fully make that agreement, don't think anything is going to happen, because the higher beings can see us like a timeline. They know when we're actually really going to do that. While we generally live like we say we're going to do something, but we don't really mean right then. And so hopefully that answers your question about these higher spiritual powers, because to know, to dare, to will, and then finally to keep silent. When you get to the level of being able to fully will, which is to be able to make stuff come out of nowhere, you're definitely not trying to tell anyone about it. Because the reality becomes is that kind of thing, when is the last time you've seen it? So when do you think you're ready to see it? It would be easier for you to witness it from you doing it, rather than being unfortunate enough to be in front of someone who's going to do that in front of you. Because if someone then is going to do that in front of you, that means that their spiritual power is definitely either they're using a hoax, or their spiritual power is definitely on another level. So you're actually in more of a disadvantage. And if they actually are doing silly stuff like moving objects around the table, then you're also in the presence of someone who has now extreme ego and still figured out somehow how to unlock the pinga, or the actual red line of their kundalini, and they're fastly headed towards death. You generally, if you watch them, you probably can count them out 3 more years before they die. But the reality is they've unlocked only one side, which is capable of moving and doing certain material things, but it's fastly burning up the person's system. And so so of course he doesn't have time to figure out where you are to show you the power. So that's why you don't see people that really are having the power out in open display, because real energy rips holes in this reality. Remember, it does that on 2 levels. It does that when you do it in front of someone, then you just rip their reality. Nothing will ever be the same. It's important that, like I talked about the Casilla is more governed to do that. It's been ordained to take a person out of the reality, because it can get you back. Notice if you have this special power and you do something and someone goes crazy immediately because you just threw them in the shock, can you bring them back? So that's what it really becomes. And so that's why such things are always kept veiled, because when you rip the reality for someone with that kind of power, then it scars them. When you exercise that kind of power in this reality, it rips a hole physically for a moment in this reality, because you're bending the illusion. So you understand that the reality is like a bubble, and if a hole is open for too long, it loses something. Just like a boat, if there's a hole in the bottom of the boat for too long, the boat sinks. So of course there are things that are governed to make sure when rips are put into reality that they immediately patch up that hole. And that's when you start to become aware of the others. And these are, go ahead.
So is there a specific formula, or is these type of abilities governed by beings who actually are bestowers of it and allow you to have access?
Well, it's really more of it all happens without, as we talk about, life is like an occultation. There's a private initiation going on with everyone. The ones that are out in the open and externals are the fake ones. So what happens is there was actually enough knowledge delivered within that last 5 minutes to actually point you towards the direction of where the next level of seeing is believing, meaning that when you see it, then you know what I'm talking about. And that connection is with the cassia tree. And then when you Google that enough, you'll figure out, or the acacia, you'll figure out exactly what that's related to. So that's, as far as, like, if I knew we had 1,000 more years, I wouldn't even tell you that. Because there's other methods that are easily able to take you there, but it takes time to do that. And that's what was really what our reality was previously set up with, is the time that it takes to properly grow a spiritual being. Now, all hell has broke loose, and people that need to become spiritual need to become ultimately spiritual. And this is the interesting text, because you say, well, I thought we were spiritual anyway. The reality is that because we use most of the logic side of our brain, we become more like logical, maybe animalistic, some people even robotic, besides spirit, when you see spirits and how spirits behave. So the reality becomes is that the person has to get acclimated with being a spirit again, like you need training to be a spirit. Isn't that a shame? So what happens is that the way to do that is that plants serve as the bridges between our state of consciousness and the state of consciousness of absolute spirituality, and how to still be cohesive in absolute spirituality. And that's where chemistry comes in at, because if you can reduce a plant, i.e. a tree that is 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years old, because that tree, if you reduce it into a certain state and ingest it, generally it would be like in a powders type form, you would gain insight at that moment of everything that tree knew. 100%. I'm not giving you, I don't have time. I'm outside of time. I crossed over that point. So everything that I'm telling you is exactly how it works. What they do is they fill the reality with enough stuff to get the people not to believe this. Now, you see, this is still very exclusive. There's only about, I guess, at the most 40 people listening to this right now, and overall about 800 people listening to this. So this still means the information is relatively blanket when we have billions of people in the reality. But Solomon, as they're telling you in the mythology, went to Ethiopia. And then in Ethiopia, there grew a tree there, as we know in the garden. And then that tree was then brought to the temple. All they're saying, and then even they built the temple with the tree. They talk about the acacia. The acacia tends to follow every character in the Bible around the whole trip. But what is this tree really capable of doing? And why is it so precious? Well, Google will tell you that. So that's really where we're at, brother. I mean, I do appreciate.
The acacia and the cassia are the same thing?
Exactly. The acacia and the cassia are the same thing. And then when you unfold it, because remember, any knowledge that's really powerful can be unfolded, and it starts to cross into other things, because the name is really where the power is. And if you look deeper, you'll find that cassia was actually the name of the queen of Ethiopia and her daughter, who they're calling now Andromeda. So, and when we find like a whole story that's in the Greek mythology that is interpreted in the Greek way, which nobody understands now, but it actually talks about how that there was enmity between the daughters that were coming from that area and the Neptunites, or the ones that were from the sea, or the sea people, which they remark about a lot of as the ones showing up on land and killing and pillaging things. So what ends up happening is through a quarrel, they sent the Cetus monster. Now, the Cetus monster is the inverted pentagram. That's what it's known as in the sky. Cetus is an inverted pentagram. So it says they used basically the magic of the inverted pentagram on the people of the Queen of Cassia's tribe because of their not liking the way the women were more beautiful than theirs. So this is really giving you the deep, deep secret about where the enmity between the different races is still continuing. But now it's over because the reality became when you have those two opposite poles, a child is born out of them. And that's what really the whole Jesus story is stemming around, is this child is supposed to be a mediator. Because what happens is, just like if you put two parents that still have some sense in the room and they start to have a quarrel and the child steps in between them, they'll actually cease the quarrel because they'll see within the child themselves mixed together. So the child, or i.e. us, number 3, is supposed to be here to mediate the battles that is going on between two, which is all actually taking place inside of us. Once we mediate those two energies, the red and the blue, you can't choose the red pill or the blue pill, you have to pop them both. Once you take those two energies, and that's happened in your mind, remember, in your core and being and who you are, not the one, I'm just going to try this right now, and if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But in your mind, there has to be an agreement. There has to be clarity there that something has changed. And they know on the timeline if it's changed. And that's why it's important to get the knowledge of where you may feel uncomfortable. Like what you actually feel may be where you still can't get over it. Like, where does your hatred still lie? And then that's your question. Because once we can unseat that, and there's no more hatred, then you can be everything. And only when you can be everything can you tap into other minds, because they're not you. They're still on the other side of wholeness. So this is the abilities, and this is how they're obtained the easiest way possible for the timeline that we're existing on now. So we have about 18 more minutes left in the show, brother. Did I answer all the questions that you had?
Yeah, brother. I mean, the questions that I had, I mean, there are other questions, but that's probably beyond another scope. I'll catch you over the time. But thanks, you did a great job for what I asked.
Well, no doubt. I mean, we got about 18 more minutes left in the show, so if you have one more question, then we can go ahead and lay it out right now. Then I can take the caller from the 434 area code.
All right, another question I have in terms of, the whole ascension thing. So basically people ascended and they have the ability to go through different dimensions, so they actually choose to be here out of love for others when they can just leave this plane?
Let's talk about that. That's very loose. Like the New Age movement's explanation of ascended is very loose. First of all, ascended just means you went higher from the state of consciousness that you were in previously. You became more subtle, more balanced, and your frequency raised. If you plug your ears, you can actually hear your frequency. You put some of those professional ear plugs in your ear, and you'll hear a ringing, and that's your frequency. When you actually ascend, you will hear that go higher. Like we've witnessed that on a couple of occasions, where you can actually hear the frequency in your ear go higher and higher as you're making the ascent. So what happens is that when you have these kind of individuals that know how to do this, first of all, you're still, even though you may be ascended, there's more still to do. There's no end to this. Like, people are not just looking for ascension and then it's all over with. So what happens with the individuals that are actually walking the dimension that have these abilities is that they're at work. They're actually doing things that equal, because society is a large mass and everyone kind of works to shape it and to mold it to be perfect. So everyone basically that is into a higher state of consciousness still owes their other selves, which is still what everyone else is, the ability to give them opportunity to rise up. Now, here's another important thing. When you say they can come out of the body and go in other realms and to do what they do, this is only being everything. Remember, about half of the day you spend sleep. So if you spent sleep as everything, that means you could be anywhere. I've never seen any limitation to that world, to tell you the truth. I have not seen all of what the dream world has in store. So the reality becomes most people are just stuck on one part of it or another, and that's why it's important to read the levels of the dreamers in that new post, because it shows you how to get up that ladder. Because then when you're on level 5 dreamer, as we're calling it, you actually jump into these other realities in these other bodies and as different states. You have almost full access to what it is that you want to be and do in there. Because in there, if you're on that level, you are not harming anything. Most people, because they still, like if you see something that looks different than you and then you react like it's different, then it starts to act different. That's how it works in these worlds. When you act like you're the same, then it basically just shows you what it is. It shows you more of you. So do you see how there's a higher level of conflictive character that goes on within our mind that has to be removed first before these other worlds that they're definitely there and there's no end to them can be jumped into in the period of time in the day in which you are asleep. Now, here's another thing about sleep. It's the same thing that you saw in the movie Inception. When you go into deeper levels of sleep, the time there expands. It could be a year there, and yet it's only 10 to 15 minutes have passed here. So a level 5 dreamer has the ability to go into worlds that don't work on the same timeline as this one, while they maybe appear asleep in this world. You see, so this is the expanse of what we're talking about. But the first part of that, remember, is Kundalini and being able to ground with the energy that the earth has, because all of that still needs to be powered. Like where you're right now, still, because you're in a physical body, just like a tree outside, it's taking energy or power from somewhere, some type of inexhaustible source, it appears like. That inexhaustible source is actually in the core of Maya, in the core of the organic being that we're actually standing on, resides an energy center. And you have the ability to actually connect with that through visualization. But now, again, this starts to sound new age. So the reality becomes, if you need a little bit more abrupt way of showing to you that this is working, then you should go talk to the tree. Because then all of what I'm explaining to you right now, you know works because you actually saw it. So that sometimes becomes the only difference between a lot of what is being taught right now in some of these sectors that have done a lot of research, but the person that is learning it can't do anything because they've never, all they need to do is see it once and know that it's working. And then after that, they can work for it from there. That's kind of what the tree does. It shows you at one moment what everything really is, and you realize how naked you are and how everything is watching you and that nothing is private and that you're definitely connected more than you thought you were connected, maybe connected more than you want to even be connected. That even comes across the mind. But at least it breaks that shell, because actually what you hear physically is an actual popping and cracking of what I believe is the calcification around the pineal gland that operates as an egg. Now, an egg must deliver a certain level of resistance, or else what is inside the egg will never have an opportunity to be born. So this is also the way our matrix or our world is constructed. It has a certain level of resistance in order to produce what it has been producing now. And that is what the resistance is actually doing, is we're producing the knowledge now. It didn't happen before. If it happened before, then we would have all been on a high level then. That's what this is about. This is real time. So I'm giving people knowledge that I find out in real time, and I'm applying it, and it's working. It's not that I've already gone to Tibet and I sat with the High Lama and I went all the way out of my body and then they sent me back. It's not that. It's here's the path. I walked it myself, tried, tested, and approved. I've been already through most people's lifestyles and lifetimes just to show that it actually works. I can unlock again the mysteries about the misconceptions about religion and a lot of the different life forms that exist here, because it's important for people to have that correction before they can release themselves. But remember, any knowledge that is real knowledge that a person is denying, they're only denying their own freedom. So there is an actual war here with people that you're actually trying to let them go, but they're fighting you. You're trying to give them the knowledge, and they're like, man, that's wrong. You shouldn't even be telling, what is this? What's wrong with you? The world is almost over the way it looks right now. So if something stimulates, some type of stimulus, as they call it, let's do another stimulus packet. If a stimulus doesn't come in, then everyone can pretty much pack it up. But that's when you see that the spirituality really kicks in. Like, all I noticed in my life is the spirituality didn't really kick in at first until I was able to simulate my mind going into a disaster. Because every time a disaster starts happening, we get real spiritual. So I started noticing about myself, like especially if you go to jail or something, all of a sudden you're spiritual. And it's because there's a pressure there that can't be removed except by something invisible, because you can't even see the pressure. So it's almost like a trained instinct for us to know when we're dealing with invisible things to have to call invisible beings, but you can't see them. You see? So it's like,
doesn't it seem like for instance, all the people with the means to bring about, why is it, I always look like in the Bible it says that the children of darkness are wiser than the children of light. It seems that people that hold the mysteries of creation are all the people who don't want to share it, because all the people with the real resources, right?
That's not correct. When you say, first of all, the people with the means to fix, they don't have the means to fix. Money is not going to fix this. That is actually
the power and influence they have, though.
It can't be done. Like, see, the thing is that the power and the influence that they have has made them who they are. So the power and the influence cannot make anyone else something different than what they've become. So even if they're hearing it, it's almost like watching a comedian and he's your favorite comedian. Then he decides to do a serious role. And then you're looking at him like, man, I just can't stop laughing about him doing the comedian role, because that's all I see. So do you understand where when a person does gain this level, but they didn't do it spiritually, of being able to influence people, even when they start talking about, they're not talking about this, but if they start talking about let's come together and do things, people are still kind of looking at him just like that lady said to Russell Simmons during the Occupy Wall Street. When he was up there talking, the lady just got up and she said, Russell, I don't even know why you're talking. You're part of the problem. And she's right. So that's why they don't have any means to do anything, because the ones who have the means to really do it, they keep suppressing. Like the knowledge that is already delivered, now it's here about how to release people from the dimension and the state of mind, the dementia that they're actually in. But now these people are still clueless to how to release that, because they can't. It's for us to do it. And that's why I was saying at the end of the email, the society is never invested in a person's enlightenment. That's not what the society is funding. We have to fund that. They're funding our demise. We have to fund our survival. And so, because that's how the poles are set. Because it's important that they stay that way too. That's why, because everything that will be gained because it was earned. Not because it just flipped and he's been living in the Bentley all his life and then all of a sudden he gets into the higher state of enlightenment. No. He will have to go through undoing all of that, however long that takes. The reality doesn't really care. That's why they keep creating them. They have so many. And so that's really the gist of it. The next wave of people, now if you notice very clearly that they are actually getting ready to have a new wave of people coming that are going to move out of the way these individuals that have been basically in the spotlight up until this point. They are about to, for better lack of words, retire. And then there is another group of individuals that have this higher state of consciousness, but remember, it's going to be set up still the same way, but amplified. So you're going to have these highly spiritual, supposedly, leaders leading people. But it's still, they're never telling people the truth about spirits and spirituality. Remember, they're just another level of the same stuff. Do you know how many levels of the same stuff there really is, and how it looks different to everyone when they're on the other level? But the reality becomes, just because we have very spiritual, enlightened leaders doesn't mean we don't still have leaders. which is a concept in itself that has to be done with. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it will morph into, when they bring the extraterrestrial, which they've already done, they're bringing the extraterrestrial component to expand people's minds more. And then thus, it will give birth to another reality that is very similar to this one, but you may not be able to recognize it. But the same thing is going on. External dependence upon salvation. Something outside a person mainly, or a physical being, is supposed to take me into the higher states of consciousness. As long as people are actually doing that with the wrong individuals, that's why I'm working to get in and get out, so I don't actually get confused as being one of these individuals. I only want to give out the knowledge that's going to get everyone to the level they need to be, and I'm gone. That's it. No up on the stage, vote for me, etc. Because it's not that, it doesn't take that long. It just takes comprehension. So if I have to keep saying the same thing over and over again in different ways to actually get people to understand, look, it's about when you're ready to dare. It's about when you're ready to get out of the norm and actually take a step, even though you feel like you're not going to make it. Like, it actually requires that kind of attitude where you don't necessarily go to be comfortable. You go because you no longer can be comfortable. And so that's what's up. So there's a big part of this, man, that I know that you're ready to receive, because I can tell by your questions. And the only thing is just a couple things need to be ironed out. And then once you get that, man, you'll experience everything that you keep hearing these folks proclaiming, but they're obviously not experiencing. And then you'll actually see right then why not to show it to people. Because that's why it's been taking me so long to even give people certain kinds of information, because once it's coming out of my mouth, even though I didn't make the mess, I'm the one here cleaning it up. But I guess if you're everything, then you did it too. So it depends on how you want to look at it. But the reality becomes, when I say certain things, even though it's the truth, people still look at me, as long as they're not in wholeness yet, as saying something that is not true. And then I get all of the brunt of the load behind that. So the more truth is a sword. So you actually just cut the person. And so when you do that, you got to heal them up really quick. And if you're somehow not available for both of those procedures, that's why they say there's a threefold nature. There's birth, sustainability, and death. You have to be able, destruction. You have to be able to do those three. You have to be able to birth something, sustain it, and then destroy it. You have to know what times to do that. Just like planting, everything here is like gardening. You know how there's certain plants, once they get rotten, you just have to pull them up, and then you can shave them down and then make them into the mulch for new plants. But you have to understand how to do all of that. And this is what requires our every moment of just grabbing this thing from what we learned and saying, okay, I'm back on ship. I'm back on deck. Like we were just laughing about, if you just all of a sudden make a weird noise and then you shake your head and everyone's looking around you like, what is going on? You'd be like, man, where am I at? I just got back. Like, and that's how it is sometimes with how deep we are in this shell of who we aren't. And then when we come out of that shell, people around us don't tend to recognize us right away. And then that's where, certain parts of the path begin. So, brother, I'm going to go ahead and 2 minutes and 33 seconds left in the call. I want to thank you for calling in to Universal Current. I'm going to go ahead and take this caller from the 434 area code. Caller from the 434, you're on the line with the Universal Current. We got about 2 more minutes left. State your question, please.
Wholeness, yes. My question is concerning about calling out to external deities. If we are ourselves an innerverse and we are a portal, then let's just say if someone is caught up in a voodoo cult or a currency and they are calling on to deities, is this coming from inside themselves?
Well, there's a difference between evocation, which means outside, and invocation, which means inside. And what I would encourage the person to do is to see how they actually identify with these spirits. If they identify with it something as external to them, then it does have the ability to become a demon or a divided being. And like I said, there is those that are inside of wholeness and then those that are outside. And so what ends up happening is that if the person has set that thing up inside of their mind as something external, other than them, that is supposed to come and do something for them, then it becomes very dangerous. only because the rules of the universal law say that anything external to us that we are depending on for favors of the spiritual nature, we should automatically begin to question that relationship and whether or not it's in balance. So we need to ask anything external to us that is providing something for us, what is it getting, basically? So people say, okay, well, Seven, what are you getting? My whole existence is because of everyone that is on this line and on the resistance. And they're actually the reason why I keep studying, because I have to keep finding out so that I can bring it to them. So there is a relationship that is going on that is very positive. Now with the deities, because they're hyperdimensional and it's existed across time and have like a track record, it becomes important to realize the communication. And this is what I talked about, and you've got 20 seconds. Have to understand the communication with the Most High. Is the Most High to you like something that you have to call, or is it something that's always with you? Is it something that is external and only has to show up after it's being evoked, or is it always there? It's because, and then to understand when you're identified with the true one, is that it's always there.